The boy merely adorned himself in a skirt, indulging in a moment of self-reward within the woods. Little did he anticipate that he would become the object of envy among the prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Not only did they wish to escort him home to meet their parents, but some even vowed to forsake their companions, declaring their intent to create a world solely for him. This was all due to his unexpected transcendence into the realm of Naruto, wherein he awakened an extraordinary ability after becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. He possessed not only the initial release of Sakura's 1,000 cherry blossoms, but also gained a remarkable 30 enhancement to his training simply by donning a female disguise. Yet, amidst this newfound power, he found no joy, for the night of the massacre loomed ominously on the horizon at that moment. He felt no assurance of survival in the face of impending doom. Thus, the significance of that 30 training boost weighed heavily upon him. Dressed in a flowing gown, with his hair tied in a ponytail, he wielded his sword in the forest, only to sense that someone was watching him from the shadows. Fixing his gaze upon a distant tree, he soon discovered that the observer was unashamedly revealing himself, leaping down with grace. "Hello, I am Itachi Uchiha. I apologize for interrupting you," he introduced himself. The boy, furrowing his brow, stared incredulously at the young man before him. "You are Itachi Uchiha?" he queried, to which Itachi nodded affirmatively. The next words that escaped his lips were destined to perplex the boy for eternity. With a slight parting of his lips, he uttered a phrase that left the boy dumbfounded before dusting himself off and turning away, leaving the boy standing in a daze. The charming features of the boy, coupled with his ethereal voice, lingered in Itachi's mind long after their encounter. The following day, the boy set out to train at dawn. Although he could effortlessly execute the basic slashes of his 1,000 cherry blossoms at home, his ambitions extended beyond mere practice. His regimen included the disciplines of swordsmanship, physical combat, and the elusive art of ghost walking. Eventually, he ventured into a more secluded area, drawing his blade to strike at a sturdy tree. He vowed silently that the day he shed his skirt, he would exact vengeance upon those who had wronged him. After successfully completing the first series of slashes, he sheathed his sword, preparing to practice the rolling CUT. As his spiritual energy began to surge, he harnessed a power foreign to this world, which coalesced violently within him. After some time, his energy reached a critical threshold. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a white shockwave erupted from his fingertips, striking the tree before him with devastating force, splintering it profoundly. Yet, before he could revel in his success, he heard a commotion behind him. Possessing the legacy of the Shinigami, he had always excelled in spiritual perception. With a swift pivot, he unsheathed his sword, contemplating the need for silence should anyone witness his prowess. Just then, a familiar figure emerged, easing his tension. "No need to be alarmed, it is I, Itachi Uchiha." Upon seeing him, the boy froze in surprise. "Why are you here again?" he exclaimed, uncertainty flooding his thoughts as he pondered how much Itachi had witnessed. Anxiety washed over him, but the apologetic expression on Itachi's face stirred something peculiar within him. He stammered an explanation. "I was merely training nearby and heard the commotion, so I came to investigate that. I truly apologize for intruding upon you once more." Immediately following, a deep 90-degree bow was made in a gesture of apology. As you observed the palpable tension, a wicked yet audacious thought began to take root within you. Your feelings towards this enigmatic girl of your kin also blossomed into something profound. Otherwise, you would not have paused your cultivation to seek her out, even. Fabricating a lie out of concern for her potential displeasure, he had scoured the forest for a considerable time before finally locating her. Stammering, he suggested that if he were a nuisance, he could retreat to another area for practice. Gradually lifting his gaze to meet yours, you noted that the icy demeanor you once held had faded, replaced by a hint of fantasy. "You may continue your training here, I shall depart," you declared, turning on your heel to leave. His humble demeanor incited within you the notion of taking advantage of him. The night of annihilation loomed near, the countdown of these 7 years marked by perilous figures beyond just one following your maneuver. A sense of guilt tinged his naive heart after all. It was he who had acted presumptuously, yet this girl repeatedly withdrew due to her identity. In a fluster, he hastily clarified, "That was not my intention," eager to reclaim your forgiveness. You slowly turned, a questioning look adorning your face, and after a moment of contemplation, you bit your lip and acquiesced. A while later, amidst the grove, the boy and girl sat side by side upon a branch. Though a distance still lingered between them, the scene was imbued with warmth. Their conversation flowed joyously, and at that moment, you appeared utterly harmless, betraying no hint of the capability to slay one's parents. Yet if it came to that, the night of annihilation would surely lead them to battle. A month later, you were still engaged in the most fundamental of chopping exercises. Though he had not come today, you chose not to seize the opportunity for training, for you were acutely aware of a gaze that had lingered upon you for quite some time. Uncertain of the observer's identity, you only knew that when he was present, that gaze vanished. You feigned ignorance, maintaining a facade of consumption while ever prepared for combat. A month of training had endowed you with a modicum of resistance, which was why you had not simply slipped away in the shadows. A small white snake observed quietly, finding the girl quite intriguing. The girl's blade possessed a unique essence. Her seemingly unchanging actions belied a gradual increase in strength with each strike. How fascinating! Was it a result of innate talent? The small white snake's eyes sparkled with interest. If the girl could continue to grow, she would present yet another splendid option for his predation. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, pondering the disparity between his disciple and the girl before him. He even doubted whether his own apprentice could withstand the allure of this maiden. The more Orochimaru contemplated, the more intrigued he became, already devising ways to persuade the old man to accept another disciple. However, just as Orochimaru prepared to turn away, an icy sense of danger surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He whipped around, but the feeling of peril had vanished in an instant. Could it be that the Uchiha Jonin had discovered him watching them? The sense of crisis moments ago was undeniably palpable, directly locking him in place. This required keen insight and profound empathy, yet tragically, it proved futile. An outsider, driven to the corner by Konoha, could only endure this fate. In comparison to their ancestors, he fell woefully short. Orochimaru was poised to throw his head back in laughter, but in the next instant, that very sense of peril struck him anew. Orochimaru glanced at the girl, astonished to discover that with each swing of her blade, her strength grew. The intrigue of the situation captivated him. Had he truly been detected? It was not until 5 minutes had elapsed that Orochimaru finally departed. By then, your expression had soured considerably. Damn it, it seemed the list of those who needed to be dealt with had just grown longer. After returning home for a refreshing shower, you donned a lovely dress and ventured to the marketplace, only to encounter a drunkard grasping a bottle, who maliciously shouted, "You Uchiha scum! I've merely had a few drinks, and yet they locked me away for 3 days." Upon noticing the Uchiha emblem on your dress, the humiliation of those 3 days instantly transformed into fury. You furrowed your brow, contemplating the consequences of taking down this drunken fool. Exposing yourself to other scrutiny was a risk, yet pretending to be pitiful could lead to a month of simmering anger. While you pondered your next move, a graceful figure swiftly intervened, effortlessly concluding the crisis. You recognized him immediately as Itachi Uchiha. After subduing the inebriated man, he rushed to your side to offer comfort. "Haruko, are you all right?" For a moment, you were taken aback. Could it be that your perceptiveness had waned? That seemed implausible. Upon reflection, perhaps the multitude of eyes upon you during your journey had heightened the difficulty of your spiritual awareness. Otherwise, how had this fellow managed to follow you without detection? Wait, was he actually tailing you? "Itachi, what are you doing here?" The sudden question made his cheeks flush crimson. Your brows arched in surprise, your expression growing increasingly peculiar. Unbelievable. After a month of interaction, how had matters escalated to this point? Alongside the embarrassment, a flicker of pride emerged within you. That moment, Fugaku Uchiha approached, accompanied by several ninjas. His current role as the captain of the Konoha security force was evident. He surveyed the subdued culprit, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. However, upon witnessing his son's gaze directed at you, his brow raised in curiosity. This boy's demeanor was making you feel somewhat anxious. The Uchiha family dynamics were well known that if, on some unfortunate day, the truth about Yu's identity were to be exposed, would he be driven to the point of offering his Mangeki Sharingan to you out of distress? Presently, 2 choices presented themselves. Either to shatter this delicate veneer before Yu's emotions reached a critical level, or to tread a treacherous path, severing ties. With public baths, avoiding training in inclement weather, and ensuring meticulous preparation before stepping outside each morning. Even the most mundane tasks of hygiene and nature would be conducted with utmost discretion, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. Swiftly resolving matters before Wan's arrival, you armed yourself to the teeth, striving for perfection, ready to engage in the game ahead. As the two of you walked in silence, your small hand, tucked into your pocket, clutched a slip of paper, upon which the details were meticulously recorded. IT pertains to items that someone has purchased within the Uchiha clan's territory. IT turns out that Haruko has a penchant for spicy food. The following morning, the Fuyue family was gathered for breakfast, yet there was an unsettling feeling about the father that day. Ever since he returned you to Fudi, a look of disappointment and helplessness had appeared on Fuyue's face in a nearby grove. While he was still enjoying his breakfast, you had already concluded your 500-blade longsword training. You perceived that there was no one within a 5-kilometer radius. Thus, O sovereign, with a mask of flesh and blood, let the myriad phenomena take flight. Clad in the renowned attributes of humanity, amidst the heat and tumult, you stepped southward, defying the waves from across the sea. With the incantation of the 31st technique, the crimson fire cannon roared forth. Following a tender and ethereal chant, a tremendous sound erupted within the forest, as a colossal fireball scorched the trees. The sheer power thrilled you immensely. You had entirely abandoned the cultivation of chakra. After breakfast, you hastened to the grove with utmost speed, yet each time you arrived, the sight that greeted you was invariably that of the diligent girl. Each swing of her blade caused the hair at the back of her head to dance. This scene had become the very motivation for you to rise each day, as if her restless heart could only find tranquility amidst the sound of your blade. Now, you had mastered the manipulation of 6 shurikens to their utmost limit, striking true to your targets. You softly addressed you. If you don't mind, you might wish to try using shurikens against me. Upon hearing your voice, his heart leaped with joy, and he quickly turned to look. At that moment, your petite face was slightly flushed as you wiped the sweat from your brow with your sleeve. He was momentarily taken aback. Haruko was speaking to him, and he could scarcely believe his ears. Although they had known each other for over a month, the solitary Haruko seemed to prefer completing her cuts alone, having grown accustomed to silence. To his surprise, today was different. Is there someone else here? You remarked, somewhat exasperated. Lately, you had sensed something was amiss. After spending the morning shouting into the air, you suddenly realized that indeed, he was remarkably skilled. His talent was exceptional, and his growth was rapid. With the assistance of a system, he was swiftly mastering the powers of death each day. However, the crucial element was the absence of comparison. In time, how could he know the extent of his disparity with Yuzu? Moreover, considering that he was donned in female attire, it was prudent to gather more intelligence. The long sword was drawn once more, yet this time, Ayakawa's target was aimed at Yuzu. Come now. I too wish to know how formidable the group leader truly is, you stated coldly. Seemingly provoking Yuzu's nerves, the jolt snapped her out of her stupor, and her expression gradually turned serious. She had never even contemplated rejecting this option from the outset. Of course, it was a rare occasion for Haruko to speak. How could she refuse? That would be a disrespect to her. Unexpectedly, you felt a flicker of anticipation. Haruko's training was somewhat singular, yet he found it challenging to gauge her true strength. Thus, he decided to cautiously test the waters with shurikens. But it's really hard to judge his true strength. Let's start by testing the waters with shuriken. Just right. Take this opportunity to learn more about Haruko. Please, be kind to me. While speaking, Itachi already had 2 shuriken in his hand. Be careful, Haruko. After politely reminding her, Itachi's wrist suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! The 2 shuriken flew out, but only made a sound, slicing through the air, heading straight for Ayakawa. Ayakawa's gaze slightly cooled. He maintained his original stance. The 2 shuriken were almost parallel and getting closer. It was evident that Itachi was holding back, or rather, it was just a probe. However, Ayakawa, who was used to cutting through the air, seemed somewhat unaccustomed. After all, his slashing was more about practicing his skills than actual combat. But that was enough. He raised his knife, slashed down, clang. The 2 shuriken instantly split into 4. Last night's Ayakawa once again performed a flourish with his knife, realigning the 1,000 cherry blossoms towards Itachi. Is that all? Show me your full strength. His calm voice carried a hint of provocation. What Ayakawa wanted to know was not how much Itachi was holding back. And standing opposite Ayakawa, Itachi, at this moment was once again stunned. Chapter 10. Are kids this strong nowadays? 4-5. All right. So quiet. Is this Haruko's knife? Clean and neat, with no hesitation. When the knife was drawn, it held no emotion whatsoever. Itachi missed no details. The long knife swung up, The motion stirred Haruko's long skirt, and her hair danced, then traced a beautiful arc in the air. Then, the long knife returned to its original position. The hair fell, and the skirt stopped swaying. This was such a simple draw. From start to finish, everything about Haruko was so tranquil. A voice suddenly appeared in Itachi's heart. If life is meaningless, then perhaps accompanying this tranquility isn't so bad. Itachi seemed to know what he needed to do. Strive to train hard, then protect this tranquility. Haruko, be careful. With no more distractions in his heart, Itachi softly reminded her, twisting his wrist, and several shuriken appeared again. Ayakawa's gaze became serious. Here it comes. Itachi's shuriken technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shuriken flew out, faster and at more tricky angles. Ayakawa's grip on the knife became more serious. Lock on. Swing the knife. Split in two. Clang, clang, clang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Section 9. In the grove, the boys and girls began a battle of shuriken techniques and swordsmanship. The two gradually got into the rhythm, and the frequency of their exchanges increased. In the shadows, a tall boy with a katana on his back and naturally curly hair quietly watched the sparring. It was Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, Shursui's eyes held nothing but shock. Are kids nowadays this outrageous? Itachi's shuriken technique was already very strong. If the attack frequency and hit rate were at school, he could probably scare the teacher to death. Even among the Umbu or frontline ninja squads, there would be few who could compare to Itachi. Such talent. It can only be said that he truly is the son of the clan leader. However, the girl who stood still, controlling her breathing, controlling the rhythm, and continuously slicing down shurikens, was no simple character. It was clear that the girl was not accustomed to this kind of attack at first. Although her movements were very graceful and efficient, it was likely due to Itachi holding back. Itachi's attack frequency was getting faster and faster, seemingly in sync with the girl. But the girl's sword was also getting faster. How could a girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old do this? The key was that every movement looked so delicate, yet she could precisely split the shuriken in half. At this moment, Ayakawa, who was continuously swinging his sword, seemed to gain some insight. He had long sensed the gaze from the shadows, but with Itachi around, it didn't matter who it was. Even if Orochimaru came, Itachi would handle it. At this moment, the sword in Ayakawa's hand seemed to have lost its weight, with spiritual energy infused, although his proficiency was not enough. Ayakawa's attacking posture was already in a state of initial release. The scattered sakura petals and long swords in this field made him feel as if he could slice through anything. His proficiency was skyrocketing. Ayakawa knew that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to maintain his initial release for long. But the key was that Itachi in front of him didn't seem to be using his full strength. The current Itachi was not in his complete form. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu had not been obtained, but even just the shuriken technique was enough to impress. This added some pressure to Ayakawa. No, I can't let this go on. He quickly drew his sword to slice through 6 shurikens. Ayakawa quickly made a decision in his heart. This can't continue. Taking advantage of Itachi's attack interval, he returned his long sword to position. Ayakawa's eyes unexpectedly closed. Damn it, I need to prepare in advance. Otherwise, it'll be awkward when Tsukuyomi comes. God knows what Itachi will do to him in the Tsukuyomi world after he takes off his skirt. However, when Ayakawa closed his eyes, Itachi's movements also came to a stop. Ayakawa waited for quite a while. When he confirmed that Itachi's attacks had indeed stopped, he opened his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Ayakawa asked. Itachi, who was asked, instantly blushed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his hair and shrugged his hands, indicating that he had run out of shurikens. Ayakawa glanced at the pile of shuriken corpses on the ground and instantly understood. Then, let's call it a day for today. Just in time, I'm a bit tired too. Ayakawa softly said as he sheathed his sword. He indeed still felt a bit unsatisfied and even wanted to have a round of close combat with Itachi. But this thing can't be rushed. Calculating the time, it was already mealtime. Growth period is also very important. So, shall we go eat together? Ayakawa suggested. Seeing Ayakawa sheathing his sword, Itachi quickly asked. However, Ayakawa ignored him and directly left. A hint of disappointment flashed across Itachi's face. Sigh. It's all because he didn't bring enough shurikens. Next time, he must bring more. Sure, let's go by the river. Unexpectedly, Ayakawa, who was leaving, suddenly said, let's invite that curly hair guy on the tree and go fishing to eat. Chapter 11. Indeed, it's better to graduate 5-5 by the riverside. Ayakawa sat quietly, contemplating life. Itachi was living life, and Shursui was fishing. He was responsible for waiting quietly. It was clear that Itachi was very active, but those two arms probably didn't listen to him much. Starting a fire took quite a bit of effort. In the original story, Itachi was not a ninja with high physical strength and chakra. After the night of the massacre, he had been plagued by illness. Until he finally performed a show of what the sea was to Sasuke, his life came to a complete end. But the current Itachi was completely unrecognizable from what was to come, killing his parents, slaughtering his whole clan. As for whether Itachi would still walk the same path in the future, Ayakawa didn't know, and he didn't care at all. He was bound to take off his skirts sooner or later. By then, no matter what, he had to complete his main mission, surviving the night of the massacre. Yes, his goal had always been very simple. He just wanted to survive, that's all. As for the sins committed during this time, what does it have to do with him? Ayakawa is Ayakawa, and Itachi is Itachi. There is no relation at all. Soon, the awkward Shursui caught a few big fish. Being caught in a voyeuristic act, isn't very dignified. But Shursui's mindset was obviously good, and he quickly adjusted. Let me do it, Itachi-kun. Shursui smiled and said to the fire-starting Itachi. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then, please, senior. Shursui's skills looked pretty good. At least he was very skilled. He cleaned out the innards and then directly skewered the fish over the fire to roast it. Section 10, while grilling, they naturally started chatting. You two aren't skipping class together, are you? Shursui joked. No, Itachi quickly shook his head. Skipping class. It's just me. He already knew this person's name. Uchiha Shursui, known for his body flicker technique, was both a talented senior in the clan and a famous hero in the village. Don't show such a worried expression. You're not the first person to use Shadow Clone to go to school, you know? Seeing Itachi's slightly nervous face, Shursui teased. Itachi's expression relaxed significantly. Shursui then turned to the silent Akiyama. And what about you? Haruko? Haven't you started school yet? Akiyama turned around when her name was called and immediately saw two pairs of puzzled eyes. Me? I'm not a school age yet. Akiyama thought carefully before answering. She was telling the truth, not making up some excuse. Itachi had started school early. In a peacetime Konoha, there was no need for so many children to become ninjas. Moreover, he really didn't plan to go to school just to play house. It would be better to spend that time improving his skills. What a pity, Shursui said with some regret. A cute girl like Haruko should be very popular at school, right? As soon as this was said, Itachi's expression changed. An inexplicable sense of crisis arose. Yes, because she liked peace and quiet, Haruko rarely went out. Besides practicing swordsmanship, she seemed to only occasionally go shopping. But Haruko should be starting school next year, right? By then, he would be in 2nd grade. He just didn't know if Haruko would also use the clone technique to cheat and train. What if Haruko didn't want to? What should he do? I have no plans to attend ninja school. At this moment, Akiyama's calm voice rang out again. Shursui and Itachi's gazes fell back on Akiyama. I don't want to waste time. Just training like this is fine. Akiyama said slowly. Shursui's expression changed slightly. If she didn't go to ninja school and didn't graduate, Haruko wouldn't be able to become a ninja. Wouldn't it be a pity if Haruko worked hard but couldn't become a ninja? Itachi quickly nodded in agreement. He had just been thinking about how to attend school with Haruko. We'll talk about it then, Akiyama casually replied. The fish is ready, senpai. At Akiyama's reminder, the somewhat persistent Shursui finally relented. Shursui meant no harm. He just wanted to understand what his juniors were thinking for future communication. He was ordered to monitor the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha, he couldn't fully stand on the side of the clan. There was a silent struggle in his heart. He wanted to change this distorted situation and adjust the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Unfortunately, it seemed that this generation of Uchiha couldn't communicate. Therefore, Shursui focused his attention on this pair of golden boy and girl. Lunchtime began. Shursui's cooking skills were truly commendable. Plus, with the chili powder that Itachi had pulled out from who knows where, the grilled fish was incredibly fragrant. Even Akiyama, who wasn't very fond of spicy food, had a big appetite. However, regarding the matter of school, Akiyama also seriously considered it during the meal. The training for the slash-punch ghost had to speed up. Today's battle with Itachi made him realize one thing. Combat was the most reliable accelerator for training, coupled with the enhancement of his cross-dressing. Itachi-kun. After the meal, after Shursui once again expressed his apologies for peeking at the two and said goodbye, Akiyama and Itachi walked along the road when Akiyama suddenly spoke. Huh? What's wrong, Haruko? Did I not put enough chili? No. Akiyama's face darkened immediately. It was about Shursui's suggestion. If possible, I still want to graduate from ninja school. Can you help me? Of course. Not knowing how to refuse, Itachi nodded decisively. But the next second, he realized and froze in place. Go to ninja school. Graduate? Chapter 12, Take a hit from my knife. And I'll tell you, extra delivery. Another boring afternoon of training. Itachi calculated the time to finish school and lingered for a while before leaving. In the afternoon, Itachi's condition was noticeably better. Akiyama had a rough idea of what was going on, but didn't point it out. He seemed to be getting a bit familiar with and able to handle this magical cross-dressing. This was a dangerous sign. Akiyama silently urged himself not to forget his original intention. He had to train even harder. After Itachi walked far away, Akiyama, who remained in place, had his spiritual energy restored to its peak. As usual, before going home, he planned to practice some ghost techniques to brush up on his proficiency. Clearing his throat, Akiyama prepared to begin chanting. 2 full-power red fire cannons were his current limit. However, just as he was about to start chanting, a chilling gaze suddenly caught his perception from a spiritual level. Akiyama instinctively tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. He canceled the chant and even pretended to form a hand seal with one hand. Red fire cannon. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Spiritual energy poured out, and 6 fireballs shot straight toward that gaze. Still the same statement. At this time, anyone daring to sneak a look at him and Itachi, or who could sneak a look at them in the Uchiha clan's territory, could only be 2 people. He had already met Shursui. This one, he was also not unfamiliar with. Extreme cold, extreme evil, and beneath that, absolute madness. In such a large Konoha, there was only one person who fit that description. Orochimaru. And this person was already on Akiyama's list of those to beat up after he took off his skirt. Of course, before taking off the skirt, he had to issue a warning. It would be quite impolite otherwise. Haruko. After the explosion of the fireballs stopped, a figure slowly emerged from the ground behind Akiyama. Orochimaru spoke in the most playful tone, reciting the stiff words of adults teaching juniors. Politeness? Can it be eaten? He tightened the knife in his hand. Akiyama felt a bit nervous inside. This feeling was so clear. Section 11. A cold, giant python stood behind him, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench while it flicked its tongue, sizing up its prey. A bit panicked, but also a bit excited. Is it just my illusion? You seem to know who I am, but your killing intent is too obvious, Haruko. Naturally, I walked behind Ayakawa, leaning close to his ear, and Orochimaru's voice remained playful. The girl carried a unique scent, like cherry blossoms, but hidden among the petals was a deadly threat. A very interesting scent. A very interesting. Soul. Swish. Responding to Orochimaru was Ayakawa's blade technique honed over a month. Drawing the sword, turning and slicing horizontally. The action was seamless, without any hesitation. The cold figure was instantly split in 2. Yet Ayakawa's gaze remained unwavering. It missed. You guessed right. With a failed strike. Ayakawa's blade still pointed forward. Right in front of his blade, Orochimaru's face was already twisted with excitement. Keen intuition, clean swordsmanship. Your parents didn't have your talent. Is it the taste of losing loved ones that awakened your own abilities? Give me an answer, Haruko. Orochimaru's tone gave no hint of urgency. In fact, it was eerily calm. Only the increasingly intense interest in his eyes revealed his inner desires. After frantically researching the Uchiha clan's information, the meager record aside from names were almost as good as nothing. But isn't that the most interesting part? Even the Uchiha have ordinary families. Yet a child born from such an ordinary family possesses a talent that moves him. He had already set his sights on the girl before him. He wanted to possess the girl before him. This perverse dialogue made Ayakawa's brows furrow slightly. The blade in his hand remained steady. Having completed more than half of the initial release, it meant that this Senbenzakura already belonged to him. Existing within his soul, it bore no weight at all. Take a slice from me, and I'll tell you. Switching from one-handed to two-handed grip, the chopping motion was so standard. Ayakawa's gaze turned cold. This action of raising the sword was also a stance. I'm not afraid of you. Zanpakuto, the sword that severs souls. Even if the initial release had not met the conditions, not even touching the most basic line. But this blade, already resonating with his soul, could still sever souls effectively. He had that confidence. A fair trade. Orochimaru, who had received his answer, remained excited. He was a bit impatient. The power obtained from that child had already been developed to a certain stage. Even that foolish disciple could barely contain that power. But it was just containment, unable to control it. It could serve as a vessel for his soul, but to develop it further was unrealistic. But the girl before him was different. That unique soul, along with the yet-to-manifest power belonging to the Uchiha, was clearly a more suitable choice. Extending his long tongue, Orochimaru licked his cheek. This snake-like action was also an expression of his utmost excitement. Of course, It was also a signal of attack. Hidden shadow, snake hands. The writing is still ongoing. Additional updates are in progress. Can I get a little red flower as a reward? Chapter 13 Haruko. Alright. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's attack was within Ayakawa's expectation. Countless snake-like arms appeared to move so slowly. This scene was incredibly familiar to Ayakawa. It was just like when Itachi started to unleash his water techniques in the morning. The Orochimaru before him was merely testing. That makes it easy. Ayakawa was even too lazy to swing his sword. Switching from a two-handed grip back to a one-handed grip, he extended his other delicate hand with 2 fingers, just as the snake arms were about to reach him. Bankai 11. Lightning Strike. As one of the more powerful beginner Kido techniques, this move didn't even require incantation. His diligent practice of Kido proficiency morning and night had paid off. A bolt of lightning struck directly at those countless snakes. No incantation ninjutsu. Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed. In an instant, the snake arms disintegrated, and the scattered snakes were already charred. I've changed my mind, Mr. Orochimaru. Retracting his fingers and gripping Senbonzakura again, Ayakawa felt much more relaxed. If you want an answer, you'll have to take 2 more slices. Shuinpa activated. Ayakawa's figure vanished, reappearing right in front of Orochimaru. The Senbonzakura in his hand radiated a cold gleam, the chilling aura piercing the soul. To deal with someone like Orochimaru, the Zanpakuto itself provided a buff. Swish ding. A kunai blocked Senbonzakura. Beneath the kunai, Orochimaru's expression gradually became restrained. That was his signal to stop toying with his prey. The innocent girl. Her gaze held a hint of danger, and her tone was no longer playful. At this moment, Orochimaru had recognized the strength of the girl before him. From a vessel, a preparatory container, a substitute to a junior with infinite potential and threat. Ding! Ding ding. Responding to Orochimaru was still Ayakawa S-Blade. There was no way, with his current abilities, if he wanted to injure Orochimaru, aside from the properties of the death god's Senbonzakura, there was no other way. Even the strongest Kido he could currently unleash was merely a high-level ninjutsu in Orochimaru's eyes. Not to mention whether he could provide enough time for incantation. And for Senbonzakura to inflict damage, close combat with the blade was the only way. This would clearly give Orochimaru more chances to counterattack, but Ayakawa had no other choice. However, after the initial hidden shadow snake hands, Orochimaru maintained a defensive stance. The probing seemed never to cease. Ding ding ding. Several more clashes between the blade and kunai occurred. Ayakawa seized the opportunity, activating Shuinpa again, escaping the battlefield. Orochimaru did not pursue. Section 12. Still staring intently at Qingchuan, but seemingly wary of something, not daring to approach. Mr. Orochimaru is quite a bit of a rogue. After adjusting his breathing, Qingchuan's tone shifted from indifference to playful. This feigned ease and provocation almost amused Orochimaru. If he weren't in this situation, the girl before him would sound so much like his foolish apprentice who loves meatballs. However, he usually instinctively ignores that apprentice's whining, or simply nods and quickly dismisses it. But for the girl before him, Orochimaru couldn't muster any anger. Indeed, if this had been the apprentice he took on from the start, then perhaps it would have been truly interesting. Orochimaru reassessed. Did she not know who her opponent was? He is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. What audacity she has. His mood returned to one of delight. Orochimaru withdrew his kunai and also reined in his extraneous expressions. Perhaps this girl is worth his time to train slowly. Thus, under Qingchuan's gaze, in an instant, Orochimaru transformed from a perverse scientist into a cool, handsome uncle. Your talent is quite good. You passed my test. Orochimaru adjusted his tone, expression, and that damned charisma. At this moment, he was the one known as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a contemporary Hokage's apprentice, and a phenomenally elite jonin of Konoha. Although you are not of school age yet, I will help you apply for early admission. Remember, do not waste too much time there. Graduate as soon as possible. At that time, I will personally guide your training. Orochimaru said slowly, resembling a teacher instructing a student. Qingchuan's expression gradually became strange. What is this guy up to now? Is he trying to explain everything that just happened as a test? Then force a reversal? Fooling around? Qingchuan suddenly felt as if he had met a rival. Not a rival in terms of blades and ninjutsu, but a rival in terms of showing off and fooling others. This feeling hadn't appeared since he started cross-dressing. Damn it, he encountered someone who knows how to play. All right then, Lord Orochimaru, Qingchuan directly hoisted the sword onto his shoulder, smiling sweetly. Once I graduate, I will definitely chop you down. Good night, everyone. Please continue to support. Chapter 14. Midnight Office, 1-5. Back home, soaking in hot water, Qingchuan felt utterly exhausted. Orochimaru had left. Yet, it seemed that his intersection with Orochimaru's life had just begun. Of course, if possible, Qingchuan would prefer to maintain a parallel existence with Orochimaru forever. You do your S-rank rogue ninja thing, and I'll wear my female clothes. Let us never cross paths again. However, this was clearly impossible. Orochimaru had set his sights on him, investigated him, and sought him out. In the end, for some unknown reason, he even started playing around. It seemed like he was preparing to nurture him like he did with Red Bean. He didn't understand. After a quick shower, Qingchuan returned to his room, ready to sleep. He was really tired today. He had sparred with Itachi in the morning. He didn't see through the illusions, but his skill level had indeed increased significantly. In the afternoon, he had exchanged a few moves with Orochimaru, which was a battle of wits and courage, exhausting him considerably. With a thought, Qingchuan opened the system interface to check his gains. Host, Uchiha Qingzi. Current world, Naruto world. Current task, survive the night of the massacre. In progress, side quest, master the 1,000 cherry blossoms, initial release. Completion, 87, 9, inherent buff, training results 30 while dressed in female clothes. Not looking was fine. However, when Qingchuan saw that nearly 90 skill level, he was startled. He had just barely passed halfway in the morning. How did it suddenly almost double? Could it be that fighting a master gives extra skill level bonuses? Qingchuan was bewildered. This explanation seemed a bit far-fetched. If that were the case, wouldn't he just need to find a jonin to act cute for a couple of years to become invincible? After pondering for a long time, Qingchuan still felt it was due to the connection with the soul of the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his arms. After all, the acquisition of skill level is not just reflected in the data from each slash. In situations like tonight, the sense of crisis and the immense pressure also contributed to the increase in skill level. Qingchuan had a feeling. He was getting familiar with the 1,000 cherry blossoms, but the 1,000 cherry blossoms was also getting familiar with him. It was just that tonight, Orochimaru allowed them to understand each other better. At this rate, before school starts, they should be able to achieve the initial release. Qingchuan lay on his side, murmuring to the 1,000 cherry blossoms by the bed. He just didn't know what the reward would be. Anticipating it, Qingchuan's eyelids grew heavier. In the dead of night, the once brightly lit Konoha had dimmed. This giant entity also needed rest. However, for some people, the nightlife was just beginning. Of course, the nightlife here doesn't necessarily refer to a world of lights and wine. It could also be an old man dealing with work. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing reading glasses, was reviewing documents. Clearly at retirement age, yet he still personally oversaw all matters, big and small, in Konoha. It was tiring, but he had gotten used to it. Or rather, he enjoyed this feeling. Perhaps only by sitting in this position representing the pinnacle of Konoha's power, personally controlling everything about Konoha, could his heart find peace. The night wind was a bit strong. The documents on the desk were almost blown away. Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his lips and looked out the window. It was already this late. He stood up, walked to the window and closed it, glancing at the night view of Konoha. Section 13, after decades in the world of Naruto, the night view of Konoha seems unchanged and endlessly enjoyable. However, in the past, at this time, his home Sbiwa Lake would always leave a light on for him. Until last year's Ninetales incident. Old woman, are you watching Konoha too? Taking a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of melancholy. The dead cannot see all of this, old man. Suddenly, a hoarse and playful voice echoed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Accompanied by the sound of wind outside the window, the scene felt somewhat eerie, even though he recognized his disciple's voice within 0.5 seconds. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged heart still skipped a beat. You, still awake at this late hour? Orochimaru? He forced himself to steady his emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, somewhat displeased. His disciple's strength had grown so much that he hadn't sensed Orochimaru's arrival in time. Headache, I have my eye on a promising junior and would like to ask you for a favor, old man. Orochimaru seemed unwilling to linger and got straight to the point. He was there to help a girl named Haruko from the Uchiha clan with her enrollment paperwork, and the old man in front of him was the principal of the Ninja Academy. Although with his status, he could take Haruko to school without any obstruction. The guiding ninja after graduation must be personally approved by the old man. Orochimaru knew the old man's temperament. Other matters might be handled with a first strike. then report, or even without reporting at all. But when it came to the next generation, the old man's bottom line was exceptionally firm. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, confusion in his eyes. A promising junior? Who? How can I help you? Has the weather changed? Last time, just finding a disciple for Orochimaru dragged on for half a year. Why suddenly? She's a girl whose temperament and talent resonate very well with me. I need you to grant her a spot in the ninja academy. After she graduates, I will personally teach her. Orochimaru laid out his request and motivation all at once. Finally, he didn't forget to add, by the way, her name is Haruko. Uchiha. Haruko. Chapter 15 Fugaku. Son, you've grown up. 2-5, the night continued. The sleeping Ayakawa was, of course, unaware of everything happening. However, due to reaching the age for enrollment, a simple transfer had already stirred the attention of Konoha's Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen neither rejected nor accepted Orochimaru's request. With just I understand, Orochimaru left directly. Between master and disciple, there was no need for excessive communication. He certainly wouldn't agree outright. Matters concerning the Uchiha clan, even if it was just a little girl, he couldn't be careless. The night remained dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to be busy. He still had many documents to handle. Orochimaru's request wasn't particularly urgent. In fact, it was somewhat troublesome. Allowing an Uchiha girl to enroll early, he had to inform Uchiha Fugaku. He needed to seek the opinion of the Uchiha clan leader. The night stretched on. When the first rays of sunlight fell, Uchiha Itachi sprang up, quickly washed up, and arrived at the dining table early. He had already promised Haruko about the enrollment. Last night, he waited a long time for his father to return home, but never saw him. He could only talk about it this morning. Frankly speaking, Itachi was a bit nervous. This was his first formal request for help from his father. Moreover, it wasn't for himself. He was never sure about his father's attitude. He didn't know what kind of answer he would get for this request, but he had already promised Haruko. So no matter what, he had to make it happen. This is a man's promise. Soon, Makoto prepared breakfast, and the family of 4 gathered together to eat. Itachi finished his breakfast as quickly as possible and then sat in his seat, silent. Seeing this scene, Fugaku immediately understood. Have you encountered something, Itachi? Yes, father. Itachi quickly replied. I have a friend who wants to enroll early and hopes to get your help. Itachi nervously laid out everything he had thought about all night. Since Haruko's parents had already passed away, to enroll early, she needed a guarantee from the clan's elders. He hoped his father would agree. Please. Itachi's eyes and tone were incredibly determined. He needed to convey his resolution to his father. The atmosphere at the dining table became somewhat silent. Makoto wisely took Sasuke away, leaving space for the father and son. Fugaku silently observed his son. His gaze was incredibly complex. Serious, confused, worried, and relieved. No wonder he is my son. His judgment was good. He had also locked eyes on Makoto at first sight, then launched a powerful offensive to win her over, eventually achieving his goal. He had seen the girl named Haruko. She seemed to have a good temperament and upbringing, leaving a positive impression, a definite beauty. If this girl's talent was also acceptable, it was evident that her future suitors would not be fewer than Makoto's back then. It seemed his son had the same foresight. Not bad. Son, you've grown up. The only thing Fugaku was worried about now was Itachi's training. This could not be delayed. As his son, he could afford to miss out on anything, but training and strength could not be neglected. This was also Fugaku's only bottom line. How is your practice of the great fireball technique coming along? Instead of directly answering his son's question, Fugaku instead asked about Itachi's ninjutsu training. I can already use it proficiently, father. Itachi lowered his head and responded. Fugaku's reply made Itachi's heart skip a beat. He had imagined countless scenarios, considering all the possible responses from his father. He never expected that in the end. Sure enough, his father only cared about his training. What about everything he just said, expressing all that determination? Did you ignore it? Father, you don't need to worry about Haruko's enrollment. Just focus on your training. After receiving Itachi's response, Fugaku's last trace of worry disappeared. He understood his son. He learned everything quickly. The only thing he would never learn was how to lie. I will find time to discuss this matter personally with the Hokage. Go to school. Section 14, he rubbed his son's head. Fugaku's mood was incredibly pleasant. Having such a highly talented son really makes one feel joyful. On the spot, Itachi was confused for a long time before he finally reacted. So, did father agree? At noon, on the other side, in the Hokage building, the large office was already filled with swirling smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed. On the desk were 2 documents. They belonged to a girl named Uchiha Haruko. One was her profile. Since Orochimaru left last night, the Umbu had worked overtime to gather all the information on this girl. It was pitifully sparse. Her parents were two Uchiha Chunin who died in battle, and she had been living alone from a young age. However, the Uchiha clan treated her well, so she was not in want of food or clothing. Moreover, she seemed to be a mischievous girl. Originally listed as male, there was a cross drawn over it, changing it to female. But that wasn't the main point. Given Orochimaru's nature, he must have observed her for a long time before making a request. However, if it were just that, he wouldn't still be entangled in thought after smoking all morning. Next to the girl's profile was the enrollment application personally delivered by Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. This was the crux of the matter, an enrollment application that could make the Uchiha clan head personally deliver it. Even Itachi, Fugaku's own son, hadn't he received such treatment when he enrolled. A girl for whom both Orochimaru and clan head Fugaku personally requested. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, taking another puff, only to realize the tobacco in his pipe had long since burned out. After a long moment, he sighed. He stamped his personal seal on the application report. Chapter 16, Reflection of the Mind, 3-5, 1 week later. On a small peak at the edge of Konoha, the girl stood with a sword in one hand. The tip of the blade pointed skyward, her expression cold. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant, with that indifferent voice, the long sword disassembled, transforming into countless cherry blossoms that danced in the wind. The pink cherry blossoms swirled gracefully. The petals were so beautiful. The petals were so sharp. Where the cherry blossoms passed, even the air could not remain intact. 1,000 cherry blossoms, initial release. The consumption was immense. A curse word shattered the beautiful yet deadly atmosphere. Akiyama's face was visibly displeased. Right now, he felt very drained. Just 2 seconds of initial release nearly exhausted all of his spiritual power. He gasped heavily. Akiyama opened the dam system interface. Host, Uchiha Haruko. Current world, Naruto world. Current task, survive the night of the massacre. In progress, side task, initial release reflecting the mind. Unlock the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Completion 21. 6. Inherent buff. 50 training results when dressed as a girl. Inherent buff. 100 recovery speed when smiling. Alright, now even the system acknowledges his girl disguise. Just this morning, after Akiyama slashed the air over 300 times, the side task for 1,000 cherry blossoms, initial release was finally completed. The bonus for girl training increased by 20, and he was rewarded with a new recovery buff. He still couldn't figure out the system's tricks. It was still an active buff. He had to maintain a smile to gain this double recovery speed. Coupled with the existing 50 training buff, future training would undoubtedly accelerate. But Akiyama right now couldn't smile at all. After just 2 seconds of initial release, he was completely spent. This left Akiyama, who was full of expectations, feeling a bit broken and frustrated. However, the system's rewards did not end there. He had unlocked his eyes. Yes, the Sharingan, reflecting the mind. Initial release was also a reflection of the soul of the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto. The two were so compatible that when he activated initial release, his single Tomo also opened up. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, his Sharingan combined with 1,000 cherry blossoms would become his most commonly used combat mode. Taking a deep breath, using his last ounce of strength, Akiyama finally managed to put a hint of a curve on his face. The double recovery kicked in. The feeling of exhaustion washed away like a tide, but to fully recover would probably take some time. However, Akiyama could not afford to dawdle today. Today was his first day of school. Calculating the time, someone should be arriving soon. On the way to the Ninja Academy, boys and girls walked side by side, but kept a slight distance. It was apparent that the young boy was a bit nervous. He even seemed hesitant to get close to the girl. The smile on the girl's face was so sweet, it seemed capable of healing all the world's pain. People around them marveled. However, it was ultimately the iconic Uchiha fan symbol that made ordinary people hesitate to approach. Occasionally, one could hear a low exclamation or two. This Uchiha girl is really lovely. Akiyama maintained his smile while also keeping his spiritual power recovering rapidly. The inner curse words never stopped. Still the same statement. Wearing girl's clothes had already exhausted his shame quota. Now, he had exceeded it. The key was that he had no way out. He had to develop the habit of maintaining a smile, just like those cheerful girls in anime. This way, his passive buff would become an active buff, allowing him to maintain high recovery even during battle. Crying. He had to cry with a smile. The two finally arrived at the school gate, and Akiyama finally noticed Itachi's unusual behavior beside him. Is something wrong, Itachi-kun? Akiyama asked curiously. Being called out, Itachi suddenly became alert. Oh, it's nothing, Haruko. He quickly looked up at Haruko, but when he saw her sweet smile, he unconsciously lowered his head again. Haruko was very happy today. She looked so good when she smiled. Seeing this scene, aside from a shame that had long become familiar, Akiyama felt a wave of guilt surge again. He suddenly missed Orochimaru a bit. That guy was different from Itachi. When he talked, there was no psychological burden at all. Akiyama now didn't even know how to continue. Fortunately, as an approved transfer student by the Hokage himself, the teacher responsible for his instruction had already been waiting here. You must be little Haruko, right? Section 15. The speaker is a middle-aged man wearing the standard green vest of Konoha, and he is also responsible for teaching Itachi and Haruko. Yes, the teacher. Ayakawa, who was relieved, silently gave the teacher a thumbs up. The two then followed the teacher to the classroom. However, shortly after they left, a big boy with a half-face mask and white hair stared blankly at their departing figures. The boy's left eye was closed, with a gruesome scar above it. The eye that was open was filled with shock. Chapter 17. Young man, your mindset is very dangerous for 5. I thought I would never see them again. The white-haired boy muttered in a daze. So similar. Although their faces were completely different, that smile, eternally optimistic, as if it could melt the snow and heal everything in the world. He could never forget it. After all, the more one destroys, the more reluctant one feels. Obito, did you see? I found a girl who looks a lot like Rin. The corners of his mouth under the mask revealed a bitter curve. Kakashi Hatake turned and walked away. On the other side, Ayakawa, who had come to class with a buff, had already entered the self-introduction phase. Looking around, everyone's eyes, including the teachers, were somewhat expectant. What kind of self-introduction would this girl, who came in holding a knife, give? Teacher, is this the little girl you have your eye on? Well, she's quite cute, isn't she? Outside the classroom, across a vacant lot, and on the roof of another teaching building, Akane sat on the edge, swinging her feet in the air. It seems you quite like this junior, Akane. Orochimaru, standing next to Akane, said in his hoarse yet charming voice. At first glance, they really do seem like a loving teacher-student pair. What a pity. She uses a knife, which doesn't match well with the teacher. Not every girl can accept the teacher's ninjutsu, especially a cute girl like Haruko. Akane propped her chin up, saying with some worry. Orochimaru curled his lips, but did not respond. Cute. As expected of you, my foolish disciple. To be honest, Orochimaru did not want to admit this hypocritical teacher-student relationship. Akane was too dull and too superficial. Her potential was destined not to be high. Being able to become one of his soul containers was already a great honor. Only someone like Akane would use pure cuteness to describe her junior in front of her. Haruko, who was introducing herself on the podium, indeed wore a lovely smile today. But he had seen it before. He still remembered the conversation from that night when they parted. The girl's seemingly playful words he never dared to underestimate. Wait for me to graduate. Sooner or later, I'll cut you down. Beneath the girl's adorable exterior, there was a soul of a demon. Let's go. Akane, with a meaningful glance at Ayakawa, Orochimaru's figure disappeared with the wind. Inside the classroom, feeling the familiar and disgusting gaze disappear, Ayakawa cursed MMP in his heart and then walked to his seat under the teacher's instruction. The teacher was quite perceptive, arranging him and Itachi at the same table. This made Itachi, who had finally returned to normal, feel awkward again. Ayakawa found it incredibly amusing, but the voice deep in his heart was constantly reminding him, young man, your current mindset is very dangerous. Better keep some distance. At least, considering the current relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, the conflict in 7 years is probably unavoidable. The question is, what identity will he use to fiercely cut down Itachi when the time comes? Alright, everyone turn to Chapter 8. Today we will learn about the Hokages of Konoha throughout history. The teacher began the lesson. A history class. Ayakawa felt a bit of anticipation, opened the textbook, and started reading from the beginning. But soon, his expression began to turn strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disappoint him. The title of the textbook was The History of Konoha, but in reality, it was almost the same as the legend of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tasked with wearing the Hokage cloak in a crisis, he personally ended the Second Shinobi War. Master of all ninjutsu and chakra attributes, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. Even the disciples he taught became famous 3 sages in the ninja world. This was only the external view. Internally, under his governance, Konoha was forever the leading ninja village in the world. The other 4 great ninja villages could only look up to it, banding together to attack Konoha. Yet Konoha still existed. Moreover, it seemed to be doing quite well. Even Ayakawa, who had read the original work, couldn't he find any faults. This old man is really bad, huh? No wonder Orochimaru developed into this kind of person. Sigh. After reading all the content, Ayakawa felt an indescribable embarrassment. Compared to the master-disciple pair of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, he, a cross-dressing little ghost, really couldn't he claim to be high in rank. At dusk, after a day of boredom, Ayakawa walked back to the clan's area with Itachi. After a day of close contact, Itachi was no longer as awkward as at the beginning, even though Haruko's smile was still incredibly cute. Haruko, how do you feel about your first day of school? On the way, Itachi asked expectantly. How to say? Ayakawa hesitated for a moment. I think I understand why you skipped class. Itachi's face instantly showed embarrassment. To be honest, he had almost forgotten that today's school was particularly long-awaited, but it was quite interesting. Suddenly, Ayakawa changed the subject. Anyway, it doesn't matter since I'll be graduating in a few days. Itachi. Chapter Oshimnashche, Kakashi, I am saved. 5-5, 3 days later. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In the depths of the dense forest, a figure was sprinting wildly. The animal mask on his face and the silver hair confirmed the identity of this figure. Konoha Anbu, Kakashi Hitaki. Section 16. Not long ago, Kakashi, who was originally part of the 4th Hokage's Anbu, was absorbed by Root after the 4th died in battle. Until that assassination attempt against the newly reinstated Hokage, Kakashi chose to follow his conscience over the rules and subsequently joined the Anbu. Transitioning from Root to Anbu, Kakashi's days were not easy. To protect him, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to send him out of Konoha to carry out Anbu missions, in order to evade Root's scrutiny. But the ninja world is far from peaceful now. There are no large-scale battles, but localized conflicts and probing skirmishes are ever present. Assassinations, infiltrations, intelligence gathering, these are what ninjas excel at. After the deaths of Obito and Rin, the demise of the 4th Hokage and his wife pushed Kakashi back into a cold-blooded mode. Behind him were pursuers from the mist. In his arms, he held disguised false intelligence. With an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, Kakashi could only use this method to attract the enemy's pursuit. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air came from behind. The keen sense of battle made Kakashi turn his head, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. His pupils instantly constricted. He quickly dodged and performed a backflip, managing to escape just before the explosive tag detonated. Before he landed, his Sharingan locked onto the enemy's position, numbers, and coefficients. 7 opponents surrounded him, with no space to break out. The short blade unsheathed. In a split second, Kakashi was already in combat mode. This was a tough battle. Even with the Sharingan and speed and explosiveness that ordinary people could not match, facing 7 opponents was still somewhat overwhelming. His adversaries were not mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, but rather elite Anbu from the mist. Knowing he couldn't afford to drag this out, Kakashi held nothing back. In an instant, the small battlefield was filled with screams. Only one remained. That genius from back in the day, having experienced countless darkness. Though his body had not fully matured, his mindset was already indestructible. Go ahead and commit suicide. One-on-one, you have no chance of winning. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the shuriken lodged in his shoulder. Kakashi's voice was chilling. The mist Anbu's expression changed multiple times, finally settling into a self-deceiving grimace. The arrogant leaf brat. The mist Anbu swung his long knife, charging straight at the seemingly unstable Kakashi. Chidori, the last of his chakra, gathered in his hand. Countless arcs of electricity flickered and buzzed, like 1,000 birds singing. The excruciatingly painful Sharingan anticipated the movements of every muscle of the enemy, and Kakashi crouched low, thrusting the Chidori straight into the chest of the mist Anbu. However, that familiar position, that familiar scene, that familiar face, appeared before Kakashi's eyes in that life and death moment. Rin. The most painful memory resurfaced in his mind. The arc meant to kill the enemy dissipated, and in that split second, the enemy's long knife had already reached Kakashi's neck. Between life and death, Kakashi indeed felt a desire to give up. His father was dead. Obito and Rin were also dead. His teacher and teacher's wife were dead. Then what was the meaning of his own life? Kakashi slowly closed his eyes. Outmatched. Life and death were at the mercy of fate. I didn't hold back. Rin, Obito, I'm coming to join you. The next second. ZZZ. The arcs of electricity flashed again. The Chidori buzzed once more. Just days before, that smile he had seen by chance made Kakashi gather his chakra once again. In an instant, life and death flipped. The Mist Umbu had no idea what had happened. Their pupils gradually lost focus and fell to the ground. Captain. Soon after, reinforcements from Konoha arrived. When they saw the corpses strewn about and Kakashi covered in blood, their worry gradually turned into fear. Don't go over there. An Umbu grabbed his companion. Have you forgotten who he is? A monster who can kill his comrades for a mission. Do you want to go find death? A person like him is suited for solo missions. It's better for everyone. The Umbu teammate who was held back looked a bit confused, but when he looked back at Kakashi, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The discussions from his comrades did not escape Kakashi's ears. He could distinguish different species of insects from 50 meters away, so this distance was more than clear to him. But he didn't care. Or rather, what he cared about now was something else. That smiling face. That sweet smile. It appeared in a moment between life and death, and inexplicably gave him a reason to live. I don't even know your name, but thanks to you I was saved. Raising his head, Kakashi gazed at the sky, breathing in the air with a complex mood. Achu. Meanwhile, far away in another part of Konoha, Ayakawa, who was preparing to get up and go to school, looked utterly confused. Who the hell just cursed me? The author personally thinks that the girl with the sweetest smile in Naruto seems to be Rin. Chapter 19, Graduation Exam. Asuma's Jewel, a particularly fine morning. In the third Hokage's residence in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat opposite his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Between them was a chessboard. The father and son were engaged in a match, and it looked quite harmonious, though Asuma's impatience somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. Speak up, you old man. What exactly is your opinion? Just so you know, even if you disagree, I will protect the jewel in my heart in my own way. Pushing the pieces forward to launch an attack, Asuma said unhappily. He had been chosen to serve as a guardian ninja in the Land of Fire and would be departing soon. After years of disputes with his father, it seemed to have become less important after his mother's death. He had found the jewel he wanted to protect. Before leaving, he sought out his father to show off his answer. The jewel is the daimyo, not you. What's most important for Konoha has never been the Hokage. Protecting the daimyo is what will allow the ninja organization of the Land of Fire to develop more prosperously. That is his answer, but his father remained non-committal. It doesn't matter. The answer he found himself did not require his father's approval. All he wanted was for his father to sign the Hokage's name on the scroll of guardian ninjas. Since you have found what you believe to be the jewel, how much of your energy could it take to play a game of chess with me? Hiruzen Sarutobi maintained his usual calm demeanor. Section 17, Asuma's patience was wearing thin. No need to put on that preachy attitude, you old man. Talking about things others can't understand all day is meaningless to me. Asuma's tone was already laced with anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unmoved. At least, it seemed that way. In that case, help me with something. Once that's done, I'll sign my name on the Guardian Ninja Scroll and let you protect your so-called gem. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he took out a scroll from his pocket and placed it on the somewhat scattered chessboard. Asuma hesitated for a moment, looking at the old man with his eyes slightly lowered and then glancing at the scroll on the chessboard. He gritted his teeth. You better keep your word. With a cold snort, Asuma grabbed the scroll and vanished. A long while passed. In the courtyard, in front of the chessboard, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let out a sigh. As a father who was also the Hokage of the village, he had truly tried his best. He had given enough hints. The daimyo was clearly not the gem. Perhaps a ninja's mission was to protect the daimyo, but that didn't mean it was the ninja's ultimate purpose. Yet, the answer he spoke would inevitably become a counter-choice for his son. He had really tried his best. He could only hope that the arrangements made before the departure would have some effect. Meanwhile, having just left that unwelcoming home, Asuma quickly found a quiet place and opened the scroll. This was his last barrier before heading to the Land of Fire. Though he was reluctant, without the old man's approval, he really couldn't go. But after reading the scroll, the displeasure on his face surprisingly turned into confusion. Really? Is it this simple? 2 kids who graduated early? Assessing ninjas? Asuma found it hard to believe his eyes. The old man couldn't have really aged and picked the wrong scroll. Letting him be responsible for assessing 2 kids with an average age of less than 6? No, he must have overlooked something. Otherwise, even if these 2 kids were as monstrous as Kakashi was back then, with his current strength, what difference would it make if there were 2, 3, or 5? In the vast Konoha, how many could be chosen to become guardian ninjas? So that's it. 2 Uchiha. TCH. After looking over the scroll carefully again, Asuma finally found the answer. His expression became disdainful. With a cold laugh, Asuma disappeared again. It was just unclear whether that disdain was directed at the Uchiha or at his own father. Ninja school. The teacher, Kirikich. in charge of Itachi and Haruko, suddenly felt a bit anxious. Two first-year students had simultaneously applied for early graduation. What was more outrageous was that one of the female students had only been in school for less than 3 days. This was absurd. Was it that the Uchiha clan had become overly arrogant and passed this bad habit to the next generation? Or did they unilaterally think that he, as their teacher, was incompetent? Moreover, the most unexpected thing, the Hokage actually agreed directly. Agreed. This was too ridiculous. Teacher Kurikage now didn't even dare to face these two students. In a clearing where the assessment was taking place, Itachi and Ayakawa stood side by side, waiting for the exam to begin. Ayakawa was still brooding over the sneeze from earlier that morning. To be honest, he was really focused on this exam. He had prepared for a full 3 days. Being interrupted by a sneeze before leaving was just too unlucky. At this moment, Ayakawa couldn't even be bothered to maintain the smile buff he had worked so hard for over 3 days. His face was completely indifferent. This made Itachi, who was next to him, a bit flustered. Did I do something wrong recently? Did I make Haruko angry? The promised extra update is here. Although it's just one extra chapter, it really is the best effort. Thank you to all the lords for your support. Chapter 20 Itachi, go for it. Beat him up. 1-5 Ninja. As a profession with a high mortality rate, the assessments for ninjas are particularly strict. From ninja school to Jinin, Chunin, and Jounin, every level has stringent requirements. Some people even remain as Jinin for their entire lives, unable to pass the Chunin exam. Comparatively, the assessment for Jinin is the simplest. As long as they study diligently and master the basic techniques, they can receive a forehead protector. Very simple. However, this simplicity does not apply to early graduation, especially for two first-year kids planning to graduate early. Whoosh! A figure flashed by, landing steadily in front of the two. A bearded man holding a toothpick looked like a man in his 30s at first glance. Ayakawa frowned even more. Why is this guy here? Great. The graduation certificate is secured. Although he didn't know the specific rules, the rebellious Asuma was entirely different from the mature Asuma. No hesitation. Hey, teacher, why is this guy appearing here? Outside, Akamatsu, who had accompanied Orochimaru back to the ninja school, muttered. Seriously, why can't I be there to assess my juniors? Akamatsu looked at Asuma with even more disdain. Puffed. A favored child. What is so great about that? Nearby, Orochimaru remained silent with a smile. Upon seeing Sarutobi Asuma for the first time, he had roughly guessed the old man's intentions. Let the young and impulsive Asuma see the talents of the new generation of Konoha. It would be best if he could compare it to his own past and reflect on it. Of course, the most important thing was still the assessment on the field. As the examiner, Asuma had to follow the rules. Indeed, Asuma had become a bit rebellious, but he still had some abilities. If he could make the two Uchiha geniuses who were preparing for early graduation fail within the rules, it would undoubtedly leave a lifelong shadow. Perhaps. Section 18. The fall of two Uchiha geniuses is not entirely impossible. TSK. Orochimaru let out a light laugh. One that was filled with disdain. Who should fall? Anyway, he didn't think that girl would lose. However, despite seeing through everything, Orochimaru's wariness of his own teacher had not diminished in the slightest. After all, no matter the outcome, he was both Hokage and the father of his old man, so there would be no loss. A son who is downcast, but has a shadow of a father is still better than a rebellious youth who does not listen to discipline. In the arena, Asuma pushed a toothpick to the corner of his mouth with his tongue, sizing up the two little kids. One was a clueless brat, and the other was a cute little girl who was unaware of the world's dangers. Asuma sighed, his impatience dissipating somewhat, then extended 5 fingers. 5 minutes. Asuma glanced at Itachi and said in a deep voice, "You just need to hold out under my hands for 5 minutes to pass the assessment. Of course, there's a huge gap between us, but for some reasons, I cannot go easy on you. So as long as you can inflict even a scratch on me during the assessment, it can be considered passing." Asuma said this while glancing at Akiyama, then sighed silently again. "Don't think I'm being too harsh. I have my reasons. However, little girl, you can rest assured that I won't go too hard on you. It's still not too late to give up now." The only challenge should be this little girl, Asuma thought. Even though this was a test given by the old man, he truly couldn't bring himself to be harsh against such a lovely girl. He still hoped that this girl named Akiyama would know when to back down. "Akiyama, let me go first." Upon hearing the rules, Itachi stepped forward without hesitation, standing in front of Akiyama. "I will try to last a little longer." He recognized the assessment teacher in front of him. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, how could he not know the son of the third Hokage? In fact, not just Asuma, But even the outstanding ninjas of their generation were clear to Itachi. He knew everyone's specialty jutsu, combat styles, strengths, and weaknesses. However, when Itachi mentioned lasting longer, it was not merely literal. Asuma excelled in close combat, and his combat power with wind release was quite prominent, along with his unique fire release jutsu. This was not to be taken lightly, but if it was just inflicting a scratch, for Itachi, there was no pressure at all. He had even thought of 9 combat strategies. But Akiyama was different. Akiyama, who was skilled in swordsmanship, seemed to have little interest in ninjutsu. In close combat, she might suffer great losses. So, Itachi made a decision. As long as he could ensure that Akiyama graduated alongside him, he would exhaust Asuma's stamina. Bowing to Asuma, Itachi's etiquette was still impeccable. Please guide me. Asuma merely curled his lips. Then let's begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Itachi raised his hand and immediately launched several shurikens. But that wasn't all. In the blink of an eye, Itachi had already formed seals with both hands, chakra gathering, his chest quickly swelling. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The scorching fireball rushed toward Asuma. The shurikens locked down every possible escape route for Asuma. The great fireball was also arriving in an instant. Seeing the scene, Akiyama next to them felt a twitch in her eyelids. This was not even the Mangeki Sharingan yet, and he was already this smooth. It seemed that she would need to think carefully about the timing of her skirt removal in the future. Nevertheless, even while thinking this, Akiyama's actions didn't stop. Go, Itachi-kun. The cheerleader Akiyama was online. Beat him, preferably with all your might. She certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to gauge their abilities. Fepter kaksigimentexi, Akiyama, Itachi-kun. Give me your hand. 2-5, it's over. Itachi is also a good kid. Outside the arena, Orochimaru's interest was piqued again. Itachi did not have a Sharingan now, but the high combat quality he displayed was also worthy of Orochimaru's praise. In contrast, Asuma, who had barely decent talent, appeared rather mediocre. The specially made chakra blade had somehow already been donned on his hand. As his hands turned into afterimages while he launched shurikens, chakra quickly condensed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A raging wind arose, and the scorching fireball immediately diminished significantly. The age gap was evident. In terms of stamina, strength, chakra quality, and quantity, Asuma's advantages were self-evident. What seemed to be Itachi's insurmountable offensive was not that difficult for Asuma to deal with. What remained was the clash of ninjutsu. The abundant chakra of wind release clearly held the upper hand. The fireball grew smaller, and the young Itachi seemed on the verge of losing at any moment. A rising Uchiha genius appeared to be far from becoming a ninja. However, when that small wound began to bleed, and Asuma felt a slight warmth on his face amid the impending, mundane victory, the true victory seemed to have already been decided. The fireball finally disappeared. Itachi also sidestepped, dodging the subsequent, powerless wind release. At that moment, Asuma was a bit dumbfounded. What was going on? He reached out to touch it. The crimson on his fingertips was so glaring. The rules he had just spoken seemed to echo in his ears. He was injured. He lost. Sorry, I played a little trick. No offense intended, Itachi said sincerely. The real feint was the great fireball and the earlier shurikens. The real decisive blow was the shuriken thrown beneath the great fireball during the gap of releasing the ninjutsu. Was it only 35 seconds? Calculating the time in his mind, Itachi took a deep breath and several shurikens appeared in his hand again. Next, he would help Akiyama exhaust Asuma's stamina. Although the examiner added the condition that injuring him would allow them to pass the assessment, his goal was more than just that. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of shurikens instantly flew out. A trace of hostility flashed in Asuma's eyes as he was still in a daze. Section 19. Itachi's current behavior has completely infuriated Asuma. Just taking shortcuts. Do you really think you can hurt me? Winning is one thing. He admits he underestimated his opponent. It's not that he can't afford to lose. But what is this continued attack after winning? Is it a provocation? You little brat. In that moment, Asuma's rebellious pride and his ability to protect as a shinobi exploded. In a single dash, he managed to deflect every shuriken Itachi threw while advancing. The age gap was evident. Of course, the gap in mentality was also apparent. In close combat, Itachi fell into a disadvantage once again. As Asuma vented his anger over his offended pride, he also received cold stares from many spectators. The son of the Hokage is nothing special. Even Ayakawa beside him gradually turned cold. Itachi's stamina was running low. With the intent to consume his energy, He chose to endure Asuma's attacks from start to finish. Teacher, aren't you going to stop this? This is too much. In the distance outside the arena, Akkad was full of anxiety and anger. She had to tell her best friend later to stay away from this guy. So embarrassing. If Asuma had gone all out from the beginning, it would have been a show of respect for his opponent. But when his own boasting was shattered, he looked more like someone desperate and frustrated. Regardless of whether Itachi's behavior was right or wrong, Akkad couldn't bear to watch any longer. Looking closely, Orochimaru rarely responded to his foolish disciple. That cute junior you spoke of is about to make a move. Orochimaru's interest reignited in his eyes. Sure enough, the moment his words fell, the coldly observing Ayakawa moved. Just consider it atonement. A barely audible mutter. Ayakawa's Kusanagi sword slowly unsheathed. And in that instant, in his fury, Asuma's heart skipped a beat. The extreme cold forced him to calm down. And without a word, he directly abandoned his attack and retreated frantically. His gaze frantically scanned the surroundings. However, in the vast arena, besides that brat, there was no one else. Asuma could tell that this killing intent was not emitted by that brat. Then, wait, what about that little girl who graduated with the brat? She was just here? How, huh? When Asuma saw Ayakawa again, that cute little girl had already hugged her sword and come to Itachi's side. You've worked hard. Itachi-kun. Ayakawa's heart was a bit complicated. Sigh, I really misled that child. If Itachi doesn't evolve into the massacre Itachi in the future, then his life would truly be a sin. Give me your hand. Looking at the wound on Itachi's hand, which had split from the force contest, Itachi was momentarily dazed. Faced with Haruko's request, he didn't know what to do. Sigh. Another sigh. Ayakawa steeled her heart and directly held Itachi's small hand. Healing technique. A warm yellow light filled with spiritual energy began to heal Itachi's small hand. After doing all this, Ayakawa's feeling of guilt was slightly alleviated. Letting go of Itachi and turning around, Ayakawa looked at Asuma. 5 minutes. If this battle doesn't end, neither of us can leave. Haruko's imposing presence is about to launch. Everyone show your flowers and applause. Chapter 22. What is Ayakawa's trump card? 3-5. At this moment, Ayakawa looked a bit cool. She still appeared fragile and delicate. The sword in her arms seemed more like a disguise, a strong support. Standing quietly in front of Itachi, the scene of just healing him was still fresh in her mind. It seemed that this little girl wasn't trying to provoke anyone, but rather stubbornly wanted to protect the person behind her. Sitting on the ground, Itachi was stunned. The healing effect was quite significant. Although the wound on his hand still hurt a bit, it was healing. His stamina had also miraculously recovered quite a bit. Yet, he didn't pay any attention to these. He even forgot to stand up. Haruko, Itachi murmured softly. His tone lacked worry and was instead filled with indescribable confusion. The Haruko in front of him was still that Haruko. He was utterly certain. But Haruko standing in front of him, provoking the examiner on his behalf. So cool. All along, as long as he was by Haruko's side, that pure scent always brought peace to his confused heart. He always thought that he just needed to protect this peace. But now, what is this sudden sense of security? Am I being protected by Haruko? Outside the arena, Orochimaru maintained a deliberately calm expression. However, his body trembled slightly due to excitement. Medical ninjutsu. She can actually use medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru had already witnessed Ayakawa's ninjutsu without hand signs. Although he still had high hopes for Ayakawa's sword, this treasure-like girl had actually also mastered medical ninjutsu. Wow. Teacher, Haruko looks so cool right now. Should we go help her? Akkad asked again beside him. She expressed her admiration for her junior and her concern for the upcoming battle. To be honest, if Asuma treated Haruko the same way he treated Itachi, she would be the first to object. But it's best to consult the teacher about intervening in the graduation exam. If necessary, I will. Orochimaru had responded to his disciple a bit too much today. If necessary, I will. But, does Haruko really need anyone's help? The answer was self-evident. Inside the arena, Section 20 Asuma looked at the girl in front of him, his expression changing repeatedly. The girl's hand was already on the hilt of her sword, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Asuma felt an immense conflict and strangeness within him. What combination this is? A delicate girl who seems fragile, yet exudes such a cold fighting spirit. That murderous intent just now actually came from this girl? Are you kidding me? However, no matter what, he couldn't afford to lose again. He would set aside that brat for now. He must hold his ground at this final hurdle. He wanted to be a guardian ninja, to protect his jewel, to prove his answer to the old man. As long as he was prepared, he could. Just as Asma was about to say a few words to ease the tension, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His arms reflexively lifted, immediately taking a defensive stance. Ding! The crisp sound of collision echoed across the open space. He saw Qingchuan had drawn his sword at some point, and with a flash, he had already slashed in front of Asma. At the moment he used the instant movement, Qingchuan was already mentally prepared. Or rather, he had made a decision. Since he chose to go to school and train under the name of a ninja to improve his skills, he would inevitably be exposed to the eyes of the higher-ups. After this battle, everything he showcased would become his label. Naturally, the more, the better. What he could do was actually limited. Slash punch, move like a ghost. Initial release, and Sharingan. Aside from the initial release, he didn't have any real trump cards. Even the initial release that barely lasted for 5 seconds couldn't be considered a trump card. Even if he exposed everything, it wouldn't be a big deal. His real trump card was his almost perverse training acceleration. 1 month, from a novice to standing in the advanced graduation exam. 3 days, from a 2-second initial release to 5 seconds. His trump card will always be the tomorrow version of himself. So now, Qingchuan held nothing back. After one slash was blocked, he activated the instant movement and continued to slash. Qingchuan flashed around Asma, slashing madly. The sound of crisp collisions filled the air. As the examiner, Asma found himself a bit overwhelmed. The force of the sword wasn't too heavy, but Qingchuan's instant movement was incredibly fast, and the frequency of his slashes was outrageous. Don't blame me then. Gritting his teeth, Asma narrowly dodged one of Qingchuan's slashes, freeing up his hand to finally form a hand seal. Fire style. A large amount of gray-black dust spewed from his mouth, while Asma also created some distance. Gray ash burning. Boom! The flames engulfed both the girl and the area. Teacher, outside the arena, the previously cheering Hongdo suddenly let out a sharp scream, quickly looking towards Orochimaru, only to find him still eerily calm. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the child who should be the most anxious hadn't moved at all. Feeling a bit impatient, Orochimaru reassured his student. His gaze was once again filled with anticipation. Inside the arena, Asma panted heavily, watching as the dust gradually settled. He felt a bit regretful, but there was no choice in that situation. It was the only way to break free. However, when the flames and dust disappeared, the scene before him completely shattered Asma's worldview. It's a trick, right? Unharmed. Asma could hardly believe his eyes. He saw the girl with one hand in front of her, a pink light curtain enveloping her, blocking everything. Binding technique number 8, repulsion. A very simple binding technique, but with sufficient spiritual energy, it was remarkably effective. The girl held her sword in the other hand, pointing the tip straight up towards the sky. It's my turn now, don't dodge. Qingchuan tilted his head and activated the recovery buff. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Chapter 23, A Friend's Promise. 4-5, the long sword dissipated. Petals of cherry blossoms swirled in the air. That stunning sea of flowers surged towards the enemy. Asma, caught in the midst, did not remain unresponsive. A Jinjutsu? You're underestimating me. With his hands together, Asma quickly dispersed the chakra within his body. At the same time, Qingchuan used instant movement to charge towards Asma again. But during the sprint, the sea of flowers vanished and returned to the form of the long sword. His initial release only had a 5-second duration, but against Asma, it didn't need to take that long. 1 second is enough. Asma hadn't even reacted to this beautiful yet deadly crisis when Qingchuan, his 1,000 cherry blossom sword, was already at his forehead. He didn't even know what had happened. But immediately afterward, intense pain shot through various parts of his body, dragging his brain back to reality. In an instant, countless tiny cuts appeared all over Asma's body. Blood slowly oozed from his skin. In the blink of an eye, Asma's clothing was already stained red. Please don't worry. It's just superficial wounds. It's not as scary as it looks. Qingchuan's voice remained indifferent. And at the moment Asma saw the crimson in Qingchuan's eyes, he finally understood something. So that is how it is. Inti lose unjustly, even if his opponent was a girl not yet 6 years old. But those Sharingan had already explained everything. To be able to combine Jinjutsu and swordsmanship to this extent. No wonder the old man sent me here. Asma raised his head to look at the sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Having lost 2 consecutive battles, it was a bit embarrassing. If the first battle was due to his underestimation, then the second. There were no excuses left. Outside the arena, witnessing the entire battle, Hongdo had her mouth agape, her face filled with shock. Teacher, Aishi, what happened? Did I just see that Qingzi's sword turned into cherry blossoms? This was already beyond her comprehension. Not to mention that Asma was unharmed in the fire style. Section 21. What happened to that beautifully chaotic swordsmanship after coming out? Let's go, Hondo. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse yet charming. But upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to notice that this cold figure, still regarded as one of the legendary three of Konoha, was slightly trembling at that moment. How much I want to uncover all the secrets of this girl. Is that swordsmanship? Not necessarily. It resembles more of an illusion. A genjutsu that causes anyone who looks directly at the blade to fall into complete despair. And the power that bursts forth when swordsmanship and illusion combine is that stunning sea of flowers. So interesting. No hand seals ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and now this combination of swordsmanship and illusion. How many treasures are hidden in your body? Haruko. At this moment, Ayakawa was far from as calm as he appeared. Damn it. Have I overdone it? The initial release, or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's something that will eventually be revealed. Let others guess as they please. After all, he is now on the Uchiha side, with the Uchiha name backing him. Would anyone dare to interrogate him harshly? And on the Uchiha side, there was even less to worry about. With such a gifted little genius emerging from his own clan, he could secretly rejoice. The key point is, how to explain this Sharingan? Because his parents died in battle, and he was too heartbroken? But he was only just 1 year old back then. What a load of nonsense. However, if I had to explain, it seems there's still a way. Sheathing his sword, Ayakawa turned to Itachi. A good friend got hurt and almost got beaten up, opening his eyes in a moment of panic. Is that too much to ask? It's just that the implications. Ayakawa suddenly shivered all over. The Sharingan could be explained, but what would others think? Especially Itachi. Fine. Looking at Itachi, who was now incredibly shocked and even vaguely self-reproaching, Ayakawa felt that things were starting to head in that direction. Finally, when the assessment ended, Itachi and Ayakawa once again set off on the road home. Although they hadn't received their forehead protector or ninja certificates yet, that was just a matter of time. 3 days later, they would go to the Hokage building to receive them, and both would be assigned under their respective jounin. As for whether they could be placed in the same class, no one knew. After all, Ayakawa himself had probably been reserved by Orochimaru long ago. Haruko. On the way, after much internal struggle, Itachi seemed to finally summon the courage to ask, "Did your eyes just open today?" Ayakawa was startled, but still reluctantly spoke the answer. As expected, Itachi's expression turned a bit unnatural upon receiving the answer. He stopped in his tracks, lowering his head, lost in thought. Ayakawa also halted. He didn't turn around because he didn't want Itachi to see the panic on his face. The debts owed seemed to be piling up. The two stood there for quite a while. Finally, just as Ayakawa was trying to awkwardly explain himself, Itachi had completed his own self-persuasion. Suddenly raising his head, he shouted at the girl in front of him, "Haruko, don't worry. I will work hard in my training. This is my promise to you as a friend." With that, Itachi's small figure burst forth with unparalleled speed, running off at full tilt. Back at the spot, someone was left in disarray. As expected, what was meant to come still came. Chapter 24. The soon-to-disappearing sweet smile, 5-5. On this day, Konoha Hospital. Two mummies lay in their hospital beds, only a few tiles apart. Hee. Mummy Asuma scoffed. Didn't he expect you to have a day like this, Kakashi? TSK. So pathetic. It's rare to see Kakashi like this. Asuma felt all his pent-up frustration vanish in an instant, and even his pain felt a lot better. Mummy Kakashi turned at the sound. Glancing at the fellow mummy Asuma, he then reverted to his dead fisheye mode. Well, it can't be helped. The nature of the job is a bit dangerous. After all, it's about protecting Konoha, so bleeding a little is normal. The injuries weren't severe, but highly humiliating. Kakashi probably knew how this classmate ended up like this. He heard it was from being beaten up by two prodigies who graduated early. You're something else. Asuma. As if anyone isn't shedding blood for Konoha. Asuma instantly exploded at Kakashi's casual remarks that hit too close to home. That was to guide the younger generation. Do you understand? If it weren't for me, you think that Uchiha girl. Mid-sentence, Asuma's voice suddenly trailed off. His expression also darkened. Even though he was bound by bandages, Kakashi couldn't see it. Yes, no matter how messy Kakashi looked, it was still due to executing a high-risk mission in the Umbu. And him? Blowing his own horn and then getting schooled. Looking back now, he realized how foolish he had been when he got angry. No wonder that girl exploded. But, is the next generation really this strong? Or is it that the Uchiha with Sharingan are just that powerful? One move. Just one move. The outcome was clear. The two exam candidates left gracefully, even throwing some dog food at him as they departed. Truly embarrassing. So, you got beaten up by Uchiha girl. For the sake of guiding the younger generation, you paid such a high price, so they better thank you properly. Kakashi added another jab from the side. In fact, when it came to the Uchiha girl, Kakashi felt quite complicated inside. That girl from that day, she was also an Uchiha, right? Just didn't he know her name? TCH. Asuma turned over, no longer engaging. Section 22. After thinking it over, I still feel it's necessary to explain a bit. Go ahead and laugh if you want. But one thing I can be sure of is that the little girl is much stronger than you were back in the day. I heard she has only been in school for 3 days, probably just going through the motions. Asuma muttered. To be honest, I feel a bit sorry for that little girl. At her age, to achieve this, she probably suffered a lot more than you did back then. Sigh. It's a pity her smile is so beautiful, but after becoming a ninja, I doubt we'll see that smile in a few years. The assessment yesterday was quite a blow to Asuma. He probably understands the old man's intention now. He definitely still needs to be a guardian ninja. However, the meaning of going there has somewhat changed. Just consider it as training. Meanwhile, Kakashi beside him was gradually becoming serious. He sensitively caught the key point in Asuma's complaints. A smile that beautiful. Could it be the same person? That girl who resembles Rin so much when she smiles. If it really is the same person, as Asuma said, the girl has already become a ninja. Nurse, could you please help me with the discharge procedures? Thank you. His voice returned to its lazy tone. Kakashi raised his hand and called over a nurse. Asuma beside him also turned around, a look of confusion in his eyes. You're injured like this and still want to be discharged? Are you crazy? No. Kakashi shook his head, moving his injured shoulder a bit. It hurt, but he could tolerate it. I just want to go out for a bit. To express my gratitude to someone. On the other side, Uchiha clan grounds. Itachi respectfully handed the assessment results, confirming his success to his father, then silently waited for further instructions. Fugaku took it and glanced at it, the satisfaction in his eyes becoming more apparent. As expected of my son. Well done, Itachi. In a couple of days, when you receive your forehead protector, you'll be a proud Uchiha man. Fugaku encouraged without holding back. Beside him, Mikoto also smiled gently. And little Sasuke, who was held in her arms, though he didn't understand what was happening, excitedly waved his little hands. He was also celebrating for Itachi. However, among the 4 family members, Itachi was the only one unable to maintain a smile. I'm sorry, father. I haven't done well enough. Itachi lowered his head. The slightly self-reproachful tone made Fugaku somewhat puzzled. Is it that he puts too much pressure on his son? Fugaku felt a bit guilty as well. However, the priority was to help his son stabilize his mindset. Good. You haven't been blinded by your achievements. That's often more important than the results. But Itachi, it's also important to relax a bit. Fugaku comforted him and suddenly remembered something, his heart certain. Right, that girl named Haruko. She also passed the assessment, right? Let's invite her over for dinner in a couple of days. Just consider it a celebration for both of your early graduations. Itachi immediately raised his head. Because the author still has to work during the day, the update time is mostly around 2 to 3 in the morning. Hitting the limit at 6 o'clock until midnight is already pushing it. But that's not an excuse for not updating today. Tomorrow, I'll deliver 10 updates. Chapter 25. Can't let my guard down. 110 Kakashi. Senpai? Oh sure Sway, long time no see. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, the 2 big boys met and greeted each other. Long time no see. Did you come to the Uchiha clan grounds for something? Sure Sway asked. Kakashi nodded yes. I'm looking for someone. Don't you have a mission today? Yes. Shursui also nodded in response. Just happened to be on break, came back to chat with a junior. The 2 immediately walked side by side. Kakashi had some intersections with the Uchiha clan. His left eye Sharingan was a gift from an old Uchiha friend. This was also one of the few Sharingan that had fallen into the hands of outsiders. Shursui remembered Kakashi quite well. Although he only caught a glimpse of him at that funeral, they were both in the Umbu, and Sharingan Kakashi was well known beyond just the neighboring villages. Addressing him as senpai was reasonable politeness. I heard that you were injured quite badly on a mission a few days ago. Have you recovered? On the way. Shursui chatted casually. Well, it wasn't too serious of an injury. I'm almost healed. Kakashi shrugged in response. That's great to hear. Shursui sighed, but I'm curious. Who is the person you're looking for? Purely out of curiosity. Shursui was indeed quite curious. At this time, there weren't many people still communicating with the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was a special case. After all, both were disciples of the 4th Hokage, and what happened back then was also a regret for the Uchiha. Besides Kakashi, In the vast Konoha after the Nine Tails incident, very few outsiders dared to come to the Uchiha, apart from some mischievous kids. And the Uchiha were the same towards outsiders. They didn't explain, didn't engage, maintained a cold demeanor. This was also the most troublesome aspect for Shursui. To be honest, I really don't know the name. Kakashi's expression was a bit awkward. I just happened to see her once, and she reminded me of an old friend, so I thought I'd come and see. I left in a hurry and forgot to ask Asuma what that girl was called. It was indeed a bit awkward when he remembered this after arriving at the Uchiha clan grounds. I see. Shursui discreetly glanced at Kakashi. If you don't mind, could you reveal her age and some general information, senpai? I might be able to help. Although Kakashi didn't seem like he was lying. And since they both served under the third Hokage, his relationship with the Uchiha was decent. Shursui was still curious. After that incident, who could interest Kakashi among the Uchiha clan? Kakashi was a bit conflicted. It's not that he had anything to hide. The main issue was, saying it out loud seemed quite strange. How should he describe it? A girl, around 5 or 6 years old, don't know her name. Just know she has a beautiful smile. She resembles a deceased friend of his. No matter how he put it, it sounded odd. However, after thinking it over, Kakashi decided to say it anyway. One reason being that if he continued like this, he might search for a long time and still not find her. One is, since they already asked about the water stop, it seems a bit awkward if he doesn't say anything. I can't be 100% sure about the specific situation, but what I know is, it's a girl not very old, probably around the age of 1st or 2nd grade. And she might be a student who participated in the graduation exam a couple of days ago. But I'm not sure if it's the same person. Section 23. Kakashi blurted out all the information he knew. After hearing Kakashi's words, Shursui's expression gradually became strange. Kakashi noticed this, and his expression became awkward. It sounds a bit strange, but please believe me, I have no malicious intent. It's just simply reminiscing about an old friend. I understand, senior. Shursui hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. He probably knew who Kakashi was looking for. It just feels a bit coincidental. The junior I'm looking for might be the same person you're looking for, senior. Kakashi immediately turned his head. If that's the case, then I'm counting on you, Shursui-san. On the other side, the daily chopping began. In the small forest, Ayakawa continued to chop while maintaining a smile. The combat during the graduation exam had calmed him down. His half-baked initial release and his barely decent slashing fist technique were still firmly at the novice level. Moreover, his weakest aspect was still his combat experience. It's not an exaggeration to say that if Itachi were to use this pile of abilities, Asuma would probably kneel at the start. This is the gap. You're just a half-baked loser. Without a golden finger, you're worthless. Everything now is something you traded with your shame quota. You can't slack off. Clear. Ayakawa. With one chop after another, Ayakawa's determination to get stronger was also mixed in. He couldn't delay any longer. But suddenly, several unexpected presences entered his perception, causing his movements to slightly pause. Someone was coming. Moreover, they were coming from different directions, indicating they were not from the same group. Among them, he recognized one presence, belonging to Uchiha Shursui, which was easy to identify. Shursui was accompanied by someone else, but he didn't know who it was. However, what caught his attention was another presence, solitary, yet carrying a hint of danger. The higher-up's gaze had finally arrived. He frowned, and his chopping continued. Who cares? If the sky falls, Itachi will hold it up. Chapter 26. Initial contact with the root. Handsome Kakashi, 210. After a few jumps, a figure cloaked in a robe and wearing a mask appeared. Ayakawa continued chopping. He seemed indifferent, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Uchiha Shizen. The voice was somewhat hoarse, but it couldn't hide the coldness. You performed very well during the graduation exam. A village elder has taken notice of your talent. Come with me. It was undoubtedly a commanding tone. Ayakawa could tell with his toes who it was. The root. Danzo's dog. Swish, swish, swish. Chopping continued. Ayakawa completely ignored this root member. He couldn't even be bothered to glance. Was it necessary? It's still the same saying. If the sky falls, Itachi will hold it up. Right now, Itachi can't handle it, but he has the clan leader standing behind him, faced with the arrival of the root. Ayakawa's heart was as steady as an old dog, and he even felt like laughing. You think you can just make me join the root with one sentence? Dream on. He would rather fight Orochimaru than even look at the root. Uchiha Shizen. I'll say it again. This is an order. A command from a Konoha elder. The ignored root's voice became even colder, and the pressure locking onto Ayakawa intensified. Immediately, come with me. Ayakawa's brow furrowed. It's really annoying to have a barking dog around while training. The knife in his hand stopped. Without sheathing it, Ayakawa coldly turned his head, his eyes full of mockery. A hint of crimson was already emerging. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll be divided into 8 pieces. Ayakawa was already prepared to make a move. Killing a root member in the Uchiha clan land wouldn't burden him psychologically at all. However, this didn't mean he would actually do it. After all, not far away, Uchiha Shursui and another stranger were about to arrive. He wasn't foolish enough to kill someone right in front of them. You, seeking death. A low growl. And the root member under the cloak had already drawn a kunai. Although somewhat surprised, how could a seemingly harmless little girl say such a thing? But standing in front of Ayakawa was a root member. They would do anything to complete their mission, regardless of the target. Emotions had long been discarded for the root. Moreover, the little girl in front of him clearly wasn't a soft touch. In an instant, the root member flashed to Ayakawa's back, raising their arm high. Kunai reversed, aimed straight at Ayakawa's neck. Before setting off, he had done his homework. This small forest usually wouldn't have anyone approaching. A quick battle, knock out this girl, and then leave the Uchiha clan land to return to the root. There would be no risk. In fact, after the adults finished questioning, he could return her without anyone noticing. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Although the girl's talent was astonishing, she was, after all, just a 6-year-old child. She hadn't experienced the trials of blood. No matter how high her talent, she was merely a greenhouse flower. For him, it would be too easy to defeat her with one move. The girl didn't even have time to react. He was about to succeed. The root member's gaze gradually became disdainful. An Uchiha genius. Without an adult's permission, it was impossible to grow. However, just as the reverse kunai was about to hit the girl's neck, the root member found. His arm could no longer advance an inch. How dare he attack an Uchiha clansman in Uchiha territory? He was too bold. Speak. Who sent you? A hand firmly restrained the masked, mysterious person in front of him. Shursui, who had just arrived, spoke with great seriousness. Kakashi also arrived at the same time. At this moment, Kakashi was already standing behind the mysterious person. One hand in his pocket, the other wielding Chidori, looking incredibly cool. Thunder crackled, and Kakashi's gaze was extremely cold, ready to eliminate the enemy before him at any moment. Section 24. That was close. If I hadn't arrived just in time, this girl might have. Kakashi gritted his teeth against the pain of his torn wound, his gaze icy. As expected, Asuma was right. The girl's smile, after becoming a ninja, probably won't last too long. But he would never allow that smile to vanish before his eyes, once again disappearing before him. This outfit, you must be from Root, right? Kakashi quickly recognized the identity of his former employer, Root, but even so, the Chidori in his hand remained unrelenting. He knew what it meant to be targeted by Root. That was a dark organization that even dared to assassinate the Hokage. You are Kakashi? That traitor. The Root member recognized Kakashi's voice as well. A flash of panic crossed the Root member's eyes. At the same time, he was surrounded by Kakashi using body flicker technique and Sharingan. Attempting to forcibly complete the mission was likely futile now. I was just ordered to bring this girl back to Root. The higher-ups value her talent. Since you know my identity, you should also know the consequences of offending the higher-ups. Even in this situation, the Root member still tried to act tough, attempting to intimidate the two with the authority of his superiors. Qingchuan stood still, her face devoid of expression. At this moment, it didn't matter what happened to Root. As long as she remembered they were from Root, it was fine to deal with them after removing their skirts. She just didn't expect the person who came with Shursui to be Kakashi. What is he here for? About this. A cold glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes, but his tone became casual. After all, it wasn't the first time he had betrayed that higher-up. It didn't matter anymore. Chidori struck down. The Root member's arm, which was holding a kunai, was severed in response. Just before the scene unfolded, Shursui quietly covered Qingchuan's eyes. Too bloody. Can't let little Qingzi be left with a shadow. Chapter 27. Kakashi. I've found the light. 3:10. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still felt sorry for causing trouble for the two seniors. 5 minutes later, Qingchuan bowed deeply, expressing her apologies. The two big boys exchanged glances, but they both saw concern in each other's eyes. As expected, Qingzi still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. That Root member had already lost an arm and then fled. Killing him was definitely out of the question, especially since they were still in Uchiha territory. But for now, this was all they could do. After all, behind Root was a powerful elder who would stop at nothing. Well, it's not a big deal. Shursui's response was still quick, and he signaled Kakashi with a glance. Indeed, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Just an ignorant guy. We'll handle it. No need to worry, Kakashi said, sighing inwardly. The village was also not peaceful. If that guy saw everything happening here, he would probably go berserk, right? Sigh. This senior. Are you injured? The attentive Qingzi noticed the bright red blood oozing from Kakashi's shoulder and asked with concern. Oh, I accidentally pulled at the wound. It's nothing. Huh? Kakashi, who initially wanted to appear strong to prevent the little girl from worrying, suddenly froze. He saw this magical little girl had already walked up to him, placing her hands on his shoulder, and a warm yellow light began to emanate. Kakashi felt a wave of warmth wash over him, enveloping the wound. The excruciating pain that had been there seemed to heal in an instant, bringing a sense of comfort. However, the dazed Kakashi could no longer care about the wound. This long-lost feeling, it can't be real, right? Kakashi suddenly felt as if he had returned to a few years ago, the perennial latecomer, General Rin, looking at the smiling little girl in front of him, quietly using her medical ninjutsu. The two faces gradually overlapped. Kakashi was stunned. In that case, as long as there is no vigorous activity, it should be fine. After finishing, Dr. Qingchuan advised. Although the two didn't dare directly deal with that root member, Kakashi at least disabled one of his arms. That distance. Even with Qingchuan's eyes covered, she was clear about what happened. It was a way to vent his anger. Helping someone treat their wounds was just a side task. It's all about reciprocity. By the way, it also boosts her image as a medical ninja, advertising a bit. So those old fogies keep staring at her. However, when Qingchuan finished the treatment, she noticed Kakashi's gaze seemed a bit off. Senior? Qingchuan asked, puzzled. It was only then that Kakashi, lost in memories, snapped back to reality. He quickly cursed himself for being so rude. Rin had been gone for so long, and here he was staring at the little girl without stopping. Beside him, Shui, sensing the situation, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Little Qingzi's medical ninjutsu is quite talented. Really impressive. After complimenting her, Shui exchanged a serious glance with Kakashi, his tone becoming more serious. However, recently, it's best for little Qingzi not to wander too far alone for training. She could go to the Uchiha public training ground or the Konoha training ground as well. Until she gets her ninja headband, it's better to be cautious. Kakashi nodded in agreement. He had served Root before and naturally knew their methods. They dared to act so recklessly even in Uchiha territory. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will be careful. Qingchuan nodded again. After being advised a few more times, Qingchuan took her leave under the pretext of going home to do laundry. The two big boys stood in place, watching the girl's departing figure, remaining silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkwardly silent, but the two boys, each worried, were too preoccupied to care. Shui was concerned about the relationship between the clan and the village. Kakashi was worried about Root's follow-up tactics. What just happened? Section 25, obviously. In the minds of the two, it was not as casual as what they said. The situation is very serious. This matter, I will personally report to the clan leader. Finally, Shui sighed, breaking the silence. Kakashi beside him tilted his neck, his expression also cold and terrifying. I will report to the third Hokage as well. But before I get a response from the third Hokage, I hope Shui-san can take care of Haruko's safety. This statement had a somewhat commanding tone, which was indeed a bit excessive. However, in Shusui's eyes, it was completely understandable. It was impossible for an outsider to gain the approval of the clan leader to possess the Sharingan, and they were indeed not as cold-blooded as the rumor suggested. Don't worry. Even if there is a mission, I will ask my colleagues in the clan to help watch over her. Shui nodded, looking more like he was making a promise. The two then parted ways. However, Kakashi did not head straight to the Hokage building. Instead, he suddenly turned around at an intersection, bought a bouquet of flowers, and then went to a quiet place. Obito, can you see me? I have found the light. Chapter 28 Reactions from both sides, 410. If Kakashi-senpai and I had arrived a little later, Haruko might have already been taken away. Since the identity is Root, Kakashi-senpai's judgment should be trustworthy. The purpose should not just be to take Haruko for questioning. Uchiha clan. Shui reported everything that happened today in a low voice. Normally, he should have reported to the third Hokage immediately, but because of Kakashi, he returned to the clan, first to report to Fugaku. It was not just because Kakashi could save him a trip to the Konoha building. More importantly, he was also carrying out a confidential mission to monitor the Uchiha. He could not expose this, even to Kakashi. Root, Elder Danzo. Fugaku pondered, his expression serious. As the clan leader, there were indeed many things he needed to consider when facing such matters. Why target a little girl? Has the higher-ups in Konoha already prepared to further infiltrate and seal off the Uchiha? This is Root's action. Did it go through the Hokage's approval? Does the Hokage know? Haruko's early enrollment was approved by the third Hokage. Graduating early was also approved by the third Hokage. The third Hokage even arranged for his own son to be the examining ninja. What is the purpose? Could it be? In any case, this news should not be announced for now to avoid unnecessary conflicts between the clan and Konoha, especially Itachi. He has been training very hard recently, and we should not disturb him. I will arrange for people to keep an eye on Haruko. If it really doesn't work, it wouldn't hurt to have her stay with me for a while. He rubbed his forehead repeatedly. With countless possibilities flashing through his mind, Fugaka suddenly felt a bit exhausted. Yes, Sure Sui replied in a low voice. Then his figure disappeared. Inside the room, Fugako looked at the empty room and fell into deep thought again. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight, his home might welcome an important guest. He needed to handle it well. The current Uchiha had not yet reached the point of turning against each other. He didn't expect the elders who harbored hatred towards the Uchiha in the village to act so quickly, just revealing their talent. And they plan to strangle it in the cradle. Or are they planning to dismantle the Uchiha from the next generation? A girl who opened her Sharingan because of Itachi's injury. You will ultimately pay the price for your contempt towards the Uchiha. On the other side, Hokage building. The same conversation was also happening here. Kakashi reported everything truthfully and requested punishment for his attack on Root. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions at that time, and I hurt a colleague from Root. I willingly accept all punishments, Kakashi said sincerely. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hear any hint of remorse. This kid, still as honest as ever. However, he never expected that someone would act recklessly for a girl. Forget it. This was originally Danzo's negligence, and I will negotiate with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. His old friend suddenly made such a move, which could very likely push the already stabilizing Konoha back into chaos. This was unacceptable to him. It was time to give a proper warning. That girl wasn't injured? No, the Root operative should have been on a kidnapping mission and did not seem to have used any deceit. Kakashi replied. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. I understand. In that case, since your injuries will require some time to heal, you should not go to the Umbu for now. Since your relationship with the Uchiha is decent, just help keep an eye on that little girl for now. Kakashi was instantly delighted. Yes. After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit another cigarette, took a few puffs, and then looked at the documents on the table. Before Kakashi arrived, he was still selecting suitable jonin to guide two genius students who graduated early. Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly an all-round genius. Common action, meticulous in thought. His exceptional combat talent could be fully seen from his battle with Asuma. Such a genius would undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on the jonin in charge. However, compared to Itachi, the other girl, Haruko, was not so troublesome. Orochimaru had already taken the girl. Just taken the girl. It was uncertain whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Handing over a genius girl who possessed medical ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and taijutsu to a disciple he once took pride in but gradually could not understand was a difficult decision. However, given that such an incident occurred, he had no choice. Having one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, as Haruko's jonin instructor could be seen as compensation to the Uchiha. At the same time, it was also compensation to Danzo. After all, Konoha could no longer afford any internal consumption. Oh my, I don't dare to look at the comments. Chapter 29 Crazy. Meeting the parents? 5:10, 3 days later. As the two great Uchiha geniuses, two golden children, graduated early, the excitement surrounding them gradually faded. As the undercurrent settled, Konoha Ninja Building. Ayakawa, who stepped into this place for the first time with Itachi, finally received his own ninja headband. And, waiting in this office, besides the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was also an unknown ninja and two slightly older boys. These were Itachi's jonin instructor and the other two teammates in the squad. It was clear, the two of them are not in the same team. Section 26. Konoha will not allow two Uchiha geniuses to grow up together. Aoki coldly watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements. In his heart, he actually felt pity for Itachi's two teammates. Two mediocre genin. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, they might be a hindrance to Itachi's growth, a burden dragging him back. But in the eyes of others, these two would also become nourishment for Itachi's eyes. That man named Obito has probably been eyeing Itachi for a long time, right? Aoki had actually been counting the days. It didn't take long for Itachi to awaken his Sharingan after graduating. In the original story, after a series of daily missions during a C-rank escort mission, Obito killed Itachi's teammates and the target they were protecting. That cursed, I was then awakened. Aoki had begun to pay attention to the gaze that could appear at any time, belonging to Obito. This guy is ruthless. Let's not talk about his temperament. Anyway, Aoki's bathing and bathroom breaks are resolved at lightning speed, largely because of this guy. Coming and going without a trace, really annoying. After a simple ceremony, Aoki and Itachi finally left the Hokage building. Of course, from this moment on, they might not be able to train together every day for a while. This made Aoki breathe a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. But for Itachi, it wasn't good news. At the moment of parting, Itachi's J-Nin instructor and two teammates tactfully left space and time for the two to say their goodbyes. Aoki silently tied his forehead protector around his neck. Since it might reveal flaws in a few years as he develops, he needed to prepare in advance. Itachi paused for a moment. He had a momentary impulse to take off the forehead protector on his forehead, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Haruko, I can't help but follow the Hokage's arrangements, but I will work hard to become a Chunin as soon as possible. Itachi rarely looked directly into the eyes of the girl in front of him and said seriously. Aoki felt a bit flustered inside. His gaze was a little evasive. Well, good luck, Itachi-kun. Just do your best. That was all Aoki could do. To be honest, he had already started to avoid looking directly into Itachi's eyes. That overwhelming guilt felt like it would swallow him whole sooner or later. He just didn't know if this guilt would help with the awakening of the Sharingan. Damn, I actually still have things I want to say to you. I don't know if you. After making a promise, Itachi suddenly thought of his father's promise from a few days ago, and he became anxious again. Go ahead. I'm listening. Aoki, who was only thinking about fleeing, hurriedly encouraged him. Actually, it's my father's decision. He wants to celebrate us becoming ninjas, so he wants to invite you. Can you come to my house for dinner tonight? The more Itachi spoke, the smoother and more fluent he became. The more Aoki listened, the more confused his little face became. This is really not a good idea? Meeting the parents? 1 minute later, 998, 999, 900,000, in a small forest. Aoki vented his frustration into the air. He now hated himself for not refusing. How could he have a nerve? How could he dare to meet someone's parents? In the end, it was just like Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. It was just a moment of foolishness. In fact, Aoki didn't agree. He was simply in a daze. And since he had been unable to look Itachi in the eye, Itachi misunderstood it as acceptance. By the time he wanted to refuse, it was already too late. Aoki was now feeling extremely regretful. All along, what had driven him to get up every day, what had pushed him to wield his sword tirelessly, was the impending night of the clan's massacre within 7 years. By then, Itachi would be devoid of emotions. But the current Itachi was so honest that it was almost overwhelming his sense of guilt. A person can only see themselves clearly at the moment of death. This was Itachi's original words. In the original story, at the moment of Itachi's death, what he wanted most seemed to be talking to his past self. Perhaps there are other ways to choose from. Honestly, Aoki always felt that Itachi might not walk down that path anymore. But no matter what, as long as he shed his skirt at that time, the knife in Itachi's hand would inevitably have only one target. It was going to be very difficult. Just thinking about this made Aoki's head hurt immensely. However, at that moment, a familiar, disgusting aura caused the furious Aoki to calm down again. Congratulations, Haruko. You finished your studies and became a ninja so quickly. It seems you're also eager for our deal. The raspy, sinister voice belonging to Orochimaru echoed behind Aoki. Yes, Orochimaru had come to congratulate Aoki. He was already looking forward to this upcoming, interesting master-student relationship. Aoki took a series of deep breaths. Only then did he suppress the restlessness in his heart. Turning around, the crimson in his eyes was already prepared, and 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand pointed directly at Orochimaru. You're just in time, Lord Orochimaru. Go to hell. Chapter 30. The Girl of True Water Spirit. 610. After some hesitation, when dinner time came, Aoki was still ready and headed to the clan leader's residence. After a round of attacks on Orochimaru, he still didn't achieve any results. This guy, who had long gained a 3-fold buff from his dark transformation, was really not something Aoki could contend with right now. That feeling of being toyed with was even more frustrating for Aoki. However, to be honest, among the vast Konoha, the one Aoki feared the least was this one. Orochimaru was interested in his physical body, just like he was interested in Itachi and Sasuke. Before the reincarnation of the dead was completed, and even after it was completed, Orochimaru would not harm him. In fact, he would go all out to protect and cultivate his soul's vessel. As for the aspect of the soul, Aoki really wasn't afraid. The Zanpakuto cuts through the soul. In comparison, Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, made Aoki feel wary. He was actually an underestimated old schemer, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, which he hid until his death. Perhaps, if it weren't for the sake of fulfilling his precious son, Fugaku, who had already obtained the Manjiki, along with Susanoo and then the Nine Tails. What the outcome would be, Aoki didn't know. He only knew that regardless of what happened, tonight's dinner was definitely not going to be simple. Section 27. The journey wasn't far. However, it was definitely not early when Qingchuan arrived. After all, he almost turned back 8 times along the way. If he had arrived early, it would have been a miracle. Qingchuan even chose to wear a kimono to avoid giving himself away. The Uchiha clan's territory was located on the outskirts of Konoha, while the clan leader's residence was situated in a relatively central area. The stark contrast in architectural styles made the vast Konoha appear like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. But upon closer inspection, it seemed like this pack of hungry wolves from the Uchiha clan was always ready to counterattack the aging lion. Quite interesting. However, Qingchuan had no intention of commenting on anything. What prey, what pack of wolves? In 7 years, it would all be gone. Celebrating the clan leader's son graduating early. A considerable number of people from the Uchiha clan had indeed come. Of course, only Uchiha people came. A big family dinner was clearly not just for show. Qingchuan took a look around. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe this as a banquet. Soon, the gathering began, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. However, the discussions among the Uchiha seemed unrelated to the theme of the day. Most of them were Uchiha ninjas from the Konoha security department, sharing stories about how the villagers of Konoha were so scared to speak when they saw them. They were quite entertained by it. Some were complaining about not having left the village for too long, claiming their blades were almost rusting. It seemed that this dinner, meant to celebrate the clan leader's son becoming a ninja, was merely a different kind of family ritual. To this, Qingchuan was indifferent, even somewhat relieved. As long as he could avoid Fugaku and Itachi, it was fine. He truly didn't care about graduation. However, the reality was clearly not going to develop according to Qingchuan's wishes. Even though the large number of people interfered with his spiritual perception, when that unmistakable gaze fell upon him, Qingchuan's heart still inexplicably began to race. The child who had been fooled by him. The parents looked over. Well, whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, it's still the same. He fooled both himself and his father. After a moment of self-comfort, Qingchuan casually turned his head, and his gaze crossed with that of the foremost figure. Fugaku Uchiha raised his eyebrows immediately. He signaled to his wife beside him, and Mikoto turned her gaze toward Qingchuan. 2 against 1. The psychological construction Qingchuan had painstakingly built up suddenly collapsed halfway. He could only respond with a smile, which was a small achievement from his training. TSK, what a lovely girl. Mikoto, sitting beside her husband, covered her mouth and chuckled, waving at Qingchuan, signaling him to come over. Of course, Fugaku turned his face, but there was no longer any sign of authority, only smugness. How could my son's taste be poor? Only in front of his wife would Fugaku occasionally show such a demeanor, and it had to be in a very happy situation. Clearly, he was very happy today, because an attack that only existed in Shirsue's mouth led the third Hokage to make a generous gesture and visit late at night. He did not pursue the matter of the root being destroyed, but instead gave hints and released goodwill. He even had his apprentice, Orochimaru, who had only taken one apprentice so far, personally serve as the girl's teacher, as compensation for her. The arrangement for Itachi was also quite decent. Although his strength as a Genin was average and his teammates were not from prominent families, this kind of combination could actually train Itachi's leadership skills. Very beneficial. It must be said that this girl had an extraordinary charm. She was beautiful and well-mannered, showing no signs of nervousness in such a large setting. Her talent was also evident. Most importantly, the girl awakened her Sharingan because of Itachi. Fugaku knew what this meant. Watching the girl walk over gracefully, Fugaku coughed lightly, waking his son, who was already mesmerized. Stop looking. No one is competing with you, Itachi. Fugaku said this most out-of-place statement in his usual serious tone. However, his son, who had inherited everything from him, including his taste, seemed not to have inherited his occasional humor. At this moment, after hearing his father's words, Itachi's gaze gradually became determined. Yes, father. I won't let anyone take Haruko away from me. Chapter 31, 3 months later. 7:10, Red Bean. At dusk, Red Bean, who was happily replenishing her sugar intake, was startled by Orochimaru's sudden voice from behind. Teacher, girls shouldn't be scared all the time. They'll grow old quickly. Red Bean's face was full of displeasure. If you keep this up, you'll lose me sooner or later, teacher. Orochimaru was somewhat speechless. Losing you sooner or later. Is that a threat? Utterly foolish. Haruko is hungry. Go buy her something to eat. Keeping a smile, Orochimaru said softly, like a very caring teacher. Got it. Red Bean, who often ran errands, was already used to it. She just muttered a sentence and then moved her, but to set off. Seriously, I wonder who the senior sister is. 3 months have passed. Little Haruko officially became her junior sister. Red Bean's daily tasks now included running errands to buy food. But Red Bean didn't mind the trouble. On the contrary, watching little Haruko gobble up her food, she felt as if she had raised this girl. Quite satisfying. She skillfully found the dumpling shop. Using the yearly food allowance given by Orochimaru, Red Bean skillfully ordered 3 servings of dumplings and then dashed back. Knock, knock, knock. Haruko, come out to eat. Wait a moment. A clear, pleasant, yet somewhat weak voice came from inside. Soon after, Qingchuan, whose little face was slightly pale but still kept a smile, opened the door. Here, your favorite super sweet dumplings. Red Bean handed over the dumplings. But her expression showed some concern. Did your teacher bully you again today? Sigh. Having too much talent isn't necessarily a good thing. With a sigh, Red Bean cursed Orochimaru in her heart while feeling sorry for her little junior sister. However, more than that, she was relieved. Orochimaru's way of educating Haruko was clearly completely different from how he educated her. Section 28. For her, it was just a few ninjutsu seals and the principles of their use. Then, occasionally checking on the progress of her training. But for Xiao Qingzi, it was absolutely insane practical training. God knows what this girl, who always had a smile on her face, went through in these 3 months. Every time Hongdo came over, she couldn't see any color on her little junior sister's face. That was the kind of complexion that comes only from extreme fatigue and exhaustion. Hongdo interpreted this as a sign that Qingzi was not well suited for the ninjutsu style of their teacher. So, they could only train in this aspect. Thanks, Hongdo senpai. Qingchuan still maintained her smile. She took the dumplings, sent off Hongdo, and then returned to her room. After that, she plopped down on the floor. Orochimaru, I will chop you to death sooner or later. The smile gradually turned sinister. Qingchuan was grinding her teeth in anger. It was too harsh. Not understanding the need to cherish a delicate girl was one thing. But damn, Orochimaru was also merciless toward a child. 3 months. The only thing Qingchuan did every day after getting up was to fight with Orochimaru. Yes, it was fighting. If she wasn't careful, it would at least result in a fracture. Orochimaru was really ruthless. Perhaps he felt that his time in Konoha wouldn't be long. He was squeezing Qingchuan's potential to the fullest. A big dumpling in one bite. The super high sugar content allowed Qingchuan's stamina to recover quickly, coupled with the smile recovery buff. The feeling of exhaustion that spread throughout her body was already receding like a tide. Almost, at this rate, in about 3 months, she should be able to obtain the 3 tomo. The completion rate of the side quest in the system panel had already reached 60. Double tomo. 3 months of high-frequency initial release, continuous mental cleansing, and the duration of the initial release reached the 1-minute limit. Double tomo arrived as scheduled. Still looking like a novice. But achieving this at the age of 6 was already quite outrageous. No, 7 years old. 10 days ago, after a 3-hour battle with Orochimaru, Qingchuan celebrated her birthday. This was her first birthday in the ninja world. As a birthday gift to herself, she successfully gave Orochimaru a mark with her initial release. That feeling was so satisfying. She just didn't know how Itachi was doing. That guy Obito should be reliable, right? Chewing on the dumplings, Qingchuan mumbled. Your movements are too slow. The village has already noticed the situation here. You better speed up your progress. In the dark laboratory, the half-mummified Danzo looked at Orochimaru, who seemed to be working at the operating table, and frowned. If it really doesn't work, then take a break to avoid the storm. The pressure the 3rd Hokage has been putting on me is not small, and the roots have already been targeted. It wouldn't hurt to pause for a month or 2 and continue later. If it weren't for that arm completely synthesized from wood release cells, Danzo wouldn't support Orochimaru's research so much. That arm gave him hope. Hope for the resurgence of the 1st Hokage's wood release. The QB incident had a huge impact on Konoha. The tailed beasts, as weapons, must have strong tools to firmly control them. At the very least, they must be more solid than the Uchiha Sharingan. However, the current Jinchuriki is still young, and the 8 trigram seal is still in peak condition. Pausing for a month or 2 before continuing the research is not too late. I know that once this research is completed, I will be more conservative. Orochimaru replied without looking back. His tone was somewhat absent-minded. Just manage it yourself. Danzo nodded in satisfaction and did not linger, turning to leave. Although the cooperative relationship between the two was somewhat delicate, he recognized Orochimaru's talent. In terms of wood release cell research, Orochimaru's words were indeed authoritative. Ongir, dislike. Was this emotion due to being startled? After Danzo left, Orochimaru at the operating table suddenly stopped his work and murmured. He suddenly remembered Hongdo's words from earlier. It seems that Qingzi's emotions are similar to those of ordinary girls. Interesting. Stretching out his long tongue, Orochimaru's face was full of interest. The research continued. But what was being researched perhaps only he knew. Chapter 32. Itachi's C-rank mission. 810. This time the mission is a C-rank task. Moreover, it is a task that you need to complete independently. Safely escort the target to the land of rice. Then exchange the mission scroll to bring back to Konoha, and the mission will be complete. In the open space, Itachi received the mission scroll handed over by the Genin, and his mood inevitably stirred. The daily tasks of the past 3 months had finally paid off. Today, they were finally going to independently carry out a C-rank mission. The qualification for the CHNIN exam requires that Genin accumulate a certain number of completed tasks. If he could successfully complete this mission, he would be one step closer to becoming a CHNIN. The time requested by the client. 5, 7, Yu Shou, FA, Kun, 5, 0, 2, 9, 6, 5, 0, 1 is at 3 p.m., and there are still 2 hours left. Everyone, the journey to the land of rice is not short. Prepare well for the necessary items for the trip. Yes. The 3 Genin responded and dispersed. Itachi also turned around and quickly left. However, the direction he was heading was not to the Uchiha clan. Instead, it was to Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. It was his first time leaving the village to execute a mission. This news had to be shared with Qingzi. Soon, Itachi arrived at his destination. The sound of metal clashing was still incessant. It seemed that Lord Orochimaru was teaching Qingzi again. A trace of disappointment flashed across Itachi's small face. Although he wanted to inform Qingzi about his upcoming mission, he didn't want to disturb her training. He could only wait until he returned to talk about it. That's fine. Not wanting to dwell on it, Itachi turned around to head home and pack his things. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the lazy voice of Hongdo, Qingzi's senior sister, suddenly rang out beside him. Oh, little Itachi is here again? Hongdo's tone was full of playfulness, and her expression was full of mischief. Teasing this golden boy and girl, Hongdo enjoyed it endlessly. Hongdu Zenpai. Itachi scratched his head awkwardly, but his eyes soon lit up. I'm about to go execute a C-rank mission. Could you please inform Qingzi for me? I should be back in about 3 days. Please. He bowed earnestly. Section 29. This serious demeanor made Hongdo feel amused. I refuse, but no one can refuse you. If Shaoqing blames me later, I can't handle it. With a grand gesture, Hongdo patted her developing chest. It's on me. Hurry back and prepare. I'll let Qingzi know. Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qingzi's senior sister, what a strange taste. But she seems like a good person. Yao felt quite reassured. Thank you. Senior Hongdo. Bowing again and thanking her, Yao's manners were still impeccable. Scatter, Senbin Sakura. In the courtyard, Ayakawa, dressed in rough attire, forced a smile again. It was a bit strained, but with the remaining spiritual power, it was enough to initiate a wave. Even if it's forced, if I can't keep up with my speed. No matter how good the swordsmanship and illusions, they are useless against me. Qingzi, Orochimaru, who shifted his gaze in an instant, said lightly. His figure danced like the wind amidst the sea of pink flowers. Qingzi's limits would increase a little after each training session. Still so astonishing. But Orochimaru could gradually grasp this rising pace. Witnessing Qingzi's growth every day had become his greatest pleasure. Too much nonsense will get you hurt, you know. Teacher Orochimaru. Ayakawa's smile was still forced. The petals were wildly rushing toward Orochimaru. The speed was noticeably faster than before. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes immediately narrowed. Have I underestimated your growth rate again? However, you're still far from it, Qingzi. His voice maintained that calm, yet playful tone. But there was a hint of shock as well. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before my physical skills can no longer provide her with enough pressure, right? Orochimaru knew that his strength did not lie here. However, his strengths didn't need to be taught to Qingzi like he did with Hongdo. Just like now, letting the girl grow in battle was enough. No longer suppressing his strength. Orochimaru's speed erupted again, suddenly flashing in front of Ayakawa. Let's call it day for now. Qingzi, don't make that face. Your senior sister Hongdo seems to have something to say to you. Farewell. His voice faded with the wind, and Orochimaru's body sank into the ground. On the spot, Ayakawa was feeling frustrated, gritting his teeth, but even so, he still had to maintain that damn smile. Wow, Xiaoqing is improving so quickly. If this continues, your senior sister will have to rely on you in the future. Hondo quickly leaned in, making exaggerated expressions. Ayakawa maintained his smile, silently watching Hondo. Finally, feeling bored, Hondo pouted and shoved a dumpling into her mouth. Little Yao came to find you again, but seeing your training with the teacher, I just related to you. He seems to be going outside the village for a C-rank mission, so I told you. Chapter 33, What If? 9-10, c'est mission. Ayakawa's expression changed. Brother Teziko, is he finally going to take action? Sister Hondo, Yaokun, when did you leave? Ayakawa asked. Just now, but the exact departure time will definitely be a bit later. Hondo's tone returned to a playful one. If we hurry over now, we can make it. They just set off. Indeed, if we chase after them now, we should be able to catch up. But I still can't, Sister Hondo. I probably can't even run out right now. Ayakawa sighed bitterly, indicating that he was very tired. Hondo's eyes immediately filled with concern. Her playful thoughts about Ayakawa turned into dissatisfaction with Orochimaru, and after a bit of mumbling, she finally left. Ayakawa silently returned to his room. Run a hot bath, eat, shower, sleep. After a series of actions, Ayakawa found himself on the big bed, but his thoughts remained unsettled for a long time. Although it might be a bit earlier than in the original story, Ayakawa could also conclude that Yao's eye-opening would probably happen during the C-rank mission. He was actually feeling a bit conflicted. Should he stop Yao? As Ayakawa's long-standing rival, and the reason he had to dress as a girl. It was certainly better for Yao to awaken his eyes as late as possible. The later it is, the shorter Yao's mastery of the Sharingan, giving him more advantages during the night of the massacre. But the key, how to persuade him? Unless he knocked Yao out and took him back. Otherwise, rationally convincing Yao to return would probably be quite difficult. Moreover, it would inevitably raise suspicions. So, should he just let things take their course? After all, his training speed wasn't slow either. He could just steadily improve his proficiency, brushing up on his initial release from skill to ability, mastering the slashing fist and walking ghost completely, and he might not necessarily be worse than Yao. If he could master the bankai within 7 years, his chances would be significantly greater. Besides, Yao's Sharingan would definitely awaken sooner or later. He could stop him once, but not the second, third, or nth time. It was only a matter of time, and it couldn't be prevented. Letting things take their course seemed to have no significant loss. But what if? What if just mastering the initial release took him 7 years? What if he was just a little bit behind, and an enraged Yao was just slightly stronger than him? What if after the massacre, he found that Brother Teziko had teamed up with Yao to take him down? It's not impossible. Ayakawa's brows gradually furrowed. The debts he owed would surely have to be repaid in the end. When he took off the skirt, who knows what kind of madness Yao would be in? It's better to prepare early. Climbing off the bed, Ayakawa gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of water, and he felt a bit more settled. Then, back to bed. Hurry up and recover stamina. According to Hondo, Yao and the others probably still had some time before they departed. Plus, considering the time consumed for Brother Teziko to act after leaving Konoha, it was enough for him to recover. Ayakawa roughly simulated an action plan. It was probably impossible to turn Yao around. Too difficult to explain, and the cost was too high. Section 30. It's easy to raise suspicion. Then I can only try to stop Obito. Of course, he currently has no confidence in stopping Toby. But given the situation, it seems like he can only give it a try. Moreover, even if he can't stop him, it would be a good opportunity to test whether the Shinigami's abilities can counteract Kamui. Directly slicing with Sakura won't work. And breaking the barriers definitely won't work. But binding techniques might actually be effective. What if it works? I have to prepare in advance. With his mind settling, Ayakawa immediately closed his eyes, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth remained. After 3 months of hard training, he had developed the ability to smile even in his sleep. On the other side, the prepared team finally set off. Their destination was the land of rice, with a budget of 2 days for going and 1 day for returning. After all, the target they were escorting was not a ninja. 2 days for the journey was already the limit. The group exchanged a few words and then set off directly. This was Itachi's first mission outside the village, and his mood didn't fluctuate much. He had been brought to the battlefield by his father at the age of 3. The experiences he had seen were far greater than this small task. The only thing he looked forward to was returning to Konoha as soon as possible to share the news with Haruko. He was 1 step closer to becoming a Chunin. Haruko was different from him. Orochimaru had recognized Haruko's talent, and under his careful guidance, her strength would surely skyrocket. It was possible that she could participate in the Chunin exams without needing specific mission experience. His father had said so. If he didn't work hard, a distance might gradually appear between them. That wouldn't do. He had promised to protect Haruko. The team continued to move forward, very steadily. However, an eye hidden in the shadows slowly opened the moment they left Konoha. Hatred for Konoha. Let us start by tasting the pain of loss. Overestimated myself. My neck hurts so much. I can't hold on any longer. Tomorrow, I'll make up for it. I must. Mainly worried that my condition will affect. Sigh. Chapter 34. An almost instinctive fear. Supplement. Ayakawa did not wake up on his own accord. Although it was just a light sleep, in his plan, they were supposed to depart at night. He had to give Itachi and the others enough time to leave the village. However, it was only just dusk. That nauseating aura from a certain snake made him wake up earlier than planned. Over the past 3 months, his perception range had extended quite a bit. Within an 8-mile radius, as long as the soul was strong enough, he could sense it. The current Orochimaru had not yet progressed to that level. His soul strength still existed. Moreover, it was quite distinctive, just right to serve as an alarm clock. Ayakawa curled his lips, since he was awake. Then let us set off. It's just a matter of time. He picked up the 1,000 cherry blossoms, quickly washed his face. And looking at himself in the mirror, Ayakawa raised an eyebrow. So handsome. He had a naturally doll-like face. His features were gentle, his smile sweet. Combined with the Uchiha clan's natural long black hair, his image was perfect. It seemed that his recent training was paying off. Ayakawa silently gave himself a thumbs up. Then, his gaze turned cold. Pushing the door open, Orochimaru's figure stood in the open space outside, arms crossed, looking at him with interest. Have you rested well, Haruko? I'm sorry. Teacher, Orochimaru. Ayakawa walked straight past Orochimaru. Tonight, I don't want to cut you. Ayakawa's footsteps showed no sign of stopping. However, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. He did not speak to stop Ayakawa, nor did he even seem to have the intention to ask. If Haruko didn't want to continue, then so be it. Their master-apprentice relationship had always been this delicate. Many people said his training methods were too harsh. Teaching a 6-year-old child, especially a little girl, should involve such high-intensity training. But who could know that each so-called teaching moment was actually a challenge issued by the girl to him? In the girl's words, he was the one who was being cut down. With a light laugh, as a gust of wind blew by, Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. On the road to the land of rice, Itachi and the others advanced slowly. For ninjas, this pace could be described as tortoise-like. But what could they do? The target they were escorting was an ordinary person. Moreover, the overweight employer, with a pig-like head and a body full of flab, made it strenuous for 4 people to carry the palanquin. He looked nothing like someone who could endure bumps. The sun was about to set. It seemed they would definitely have to camp on the road tonight. Hey, can we move a bit faster? At this rate, where are we going to stay tonight? Just to be clear, if I'm not satisfied with the journey, I will deduct your payment. The employer poked his pig head out of the palanquin, looking very displeased. This attitude immediately angered the escorting team. Just moments ago, you clearly refused to speed up. You complained about feeling dizzy after just a few steps. How can you now complain about the pace? Itachi's 2 teammates argued back fiercely. You little brats. Just you wait. When I return to the land of rice, I will definitely deduct your... Huh? His voice suddenly stopped. The overweight employer, who was about to berate the unreliable attitude of Konoha's workers, froze upon seeing the suddenly tense stances of the kids. The suddenly serious atmosphere made him feel a bit panicked. Suppressing his fear, the overweight employer awkwardly leaned his head out of the window a little. A mysterious figure, exuding a chilling aura and wearing a strange mask, stood in front of the team, blocking their path. The cold, killing intent, even from a distance, made the overweight employer's psyche collapse instantly. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? The little genin, who had just been arguing with the employer, now lost all his confidence. The aura from the mysterious person was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to speak loudly, fearing to provoke the other party. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had remained silent from the beginning, quietly shifted towards the palanquin's position. He maintained the most basic calmness. He remembered that this mission was an escort mission. The mysterious person had clearly noticed Itachi's movement. In this situation, are you sure you want to run away? Only one eye visible beneath the mask was fixed intently on Itachi. It seemed his target had nothing to do with anyone else from the start. Wait, we will stop him. You guys leave first. Quickly go back and notify Konoha. Itachi's heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats. That killing intent was so penetrating Section 31. Even though he had already witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, at this moment, he still couldn't fully control the instinctive fear within his body. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Let's hurry. Let those little brats stop him. I have money. The fat employer quickly called a few bearers to flee. Seeing this scene, the mysterious figure did not make any move. He continued to stare at Itachi. The mask covered his face, but that eye also showed no emotion. The escort target was gradually moving away. In a life-and-death situation, it seemed to have squeezed out all their potential, fleeing at high speed. Just as Itachi let out a sigh of relief and prepared to think about what to do next, a series of screams suddenly erupted. Itachi quickly looked over and saw an identical figure blocking the path of several people. A few ordinary people had no chance to resist and had already collapsed on the ground. The pungent smell of blood gradually spread. This squad, which was executing a C-rank mission for the first time out of the village, was completely stunned. Chapter 35. What a coincidence, isn't it? 1-5. The cold killing intent was as tangible as substance. Mixed with the pungent smell of blood, it constantly stimulated the nerves of this squad. The entire squad, including Itachi, turned pale at this moment. They stood frozen in place, seemingly losing the ability to think. Obito quietly watched this scene. He was very satisfied. He did not rush to take the next step. He was preparing to let fear spread for a while, completely permeating Itachi's soul. What's wrong? The target is dead, and you don't know how to continue? When faced with absolute danger, all you can do is stand still. To tell you the truth, today, only one of you can survive. In the most ordinary tone, Obito spoke the most tempting words. The fear was in place. Then, it was time for hypocrisy and betrayal. Watching the betrayal of a companion with his own eyes, the helplessness and hatred from the depths of the soul would be the best nourishment for the Sharingan. Losing to a companion's knife was even more deadly. He understood that feeling. The most trusted friend, a lifelong best friend, a rival. Personally, right in front of him, at a distance that was within reach but could not be touched. Betrayed him. Betrayed the vow they made together to protect. The death of a loved one. The betrayal of a best friend was the nourishment for his current kaleidoscope. It was the driving force for him to change this world. Now, he was ready to let Itachi experience that feeling of helplessness, fear, and the pain of wanting to crush his own heart. Itachi-kun. It seemed that he had figured something out, or perhaps he was stimulated by Obito's words. Suddenly, one of Itachi's teammates drew his blade and stood in front of Itachi. I've been looking for an opportunity to thank you for your care all this time. Clearly, he was the son of a prominent family. Yet he had to team up with us commoners to complete the most basic tasks. Today, let me help you once. Courage. This made the boy finally look directly into Obito's eyes. What he saw, besides killing intent, was more disdain. A fool who was blinded by hot blood. So be it. It should be enough to awaken. With a series of cold laughs in his heart, Obito slowly raised his knife. At that moment, an endless killing intent surged towards this squad. However, just then, the brow of Obito, hidden beneath his mask, suddenly furrowed, and the expression of controlling everything disappeared, replaced by impatience at being disturbed. TCH, reinforcements? Turning around, Obito looked towards the direction of Konoha. The speed was fast, but the number was small, only one person. So that's it. As he saw the face of the newcomer, Obito's expression gradually became joyful. He thought it was reinforcements. It turned out to be a girl coming to die. He had been worried about not being able to act against this little girl due to Orochimaru's presence. What a coincidence, isn't it? The prey has come to his door. If a loved one dies in front of you, how much power will your eyes gain? Obito speculated with interest, slowly raising the knife in his hand. At the same time, Itachi also saw that figure. A chill rushed straight to his head, and Itachi's eyes widened, the fear in his heart reaching its peak. Haruko, don't come over. Itachi screamed hysterically. He even directly grabbed a kunai, preparing to fight the mysterious person to the death. In that moment, his mind went blank. Fear, helplessness, worry, guilt, all forgotten. What he wanted to do was only one thing. Stop the enemy. Let Haruko escape quickly. He was closer. The enemy would definitely attack him first. He had to buy time for Haruko. Obito clearly noticed Itachi's movement. The long knife in his hand still pointed towards the girl. However, after Itachi shouted like that, he suddenly didn't plan to let the girl die here. His goal was to make Itachi open his eyes, to let Itachi taste the flavor of loss, thus planting the seed of the Eye of the Moon deep in his heart. The nourishment was already enough. The girl in front of him could be the next sacrificial offering. Before those eyes, which needed more nourishment to awaken, arrived. He still hoped that the two of you could enjoy the days of growing together. Obito quietly blessed, and the one who shared this heartfelt blessing was, of course, Ayakawa himself. He was at the ancestral grave of Tsuzi's brother, smoke rising and dogs and chickens rising to the heavens. What is the rush? They haven't even left the territory of Konoha. Do they have such guts? Are they so anxious? He had planned to secretly track them for a while before Tsuzi's brother arrived. But just as he sensed where Itachi and the others were, Obito's cold aura suddenly emerged. Ayakawa had been trying his best to hurry. However, the good news was, Itachi seemed to have not opened his eyes yet. It seemed he was not far from it, though. That tragic voice. How anxious must he be to shout it out? Ayakawa felt that this was a loss. Just consider it preparation for the future. Section 32. Damn it. With Shuinpa activated in succession, Ayakawa slightly bent down, adjusting his breathing rhythm while gripping the hilt of his sword, Senbenzakura. Since I'm here, let's have a showdown with Toby. Work's over, let's go. Chapter 36. Don't be afraid. My teacher will be here soon. 2-5, a frontal attack, huh? I'm a bit anxious. The Sharingan locked onto the movements of the girl in front of him, and Toby's eyes remained confident. Confidence comes from strength, and strength is reflected in achievements. The entire Konoha was nearly destroyed by him. Ding! The clash of swords echoed. The impact made Toby furrow his brow. Good power, but the intent is too obvious. A disdainful cold snort escaped him. As Toby began to exert force, he kicked out, directly pushing Itachi back. Meanwhile, Ayakawa leaped up, using Toby's sudden burst of strength to flicker and land beside Itachi. Are you okay, Itachi-kun? He took the opportunity to glance at Itachi's eyes. Thankfully, there was no damned Mangeki. Ayakawa felt a wave of relief. It's all right, not too bad. Itachi didn't respond, instead staring blankly at the girl in front of him. He didn't know what to say anymore. If he hadn't notified Red Bean Senpai, then Haruko, who was unaware of the situation, probably wouldn't have come. Damn it, this pathetic state. He had clearly promised to protect Haruko well. All Itachi felt now was self-reproach. He never expected that after spending a couple of days with Orochimaru-sensei, he would encounter such a situation on the way. Thankfully, it doesn't seem too late, Itachi-kun. Ayakawa seemed to be comforting Itachi, but most of this was directed at Toby. After that brief contact, he had to admit Toby was indeed a bit formidable. Going head-to-head would probably be hopeless. He could only use his wits. Orochimaru-sensei will be here soon. We just need to hold on a bit longer. Ayakawa deliberately lowered his voice. Of course, in front of the Sharingan, even if Toby was deaf, he could still read Ayakawa's lips. Itachi felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Haruko's teacher, Lord Orochimaru, is also here. But was Haruko really chasing after him for herself? He shook his head vigorously. Itachi's gaze gradually regained its determination. Damn it, even at this time, still thinking about these things. Be careful, Haruko. The enemy is too mysterious, and currently, there is no information. Let me try the shuriken first. The reactivated Itachi quickly regained his composure. But beside him, Ayakawa's heart grew increasingly heavy. Toby was strong. Even without the Kimyui, Toby's current strength was formidable enough. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and that half-body Mokuton belonging to J-Bai. In the original story, the young Itachi had no ability to resist under Toby's slaughter. He could only watch his comrades fall one by one, completing the awakening of his eyes. It was still due to age, of course, and the buff from his darker side being 3 times stronger. This battle was destined not to be simple. When you two start fighting, please stand behind me. Without turning back, Ayakawa instructed before switching to a one-handed grip on his sword, pointing towards Toby with the other hand. Spiritual energy, wildly condensing. Itachi also moved his wrist, sending several shurikens at the most cunning angles, heading straight for Toby. Meanwhile, Ayakawa's attack was also prepared. Beika no. 33. SK. A white explosive flame, resembling lightning, surged wildly from Ayakawa's fingertips, still opting for the chantless version of the Kido. During this time, Ayakawa's spiritual energy had increased significantly. Even without the chanting boost, the power loss had gradually diminished. At this moment, 2 tomo hung in Ayakawa's eyes, manipulating the white flames to coordinate with Itachi's shurikens. When the shurikens and the raging flames surged from the front, Toby's previously disdainful gaze suddenly stiffened. No incantation ninjutsu. A voice of disbelief echoed as Toby's left eye instantly completed the activation of the 3 tomo, then transitioned to the Mangeki. The phasing began, and all attacks passed directly through his body. The Sharingan, that strange eye immediately caught Itachi's attention. Meanwhile, Ayakawa began a new round of spiritual energy condensation. That was the Manjiki Sharingan recorded in books. Be careful, Itachi-kun. Ayakawa's voice was serious. He bent down, gripping Senbonzakura tightly. The Baiked clearly wouldn't work against Tobi's phasing. That leaves only the binding techniques. Shuinpa activated. Under Itachi's shocked gaze, Ayakawa charged forward. Tobi's ability gave him a headache. It was undoubtedly a power that could be considered cheating, allowing him to phase any part of his body into the Kamui space before an attack arrives, completely avoiding any damage. What Ayakawa needed to do was test whether the Shinigami's abilities could cause damage to this space-time ocular technique. Among the many Shinigami abilities, there were advanced Kido and binding techniques capable of spatial suppression. Of course, there was also a high-level spiritual pressure that could potentially affect the real world. However, right now, he could only be considered half-baked and clearly couldn't achieve that. With a charge, the Senbonzakura in hand headed straight for Tobi's head. Unsurprisingly, the Senbonzakura only struck at emptiness. Tobi's gaze returned to pride and disdain. As Ayakawa passed through his body, propelled forward by inertia, Tobi's hand skillfully followed up, targeting the back of Ayakawa's neck. If it weren't for you still being useful, you think you can get close to me just because of those eyes of yours. Chapter 37. Get away from this girl. 3-5. The Sharingan. Reflecting the heart's essence. Every time this pair of eyes gains power, it brings with it waves of suffering. The Uchiha clan is called a curse clan for a reason. The one who understands the Uchiha clan the best is a man named Senju Tobirama. When an Uchiha loses a loved one, the unceasing pain transforms into power, drastically changing the Uchiha's temperament. And when this pain reaches a certain level, the evolution of the Sharingan will reflect more complex brilliance alongside the owner's soul. Manjiki, just like Uchiha Tobi in front of him, a dear friend, personally killed his beloved. This kind of blow is fatal. It's unbearable. Tobi cannot accept everything happening before him. Under the reflection of his soul, the Manjiki appeared. The denial of this world as Kamui emerged. Section 33. However, at this moment, Itachi no longer wanted to dwell on why the Manjiki Sharingan came to be outside of the Uchiha clan. He didn't even want to analyze everything mysterious before him. The reasons for the attack, the behavior patterns, or the possible weaknesses. When the mysterious person's hand was about to reach Shinko's neck, Itachi's brain crashed again. Shinko! What a heart-wrenching roar. The voice was still somewhat childish, but it was already incredibly hoarse. Even Tobi, who was about to succeed, a man who could even target his own mentor's family, felt a tremor in his heart. Yes, just like that. Feel the hypocrisy of this world. Feel the falsehood of this world. Come with me and deny this world. His eyes instantly turned frenzied, and beneath Tobi's mask, he was already grinning maliciously. Itachi's roar just now made Tobi feel incredibly pleased. I didn't expect this girl to be so important to you. That's just perfect. Overjoyed, Tobi's body even trembled. At the same time, Ayakawa, who was preparing to perform a technique, was also somewhat stunned. It seemed that things had gone awry again. However, this strange feeling lasted only a moment. Whether it was Tobi or Ayakawa, their actions continued as before. The scene froze. Having evaded the attack and preparing to use the technique to counter the enemy, one of Tobi's hands was already pressed against the girl's neck. Ayakawa, who was ready to unleash the binding technique from behind, had also prepared well. And Itachi, who was screaming Shinko's name with bloodshot eyes and a heart-wrenching cry. Of course, there were also two bewildered little genin. Binding technique, number 30. Mouth-piercing, 3 flashes. With a flick of his hand, 3 pointed beams of light were instantly shot out, arriving in front of Tobi in the blink of an eye. His pupils constricted. Without considering how the girl had done it, Tobi activated his intangibility again in an instant, evading the stunning attack. TCH. Ayakawa frowned at the missed strike. He activated Shuinpa again and then increased the distance. With Itachi in front and behind, it seemed they were surrounding Tobi. Shinko, are you okay? As soon as he landed, Itachi's somewhat hoarse concern immediately came through. His eyes were already a shade of crimson. I'm fine. Itachi-kun. Ayakawa forced a smile again, using minimal facial movements to maintain the recovery buff. He really couldn't T-smile anymore. Even the most fake smile couldn't maintain its brilliance. After running so far and putting in so much effort to save Itachi's friend, it still ended up in failure. Moreover, the blow from reality was also quite significant. The binding technique was equally ineffective. Or rather, the binding techniques he could learn now were still not at the level that could seal off space. Ayakawa was genuinely feeling a bit dejected. Damn it. Suddenly, he found himself missing Orochimaru. What to do? Toby's brow furrowed. His goal had already been achieved. But what was the strange feeling in his heart regarding the girl before him? That forced smile, was it to comfort Itachi? Could she really be from the Uchiha clan? At this moment, two voices were constantly intertwining in his heart. Leave, wait a while, then kill this girl. Let her become Itachi's nourishment, pushing Itachi to join the same camp as himself. No, stay away from this girl. Itachi's Sharingan had already activated, allowing him to see the hypocrisy of Konoha, and he could also gain that final power. Both voices urged him to turn and leave right now. The difference was the time to leave, 1 or 2 years, or 3 to 4 years, or perhaps forever. Toby's gaze gradually became conflicted. The strange feeling inside him seemed to be a place he least wanted to touch, yet it was constantly being pricked. This extremely insecure feeling made him afraid to stop his intangibility. It seemed that only in the Kamui space could he barely maintain the face behind his mask, just as cold as the mask itself. This feeling was too bizarre. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. At this moment, the girl's cold shout finally brought Toby's thoughts back to reality. Meanwhile, having recovered from the huge shock and gained new power, Itachi had also completed the hand signs for the Great Fireball technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball technique. The two were so in sync. Fire Style and Shurikai were almost released simultaneously. A sea of flowers and a fireball charged towards Toby, the red and pink colors illuminating the impending darkness. Overestimating himself, frowning, Toby's earlier conflict turned back into coldness. However, the moment of distraction had truly affected him. He had actually forgotten to reset the intangibility time. TCH, was he being careless? It seemed he was just making an excuse for himself. Toby gave up on intangibility, activating the Kamui space, and his body gradually returned into his left eye. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. When everything fell quiet, Toby's voice slowly echoed. As for Toby, I don't know how to handle it. A pitiful person must have something hateful about them, and vice versa. It's just poor Lin, Sai. Chapter 38. A better candidate than Itachi? Shut up. 4-5, so that guy really left, right? He won't come back, right? 5 minutes later. The remaining 2 members of Itachi's team were still somewhat shaken as they quietly confirmed. If nothing unexpected happened, he shouldn't come back. Ayakawa replied to Itachi while smiling, releasing the recovery technique. Toby was indeed ruthless. 5 ordinary people killed with a single blow. Itachi had only rushed in to take that kick, and it wasn't light. Plus, with the aftereffects of opening his eyes, his small face was now pale. Ayakawa's response made the 2 boys breathe a sigh of relief. However, his own mood wasn't so beautiful. This battle ended rather hastily. Ayakawa attributed this to Toby achieving his goal. However, he had to work harder on his training in the cutting fist technique as well, especially the binding and destruction techniques. Ayakawa's previous training direction had always been focused on Shurikai and then on bankai, leveling up his slashing technique. Using all his spiritual power to release the demon techniques for leveling up, relying on the system, he had indeed taken a significant shortcut. But the accompanying drawbacks were also impossible to ignore. His foundation was very shaky. Even after fighting Orochimaru for 3 months, his battle experience had made significant progress. Section 34. However, the current Qingchuan is indeed too unbalanced in terms of capabilities. The commoner-born Minato Namikaze can knock down Obito with just 1 Rasengan and 2 Flying Thunder God techniques. That is truly a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Qingchuan has secretly made up his mind. He plans to reduce the frequency of his Shurikai slightly during his daily spiritual power recovery, and focus more on using binding techniques on Orochimaru. Is it a bit better now, Itachi-kun? He asked as he ended the conversation. Qingchuan looked at Itachi, whose face was still pale, and asked, "Ah, it's already fine, Haruko." Itachi's gaze was somewhat evasive, and his hoarse voice carried sadness. The atmosphere of the entire team fell into a low mood. Yes, they had survived against all odds, but the mission target had lost their life. Encountering such a situation on their first C-rank mission, not to mention the mission failure, but that dead person was a living being. Qingchuan silently stopped the recovery buff, appropriately revealing a sad expression. On the other side, back in the Kamui space, Obito silently removed the mask from his face and casually sat down. A pool of white liquid flowed from Obito's body, slowly. Obito has gained quite a lot this time, hasn't he? Itachi Uchiha's future has already begun to unfold according to Obito's plan. And that girl named Haruko Uchiha, could she be the answer to Itachi's Meijiki? That's great. Akatsuki seemed visibly excited. Obito did not respond, but silently looked at his arm. The girl's final move struck him just as he entered the Kamui space. Those few tiny wounds were the best proof. Coincidence? Obito did not know. The girl's combat talent surprised him. Just a probe, a mere encounter, and she quickly entered a targeted combat state. And those two tomo in her eyes. No matter how you look at it, she seems to be a more suitable candidate than Itachi. Hey, Obito, are you injured? Akatsuki was a bit surprised to see Obito's wounds. Impressive. That Haruko Uchiha. Compared to him, Itachi really falls short, doesn't he? When Obito left, Itachi and Qingchuan attacked together. Itachi's great fireball did not hurt the half of White Zetsu's body. But Qingchuan, after a surge of spiritual power, was able to injure Obito. Should we change the candidate? Kill Itachi Uchiha in front of Haruko Uchiha? I think. Shut up. The previously silent Obito suddenly interrupted Akatsuki with a cold snort. Akatsuki immediately showed an exaggerated expression, trembling all over, shoving his fingers into his mouth. You don't need to worry about Itachi Uchiha. You just need to let the clone monitor the Uchiha and Konoha. As Obito spoke, he had already put the mask back on. The Sharingan exposed beneath the mask was extremely cold. When a group returned to Konoha with the corpse of the escorted target, the two ninjas guarding the Konoha gate immediately called for the Umbu to come. A few Umbu assessed the four lower ninjas. What's going on? A mysterious person attacked us, and if it weren't for Haruko's arrival, we might have already died. Itachi replied in a deep voice. Mysterious person? Can you remember any specific features? It's a masked mysterious person, and his eyes are Sharingan. Itachi added. Meanwhile, Qingchuan furrowed his brows slightly at the mention of the Sharingan. The term Sharingan always feels like it will be used as an excuse by others, right? Especially after the last attempt to forcibly take him away by Root. So bad. Chapter 39. Danzo. Leave it to Root. 5-5 Mysterious Mask, Sharingan. It's almost identical to how Minato described the person before his death. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the portrait of the fourth Hokage hanging on the wall, his brow furrowed. It might not necessarily be the same person. Standing opposite the desk, the half-mummified Danzo spoke coldly. Those who are working overtime at this time are often the shadows of Konoha. As soon as the Umbu received the news, Shimura Danzo almost immediately came over without hesitation. The two old comrades began discussing this incident. From both the process and the result, this matter was too strange. Even if it's a few little brats, a person who can control the Nine Tails attacking Konoha wouldn't easily spare Konoha's ninjas. That escort mission was just a C-rank mission. Root had investigated, and this person was not on the underground black market's bounty list. Furrowing his brows even more, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze shifted from the portrait of the fourth Hokage back to his old friend. Danzo, what are you trying to say? Danzo's gaze did not waver at all. From the outcome, it is highly likely an incident disguised by the Uchiha themselves. Disguised? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes turned cold. Danzo, don't be too results-oriented. From the outcome, indeed. Although the mission failed, Itachi Uchiha also opened his Sharingan. Konoha seems to have suffered no loss other than the cancellation of a C-rank mission. If viewed from this perspective, the beneficiary is indeed the Uchiha, without a doubt. But you can't explain the survival of several people, can you? Danzo did not intend to stop. Instead, his tone became even more forceful. A C-rank mission's employer is meaningless to someone intending to destroy Konoha, but a genius ninja who has awakened the Sharingan. You should know what this means for the Uchiha. What have we been trying to prevent all these years? And why we pushed the Uchiha to the corners of Konoha? Don't tell me you don't know. The air gradually fell into silence. The two had cooperated for so many years that many things did not need to be made clear. Then, what about the space vortex left by the attacker? The other two lower ninjas also saw it. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed still unwilling to give up. Danzo's eyes suddenly turned cold. Don't be naive anymore, Hiruzen. A simple Genjutsu is too easy for the Uchiha's Sharingan. Danzo was clearly dissatisfied with his old partner's vacillating attitude. However, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who still seemed a bit hesitant, Danzo also knew that tonight there probably wouldn't be any significant results. Let Root handle the interrogation of the few people. Hiruzen, with a slightly softened tone, Danzo sighed and spoke solemnly. If we don't make preparations soon, it will be too late. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is growing. And the tragedy from a year ago. I too do not wish to see it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became much heavier. Obviously, The event from a year ago had a significant impact on him as well. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let out a sigh. It can be done. But any action must follow the proper procedures. I hope you understand. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, preparation can only be preparation. Section 35. Danzo Shimura. The entanglement on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared, replaced by undeniable seriousness. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to back down. I understand now. Finally, Danzo Shimura nodded and then turned to leave. The next morning, Orochimaru, who was continuing his research in the laboratory, suddenly sensed two uninvited guests. Root, what new orders does Elder Danzo have? Tell him, if he can't wait, to send more test subjects. For the past 3 months, to avoid attracting attention. The progress of the experiments had been very slow. Because of this, Orochimaru had time to teach his lovely and interesting disciple a bit more. At the moment, the calm before the storm. The progress of the experiments should be back on track now. Lord Orochimaru's request will be conveyed promptly, one of the root members replied coldly. However, the elder has other orders as well. Yesterday, Uchiha Haruko left the village without permission and coincidentally encountered the failure of Uchiha Itachi's team mission. Root needs to investigate this matter. The elder asked me to inquire about Lord Orochimaru's opinion. Would you like to personally interrogate her? Or should Root handle it on your behalf to avoid any conflict of interest? The Root member spoke with rare caution, following the orders he received. After all, at this point, Orochimaru could be considered one of their own. The chief expert in wood release cell research at Root is not someone to be trifled with. Go carry out the task that Danzo truly wants you to execute. Don't waste my time with this nonsense, Orochimaru replied without looking back, his work unaffected. Tell Danzo, I need more test subjects. Yes, we take our leave. The two Root members exchanged glances before vanishing. Danzo's orders were indeed just a notification. Regardless of whether Orochimaru agreed or not, Root's interrogation would certainly proceed. However, after the two from Root left, Orochimaru's actions came to a halt. I hope you can have some fun, Haruko, he said with a sinister smile, returning to his work. The reanimation jutsu is almost complete. Good night. Chapter 40. Root's second contact 1-5. In the courtyard, Ayakua's standard chopping technique remained unchanged. Orochimaru had not shown up for a day. To be honest, Ayakawa was a bit unaccustomed to it. Although it was always difficult to hit this guy, just aiming the knife at his face always brought Ayakawa some joy. As for Itachi, after reporting the situation to the Umbu, the two went their separate ways. Those two little genin were quite supportive, continuously thanking Ayakawa in front of the Umbu, saying a lot of things like if it weren't for Haruko, we might have, and so on. No one pursued the matter of him leaving the village without permission. As they say, when the sky falls, Itachi will hold it up. The mission failed, regardless of the reason. After all, it was Itachi's team mission. It had nothing to do with him. Who could blame a kind girl for helping out when she saw injustice? Especially such a beautiful girl. Otherwise, how could one justify the floral dress she wore? Chopping continued. Realizing the importance of the basics, Ayakawa's training focus returned to the most primitive chopping technique. Only by improving his physical fundamentals could he more effectively utilize his Shurikai, Zankyuken, and the power of the Sharingan. The golden finger supplemented his talent in that aspect. The rest, however, depended entirely on him. Itachi's Sharingan had indeed been activated. Moreover, he had also made an enemy out of Tika. The probability of a 1v2 situation on the day of the dress removal was increasing. Well, it seems like the teacher is really busy today. Can't you take a break, Haruko? Red Bean muttered, still using eating dumplings as a substitute for training. You're putting a lot of pressure on me as your senior. Without comparison, there would be no harm. As a senior, Red Bean was increasingly losing her dignity as one. Orochimaru had two disciples, one responsible for training and the other for eating. She was the one responsible for eating, and she also had to oversee her junior's diet. This made Red Bean feel a bit of a crisis regarding this lovely junior. Senior, what are we having for lunch today? Ayakawa paused his actions, turned around, and shot Red Bean a reply buff from his training. Of course, it's Ichiraku ramen. We haven't had it in a week. We must make up for it today. Crisis? Senior dignity? Forget about it. Red Bean's resolve wouldn't let her miss any lunch. Then, I want a super large portion. Can I ask you to pack it for me, senior? Of course, you could bring it back after you finish eating. I'm not that hungry right now, Ayakawa said with a smile. And when he mentioned the word pack, Red Bean's figure had already disappeared. Really, a true food enthusiast. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow. Then his expression gradually turned cold. It's been long enough, it's time to come out. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for every corner of the courtyard to hear. As soon as Ayakawa finished speaking, two masked figures appeared behind him. They maintained a bit of distance, but not out of fear. Rather, they blocked Ayakawa's escape route. Ayakawa had not seen the two before, but the familiar aura emanating from their souls was not difficult to discern. Root, as expected of Lord Orochimaru's disciple, you discovered us so easily. One of the Root members appeared to flatter him, but one hand was tightly gripping the hilt of the sword at his side, ready to strike at any moment. However, the elder has given orders for Lady Haruko to cooperate with Root in the investigation. This is also an order that Lord Orochimaru agreed to. Please come with us. Lady Haruko? The familiar aura, the familiar dialogue. However, this time, Root's attitude had clearly lost its previous aggression and instead adopted a more conciliatory tone. After all, she was Orochimaru's disciple. They would not give Uchiha face, but they would still give Orochimaru face. Moreover, ever since a colleague returned from a similar mission and was turned into a cripple, subsequently treated as a waste, Root was particularly cautious regarding this mission involving the Uchiha girl. Not going? Then get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. No matter how Root's attitude changed. Section 36. Qingchuan's answer remained consistent. He could never go to the Root, no matter the reason. It was impossible for him in this lifetime. That place was similar to the Little Red Lantern barbershop. Once you entered, you basically couldn't come out. He was still a child, and protecting himself was very important. So, he could only confess to Lord Orochimaru later. The two members of Root exchanged glances, seeing helplessness and a growing sense of ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Sorry, I'm too busy today. The most basic task will likely take until 1 or 2 in the morning to finish. However, there will be 8 tasks tomorrow. Consider it an apology. Chapter 41. Danzo, go find Orochimaru with me. 2-5, half an hour later. With a large bowl of char siu tonkatsu ramen, Hondo bounced back to the small courtyard. But he found his junior, Zaya Kingsley, beside her favorite cherry blossom tree. Filling a hole? Excuse me, my dear Zaya Kingsley, do you have any complaints about this tree? Hondo asked with a strange expression, wondering if it was because the teacher didn't come to accompany her for training that she was at a loss for what to do. Of course not. Qingchuan shook his head, his sweet smile making him look so innocent. I just feel that this cherry blossom tree has accompanied me for so long during my training, so it should be fertilized a bit. Although Qingchuan believed he and Orochimaru were completely incompatible, and his desire to kill Orochimaru was increasing daily, he and Hondo communicated very well. There was always the sneaky teacher conducting live experiments, and the disciple aspiring to kill his own teacher. For the only one who was relatively normal, Hondo, Qingchuan and Orochimaru understood each other without words. Fertilizing? Hondo looked at the soft ground a bit suspiciously. Really? Although it always felt like something was off. She could never quite put her finger on it. Hondo expressed her confusion. Of course. After finishing the last filling task with a shovel, Qingchuan stomped his feet on the ground twice. The cherry blossoms next year will definitely be beautiful. Qingchuan, who buried 2 roots, was in a great mood. After taking the ramen, he sat under the cherry blossom tree, enjoying the delicious food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Root Base. Sir, the mission to capture Uchiha, Qingzi, should have failed. Should we send more personnel? A member of Root reported cautiously, having exceeded the stipulated mission time. Danzo's single eye narrowed, confirming that only Uchiha Qingzi was involved. No other Uchiha intervened? No, the Root member quickly replied, stating that no Uchiha clan members were found near Lord Orochimaru's residence. Moreover, during the mission, Orochimaru's other disciple, Mitakashi Hondo, was also not at the scene. After quickly reporting, the Root member lowered his head. Danzo's expression grew increasingly dark. So, it means, only one person? The situation was evident. When a member of Root failed to return after the stipulated time, there were generally 2 possibilities: mission failure or betrayal of Root. The former was clearly more likely. But having 2 identical missions with the same outcome, all because of a little girl, that was a bit of a slap in the face for Root. Perhaps there was some room for explanation the first time. After all, it was in the Uchiha clan's territory, and, coincidentally, they were encountered by Uchiha Shursui and Hatake Kakashi, who already had some connection to the Uchiha. Mission failure was within a reasonable range. But that time, they only lost an arm, although in Danzo's eyes, it was no different from dying. But ultimately, it was Root that ended that useless life. It was Root's rule not to allow mission failure. But this time, did a mere Uchiha Genin dare to take action against Root? Orochimaru, you really have taught a good disciple. With a cold snort, Danzo struck the ground with his cane and walked out with a stern gait. Let's go. Follow me to find Orochimaru. At the end of the dim corridor, screams echoed one after another. Danzo and his subordinates moved quickly, but even he felt a bit eerie. There was no doubt that the master behind this terror was clearly devoid of humanity. Danzo frowned. Finally, he reached the end, pushing open the door. Orochimaru was still at the surgical table, seemingly unaware of Root's arrival. I have 2 subordinates who were killed by your Uchiha disciple. Not wanting to stay here for even a second longer, Danzo stated his purpose as soon as he entered. Root is not suitable to send more personnel to target Uchiha. Since she is your disciple, please bring her back to Root yourself. There was no blame directed at Orochimaru for his lack of discipline. Danzo's tone was the same as that of the 2 deceased members of Root when they first encountered Qingchuan. Orochimaru's research was too important for Root and Konoha. Danzo would not compromise on anyone or anything. But this power of the first Hokage was clearly an exception. Without stopping his work, Orochimaru let out a light laugh, sounding very dismissive. I understand. Sending 2 members of Root to bring back Qingzi. Interesting. If you had seen the scene of my first meeting with Qingzi, you probably wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. That girl won't bow down to anyone. Even now, she still insists on having her teacher chop at her forehead, with an even broader smile. Orochimaru paused his work, turning his head in a semicircle to look at the frowning Danzo. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer. It is indeed late, but the little author will make up for it overnight. Tomorrow's 8 updates won't be a bit less. Today was just too busy. I only had 1 baked pancake for lunch. Chapter 42. Follow me or die. 3-5 Danzo left. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru. A person who conducts experiments on children without any humanity is clearly not a good partner for cooperation. The relationship between the 2 was indeed delicate. Orochimaru needed Root's help, cover, and certain protection to complete his experiments. Meanwhile, Danzo needed this doomed-to-be underground experiment for Root's use. To be frank, Danzo admired Orochimaru, but he also had no trust in him. Orochimaru's talent was undeniable, but his character. Let's focus on the Uchiha clan first. After exiting Orochimaru's laboratory, Danzo instructed his subordinates. Notify the Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan that starting today, Root will take over their work. I want to know all movements of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Fugaku. Section 37. As for Uchiha Haruko, Danzo said, a cold glint flashing in his single eye again. Just wait for Orochimaru's reply. If it really doesn't work, I can disguise myself as that mysterious person and kill directly. That night, taking advantage of the absence of others, Ayakawa originally planned to enjoy a nice hot bath under absolute perception. However, after soaking for a while, that familiar and disgusting aura approached, forcing Ayakawa to climb out. Dressing quickly, she put on her skirt, grabbed her sword, and ran outside. Orochimaru was fast. By the time Ayakawa reached the battle courtyard, Orochimaru was already waiting there. Good evening. Haruko's vigilance always reassures the teacher. Orochimaru's tone was always so wicked and playful. Ayakawa's response was equally true to her original intent. Scatter, Senbenzakura. After holding it in for 2 days, Ayakawa missed Orochimaru immensely. The long sword instantly scattered. Bathed in moonlight, the pink sea of flowers enveloped the young girl. Her damp hair from just finishing her bath, reflected in this flower sea, made her even more enchanting. Everything was reflected in Orochimaru's eyes. Even with his scientific mindset, he couldn't help but be momentarily amazed. What a perfect girl. This is definitely the greatest treasure he has ever discovered. Truly captivating. A long tongue extended, but Orochimaru's figure retreated repeatedly. Clearly, something that could interest an extremely dangerous person was not safe at all. Under the gaze of those 2 Tomo, the flower sea surged madly towards Orochimaru. At the same time, Ayakawa was also chanting. It was a chant belonging to the demon path. Ruler, flesh and blood mask, myriad phenomena. Soar high, crowned in the name of humanity, truth and restraint, standing only with claws on the innocent dream wall. Break the path 33, Sanwa fall. Just as the limit of the initial release was still nearly half, Ayakawa's chanting finally ended. The white explosive flames, like flickering lightning, charged towards Orochimaru after the flurry of cherry blossoms. This was Ayakawa's first full-force release of the demon path after the initial release. Due to the lengthy chanting time, combined with Ayakawa's spiritual power having made some progress, the power of the broken chant was reduced only slightly. During the month of fierce clashes with Orochimaru, she had never considered this option. But tonight was different. Tonight, was the day after she had not attacked Orochimaru since becoming his disciple. Ayakawa didn't know if killing would become addictive, but she certainly enjoyed attacking Orochimaru. Tonight, she felt even more spirited. Was it because it was her first time killing? Interesting, it seems Haruko is indeed different from other girls. A hint of seriousness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but more was still admiration. While musing in his heart, Orochimaru's movements did not slow down at all. With both hands forming seals, he bit his index finger and then slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. Rashomon. A door engraved with a grotesque demon face emerged. The rapid and violent thunder struck the Rashomon, instantly creating a huge sound. Boom! Dust rose. Ayakawa was breathing lightly, frowning, while maintaining a smile in a combat-ready state. Something seemed off about Orochimaru tonight. He was avoiding discussion and had used this summoning technique in front of her for the first time. There was a problem. Ayakawa tightened her grip on Senbenzakura, her expression gradually becoming serious. Your killing intent is still too obvious, Haruko. That will ruin your smile. As the dust settled, Orochimaru, standing atop Rashomon, spoke softly. His eyes remained intrigued, but the playful tone in his voice had completely vanished. A wave of killing intent began to emanate from Orochimaru. Yes, killing intent. The unmistakable killing intent of Orochimaru, the cold lord of Konoha, one of the legendary three. Haruko, I'm about to leave Konoha. You now have two choices. Come with me, or die. Chapter 43. One of us is bound to die. 4-5. Just as Danzo never believed in Orochimaru. Orochimaru never held any illusions about Danzo. The research on Hashirama cells was undoubtedly bloodthirsty. Once the research was completed, the darkness behind it was enough to provoke all self-proclaimed moralists in Konoha to denounce him. This naturally included his teacher, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And by then, given Danzo's style, he probably wouldn't let him down. So he had kept a backup plan. Would release and impure world reincarnation were always being conducted simultaneously. Moreover, if the experiment were to be exposed, or even before it was exposed, he would have enough time to escape from Konoha. This was a preparation he made on the first day of cooperating with Danzo. However, that already prepared plan changed somewhat upon encountering the girl before him. While Orochimaru was releasing his killing intent, he was also looking forward to the girl's response. He wanted to take this girl away, to continue observing, to continue teaching, until the girl's body matured. Then, to claim her for himself. This process required an extremely free environment. However, Uchiha Konoha was clearly not suitable for the girl's growth. Therefore, in the plan to escape Konoha and go on the run, the once detached Orochimaru was still prepared to take his lovely disciple with him. Even if this disciple seemed to dream of killing him, put away that expression. Orochimaru-sensei. Ayakawa pointed Senbenzakura at Orochimaru again. Under Orochimaru's extreme killing intent, Ayakawa felt remarkably steady. One of us is bound to die. Of course. I don't mind leaving a few more cuts on you before I die. It sounds somewhat boastful, but Ayakawa's intention was clearly expressed. Don't worry whether you leave or not. I am definitely going to cut you. Just hope that when I take off my skirt in the future, you don't fail to recognize the knife in my hand. Either leave or die. Who are you trying to scare? Ayakawa was very clear in her mind. To put it simply, what about him that was not as good as the second pillar of the Forest of Death? Just based on his double tomo, Orochimaru should at least support him until adulthood. Indeed, after receiving Ayakawa's response, it wasn't long before that overwhelming cold killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace. A hint of disappointment inevitably flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but what replaced it was a deeper interest. It seems you really want to kill me, Haruko, Orochimaru said with a gentle smile, slowly. In that moment, the master and disciple seemed to recreate that occasionally existing loving scene. So, as a goal that makes you so persistent, can you tell me the reason? That's not too much to ask, right? Orochimaru asked slowly. Aoki's smile grew even brighter. Orochimaru is still the same Orochimaru. So damn cute. Section 38. Compared to those two old schemers from Konoha, Orochimaru is much harder to guess. At least that's what Ayakawa thinks right now. Of course, it's not an exaggeration. Ayakawa's heart is as steady as a rock, and he even played with the hair by his ear. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. So, it's okay to look, but don't look too long. You might die. This philosophical statement made Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constrict. So that's it. So, the girl had already sensed it? From their first meeting? No. From a moment of that unknown spying. The girl had already noticed his unusual desires. That's why She drew her sword right away during their first encounter. Orochimaru realized this in an instant. The answer was so obvious, right in front of him, yet he had overlooked it all along. Once again, he was outpaced by the girl. So, how much do you really know about my desires? The shock in Orochimaru's eyes turned into intense interest once again. However, at this moment, this interest had shifted from playing with prey to anticipating a future opponent. Uchiha. Haruko. If one day you betray Konoha, I won't be surprised at all. For the first time, Orochimaru referred to Ayakawa while also mentioning Uchiha. Although the name was still not correct, the name Uchiha Ayakawa had completely disappeared from the world before someone took off her skirt. Now standing in front of Orochimaru is Haruko. Haruko, whose eyes are gradually filled with anticipation. Don't worry, that day won't be far off. Ayakawa pointed his fingers at Orochimaru again, channeling his spiritual energy, and began to condense the ghostly art. On the night of the clan's extermination, all he wanted to do was survive. It didn't matter whether it was a fight against Itachi or a fight against Itachi plus Obito, it was all the same. He simply wanted to live, that was all. As for where to live and where to have fun, that wasn't something he was considering for now. What he wanted to do now was to slash this guy in front of him a few more times. Chapter 41. Not sure what's going on, but should be fine by tomorrow. Chapter 44. Konoha, it's time for a change. 5-5, when Orochimaru returned to the laboratory again. It was already late at night. Two root members stood motionless at the door like statues. Orochimaru ignored them and walked straight into the laboratory, continuing his research. He was almost at the final step. Once completed, he would leave Konoha without any regrets. If he had to say anything, it was only anticipation. Anticipation for the reincarnation of the dead, for the pursuit of the truth of life. Anticipation for that girl. In laboratory number 3, there was a child named Tenzu. Take him to Danzo. Once he sees him, your mission will be over. Ridiculous. Sending 2 dogs to stand behind him. With such limited vision and capacity, they still dared to pursue that hypocritical position. Is this the common sorrow of the human species? Orochimaru's eyes were filled with disdain. Dealing with someone like Danzo always reminded him of his own disciple. The vigilance that sees through everything, and that unparalleled purity. Unfortunately, the girl still chose not to leave Konoha with him. But that was normal. Someone with that kind of soul would never be easily controlled. He couldn't do it. Konoha couldn't do it either. Who would the girl's final answer be? Itachi? The boy who could make the girl open her eyes? Perhaps. But before that, the girl's body must belong to him. It must. The fervor in his eyes was once again replaced by obsession. Orochimaru continued his work, pursuing his alternative ninja way. Behind him, the 2 root members exchanged glances, then silently left. The dim underground passage was once again filled with screams. Uchiha clan grounds. That small forest that was supposed to be a training ground for the 2 of them now only had one figure left. Itachi was still diligently practicing his shuriken techniques. However, even after gaining the Sharingan and unparalleled dynamic vision, Itachi's aim had not improved at all. If you want to do something, you should hurry up and do it and try not to hold it back in your heart. Ultimately, it was just a sigh. Shursui jumped down from the tree and said helplessly, Shursui. Itachi, awakened from his dream, stopped his training. You're here. Who else would it be, Haruko? Seeing the fleeting disappointment in Itachi's eyes, Shursui couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. That girl took such a big risk to find you. Although Lord Hokage did not hold her accountable for leaving the village without permission, don't forget, Haruko's teacher is the infamous Lord Orochimaru. Although there might not necessarily be severe punishment, it should be impossible for her to leave for a short time, right? As he spoke, he noticed Itachi's increasingly somber expression and immediately fell silent. The failure of that mission had hit Itachi too hard, although it was only a description in words. Shursui could also feel how much of a shadow that battle cast over this child, if it weren't for Haruko's timely arrival. But the key issue seems to lie here. He was supposed to protect someone, yet he was protected instead. This feeling is 1,000 times worse than losing. Shursui could probably understand this feeling. It's all my fault. Itachi lowered his eyes, his voice even more somber than his expression. That person seemed to be coming for me. Because of me, the target died, and I almost got Haruko killed. Shursui, can you tell me why this happened? As he spoke, Itachi raised his head, his calm eyes fixed on Shursui. It seemed he wasn't that eager for an answer. He had originally wanted to seek answers from his father. But what he got was his father's ecstatic joy at him awakening his eyes. His father's concern had never changed, even if he occasionally compromised. It was only because of his achievements and training. He probably could understand Haruko's feelings when she awakened her eyes now. It turned out to be so painful. No wonder Haruko worked so hard to train. However, every time he thought of those who should have safely reached the land of rice, every time he thought of those who died because of him, he was always overshadowed by a layer of darkness regarding training. He didn't dare to continue. Perhaps being a weak person isn't so bad. Section 39. Even if Haruko might drift further away, at least it can make her a bit safer. Being able to watch from behind is quite nice. Seeing the once vibrant junior in such a state, Shizushui felt a sudden headache. He wanted to say something, but it seemed like nothing would work now. Perhaps if that little girl Haruko came over, it might help a bit. But Itachi would probably refuse to be disturbed. It's really hard. Are geniuses always so difficult to communicate with? Shizushui, he thought helplessly, but soon his eyes lit up. A flash of inspiration passing through. Itachi, your talent is not inferior to mine. You are a junior I have high hopes for. Your future shouldn't be as you imagine, but right now, if you really can't find a way out, then come with me. There's a place that should be able to help you. Shizushui said sincerely. Seemingly affected, Itachi's eyes finally flashed with a glimmer of light. Where to? The Nanha Shrine, the most sacred place of the Uchiha clan. Being there, you might understand why your eyes opened. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. In the courtyard, facing the sun, Ayakawa lay on the roof, unusually not training. Orochimaru hadn't returned for several days. Ayakawa knew that Konoha was about to change. Chapter 45. The senior sister didn't suffer in vain for you. 1-5. Orochimaru's betrayal was very sudden, as if it happened overnight. The disappearance of children, inhumane experiments, all exposed. That respected Sannin, Orochimaru, suddenly transformed into a rogue ninja that everyone wanted to hunt down. The third Hokage personally led the team to capture him, but he still escaped. In an instant, the whole Konoha was in an uproar. The timing of Orochimaru's betrayal was somewhat early. In the original story, during the Nine Tails incident, after the third Hokage resumed his position and witnessed Itachi training with the Sharingan, Orochimaru's actions became increasingly bold. Eventually, the experiments were fully revealed. Although the process is basically the same now, Ayakawa's appearance undoubtedly accelerated this process. After all, not to mention the power of the Shinigami, when Itachi opened his eyes, Ayakawa already had 2 tomo, and now he has 3. In the retina, the system interface quietly hung. Host, Uchiha Haruko. Current world, Naruto world. Current task, survive the night of annihilation. In progress, side task, become a Chunin. Inherent buff, increase training results by 70 when wearing female clothing. Inherent B50, inherent buff, healing effect increased by 50. The system interface hanging under the azure sky disappeared. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of emotions. Orochimaru had left, just shortly after he unlocked the 3 tomo. Although he didn't know if there was any connection between the two, Orochimaru's departure was indeed somewhat sudden. It seemed as if he had confirmed that his vessel had a certain means of self-preservation, leaving gracefully without any worries. This is the only explanation. To be fair, Ayakawa didn't dare to think that he had any self-preservation ability. Even though he had obtained 3 tomo and the spiritual power to support his initial release had reached about 10 minutes, it was still far from enough. At least, he still couldn't defeat Orochimaru. That Orochimaru who escaped from Konoha heavily injured. But the good news is that the buffs gained from completing side tasks have become even more insane. A 70 increase in training speed, combined with a 5 times recovery buff, and a 50 increase in healing. Ayakawa felt that as long as there was enough time, he would eventually no longer fear anyone. The kind of fear that wouldn't even stop him from taking off his skirt. Haruko, it's time to eat. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was his senior sister, Azuki. However, after Orochimaru's betrayal, this usually cheerful girl seemed to have matured quite a bit overnight. Ayakawa couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the original story, Azuki had a very generous personality. But now, it seems, the generosity is laced with a lot of painful pretense, which is evident. After all, after Orochimaru left, the two of them would have to rely on each other. Okay, senior sister. Ayakawa replied softly, leaping down from the roof. Lunch was still his favorite Ichiraka ramen. The two of them, who weren't very good at cooking, could only eat what was ready. After the meal, Azuki skillfully cleaned up the dishes, but her expression was somewhat unusual. Finally, it seemed she finally mustered the courage, and while Ayakawa hadn't left yet, Azuki suddenly asked, Haruko, that man probably won't come back, right? As for the two of us in the future, we might have to part ways, right? Azuki spoke cautiously, her gaze never daring to meet Ayakawa's. It sounded like a question, but it was phrased as a statement of fact. Ayakawa raised his eyebrows, cursing Orochimaru inwardly. He was at a loss for how to respond when Azuki's voice rang out again. After all, Haruko is the genius of the Uchiha clan and trained so hard. In the future, you will definitely become a famous female ninja in the village, just like Lady Tsunade. Her voice gradually trembled, and, as she spoke, Azuki took a deep breath, finally looking at Ayakawa. Once you become stronger, don't forget to take care of your senior sister. Those slightly reddened eyes, along with that reluctant gaze, made Ayakawa fall silent. Indeed, just as Azuki said, Orochimaru is gone, and he could still return to the Uchiha. With Itachi around, and the Uchiha clan there, his life wouldn't be too affected. The negative image of a rogue ninja as apprentice alongside the Uchiha name in Konoha isn't too much different, to be honest. So the question arises, since there's not much change either way, what difference does it make whether he returns to the Uchiha or not? To have a few more companions when facing cold stares? There's no need for that. Orochimaru's betrayal was also an opportunity for him to gradually distance himself from the Uchiha, even to leave Konoha altogether. After all, he would eventually have to take off the skirt and regain his freedom as a man. His gaze gradually became firm. Ayakawa's eyes met Azuki's. A skilled smile on his face, but this time it was incredibly sincere. Don't worry, Azuki, before I kill that guy. I have no plans to return to the Uchiha for now. You don't need to worry about the days ahead. From today on, I will take care of you. Azuki was momentarily stunned. Her eyes changed from reluctance to surprise, and then slowly turned into joy. The next moment, she instantly rushed to Ayakawa's back, hanging onto him. At that moment, Qingchuan's whole body went stiff, and even the instinctive reaction to break through the ghostly path almost kicked in. Meanwhile, there was a wild nibbling on Qingchuan's small face. The senior sister really didn't spare any effort on you. The 8th update of the plan is postponed by a day. Today's holiday reimbursement has been moved to tomorrow. Please understand. Chapter 46. If it were your father, what would you do? 2-5 Itachi. Where are you going? Looking at his son who lost his mind instantly after returning from a mission, Fugaku shouted loudly, stopping Itachi. Do you know what this impulsive decision of yours means? Fugaku's voice was filled with sternness. Section 40. Itachi's footsteps suddenly stopped, his body trembling violently, his eyes filled with tension and conflict. That adult, Haruko's teacher, had suddenly become a rogue ninja. He knew what this meant. As that man's disciple, Haruko would inevitably face investigation, interrogation, and even torture. Father, every second I spend here could be endless torment for Haruko. Even so, do you still disagree with me going to find Haruko? Itachi struggled to control his voice, trying to sound as calm as possible, making an effort not to reveal his anger. That man was his father, the one he respected most, yet gradually found hard to understand. The man's betrayal came sooner than his own mission's end. Shouldn't a clan leader of the Uchiha family, his father, directly bring Haruko back and protect her? Itachi didn't understand. He didn't have the mind to understand his father's thoughts. Right now, he just wanted to leave this place quickly and find Haruko. Nothing more. The third Hokage had notified me immediately regarding Haruko. The Umbu will not act recklessly. Fugaku sighed, his tone softened significantly as he comforted his son. The current Konoha is not as simple as it seems, as my son. You must have the ability to see beyond the surface. For the sake of the Uchiha, necessary patience is unavoidable. You are too impulsive. Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi's face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that these words were spoken by his father. The ability to see beyond the surface. Not to be impulsive, necessary patience. What exactly are you trying to say? Are you teaching me that when it's time to give up, I should give up? But those are also your beloved clansmen. I understand how you feel right now, Itachi. Fugaku continued to gently persuade him. But I also hope you can respect Haruko's decision. Haruko, caught in the whirlpool, did not choose to reach out to the Uchiha. Her gaze was not short-lived. Do you understand, Itachi? When it comes to Haruko, although Fugaku's tone was heavy, it was not hard to hear the appreciation within. As expected, she is not an ordinary girl. If it were anyone else, they would have probably returned to the Uchiha for help long ago. But that little girl did not. Not only did she not return to the Uchiha for help, but she did not even make a normal call for help or inquiry. She tried to minimize the connection to the Uchiha as much as possible. Fugaku admired this girl and also respected Haruko's courage. However, why couldn't his own son see this? The Uchiha is not just Haruko alone. His gaze gradually returned to calm. the endless rage and anxiety forcibly suppressed deep within. His father's teachings seemed to have some effect. Itachi slowly turned around, looked at his father, and then deeply bowed. "I'm sorry for disappointing you, father." The familiar action, the familiar apology. Fugaka's expression immediately softened. "Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Haruko." "But father..." Just as Fugaka was about to comfort his son again, Itachi suddenly raised his head and interrupted in a deep voice. It was the first time Itachi did this. For the first time, he looked directly at his father and spoke his heart. If Haruko were my mother, would you use your gaze and patience to do the same? Please tell me the answer. It's very important to me, father." Itachi's tone was calm as water, devoid of waves. Itachi's gaze was incredibly firm, full of questioning. Just as he said, if Haruko were replaced by his mother, what would his father do? Slap. The answer Itachi received was a slap from his father. Invincible. Someone, take this short-sighted brat back to his room. He is not allowed to come out without my permission. The furious Fugaka shouted, and two Uchiha clansmen rushed in, restraining Itachi and swiftly leaving. However, Itachi's gaze never left his father from beginning to end. "You still haven't answered my question, father." Itachi, being taken away, still calmly asked. On the other side, still the most basic slashing, Ayakawa was experiencing his newfound training buff. He could completely feel it. After the increase in strength, that feeling of improvement with every slash had returned. Side quests had transformed from novice tasks to advanced tasks, becoming a ch-nin. For Ayakawa, who had no teammates and had never completed even half a task, this was clearly a challenge. However, for now, this challenge was unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. Uchiha Haruko, this place, once a residence of the rogue ninja Orochimaru, had now been sealed off by the Umbu. Several figures suddenly appeared. Wearing masks, their presence was more decisive compared to the root, but lacking the sinister flavor. Moreover, they seemed more imposing than the root, but mostly hidden cloaks. The third Hokage will not make things difficult for you. But now, please put down your sword and cooperate with us to go to the Konoha Interrogation Department for investigation. Chapter 47. Is he really an old actor? 3-5. To be honest, Ayakawa's impression of the Umbu was quite good. Not servile or overbearing, even a bit polite. As Konoha's most formal violent machine, the Umbu, regardless of the strength gap with the root, certainly had a commendable level of task execution. Of course, it could also be due to the orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the name Uchiha hung above him. Therefore, Ayakawa, who usually considered himself a law-abiding Uchiha villager, chose a relatively mild way to respond. Then it would trouble you. "Gentlemen, however, if possible, can you give me a little time to store my sword? It's the only relic of my mother. Although I have no talent, I still want to preserve it well." The young lady, Ayakawa, smiled sweetly, then deeply bowed. The leading Umbu was slightly taken aback. It seems the third Hokage's guess was not wrong. The target of the mission was indeed that man's distraction. No wonder after taking this girl under his wing, that man never let her execute any tasks. This personality does not seem suitable for becoming a ninja. All right, but not for too long. The leader of the Umbu's gaze softened slightly, and his voice became much gentler. Ayakawa immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you again, sir." After another deep bow, Ayakawa stepped into his room, reflecting on how hard life was. Life is tough. You can dodge the Uchiha, but you can't dodge the third Hokage. Moreover, we have to consider that old schemer Danzo. If it weren't for this skirt, he really wouldn't know what to do. Grateful. His Senbenzakura, although not of the level of a demon sword, is still a Zanpakuto that coexists with his soul. Section 41. God knows what will happen to the Umbu after they get it. To be safe, it's better to hide it. Before long, Qingchuan and the Umbu left Orochimaru's former residence. Hondo was also taken away for questioning by the Umbu, but a bit earlier, when she was tempted to eat dumplings in the morning. To be honest, in Qingchuan's plan, this day would eventually come. But after the option to escape was shut down by Qingchuan, what he considered was the future in Konoha for the next few years. The Uchiha who couldn't leave the village was definitely not an option. So the only remaining path seemed to be with the Umbu. Therefore, Qingchuan was not worried and just obediently followed the Umbu. Small, sneaky steps. However, the direction the Umbu was heading was not towards the so-called Konoha Interrogation Department. After several turns, in front of the most iconic building in Konoha, everyone stopped. "Don't worry, no one will hurt you." Noticing the change in Qingchuan's expression, the Umbu beside him actually comforted him in a low voice. Soon, Qingchuan was sent to the Hokage's office. Hondo was also inside, and judging by her reddened eyes and Sarutobi Hiruzen's sorrowful expression, She had probably just been brainwashed not long ago. Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Lord Third, Uchiha Haruko has been brought here. The Umbu reported and then quietly closed the door. In a large office, only two shadowy figures and a softly sobbing Hondo remained. Sigh. Seeing Qingchuan arrive, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed painfully again. Qingchuan was momentarily stunned. Since Haruko was also here, then Hondo, just repeat what I just told you. Can you do that? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a complicated tone, looking at Hondo with a gaze full of concern. Yes. Hondo responded, then sniffled and looked at Qingchuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, turned to the window, and continued to puff smoke. It seemed he couldn't bear to see what would happen next. Haruko, you must pull yourself together. Grandpa Third told me. Orochimaru. Orochimaru really has betrayed us. He never regarded us as disciples, just tools to confuse Grandpa. It's a shame we called him teacher so many times. Sob. Emotions erupted again, and Hondo directly lunged at Qingchuan, crying loudly. The entire office was immediately filled with a sad atmosphere. The elderly man who lost his disciple. The girl who discovered the truth. Qingchuan's expression was filled with confusion, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wasn't this supposed to be the interrogation department? How did it turn into a tragic scene of the year? What on earth did that old man say to Hondo? Is he an old actor? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's desolate back and Hondo's increasingly intense crying, Qingchuan suddenly felt his own path was still far. After a long time, Hondo finally managed to temporarily pull herself out of sadness, released Qingchuan, and after asking for permission, left the Hokage's office first. Sarutobi Hiruzen also returned to his chair at the desk. He continued to smoke one after another, and his lonely demeanor gradually calmed Qingchuan down. Yes, putting aside the acting, Orochimaru was indeed once Sarutobi Hiruzen's proudest disciple. Haruko, regarding Orochimaru, this is indeed my failure as a teacher. I apologize to you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sincerely. This made Qingchuan, who had just felt a bit sad for this old man, suddenly feel a jolt in his heart. Chapter 48. Good for you, Orochimaru. 4-5. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Qingchuan, taking a puff of smoke with each breath. Having lost Orochimaru, he could no longer afford to expand Konoha's losses. According to regulations, as the two disciples of the traitor Orochimaru, they were obviously supposed to be sent to the interrogation department for thorough questioning. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not do that. They were just kids. Even if they were brainwashed by Orochimaru, he could easily see through it. Decades of being Hokage were not in vain. So, after a light probe, the tragic scene in the office just now appeared. Clearly, the girl named Hondo was a pawn, a smokescreen for Orochimaru's actions. But this girl from the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not regard her with the same eyes as he did Hondo. Just the fact that she was recommended for admission alongside Orochimaru was enough for him to take her seriously. Whether she was a pawn was another matter. The value that already existed within the girl was not to be underestimated. Just her talent. At such a young age, she was able to defeat Asuma in the examination, although there were factors of Asuma underestimating her, but her later battle with the mysterious person proved everything. I'm planning to arrange a jonin position for you. Haruko, do you have any requests? Just say them, and I will try to arrange a suitable teacher for you. This is the only thing this old man can do for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. Qingchuan's heart immediately felt a sense of amusement. Here it comes, this alternative interrogation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing methods were indeed powerful. It seemed that everything was for other sake, and he took all the responsibility upon himself. But if his answers couldn't satisfy Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would probably end up being classified as an ordinary Uchiha. Just like the once famous Konoha White Fang, who wore the Hokage's half-sleeve and intimidated the ninja world. Wasn't he also arranged clearly? Grandpa Third, please don't say that. You've already done enough. My talent, I know myself. Although I've been training hard, it seems I'm not suited to be a ninja. The green tea Qingchuan said slowly, lowering his head in guilt. If possible, could Grandpa Third arrange me to Konoha Hospital? This is my only request. Indeed, Qingchuan's ideal position was in the Umbu, which seemed strict but allowed him to completely detach from the power vortex and balance both training and practical combat. But asking for it outright was practically the same as seeking death. So, as a trump card, the healing path with a 50 healing buff came into play. After pulling a bit, it was now Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to look dumbfounded. Konoha Hospital? Not enough talent? He cut Asuma into a bloody mess and even dared to fight back and forth with that mysterious person who almost destroyed Konoha. You're telling me you're not talented enough? You even know it yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a storm brewing in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he knew this little girl indeed had medical ninjutsu skills and seemed to be quite good at it, he might have flipped the table in frustration. Teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru also said when he was teaching me. At this moment, Ayakawa, with her head down, continued to add her remarks. My personality isn't suited for being a ninja. Becoming a medical ninja at Konoha Hospital should be the greatest achievement I can reach in this lifetime. I hope Grandpa 3rd Hokage will support me. The green tea attribute is once again at its peak. Section 42. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed repeatedly. What a formidable Orochimaru. So this is your revenge against me. You want to tell me that not being made Hokage is the greatest waste of your talent? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of blood and energy in his chest. He had no doubt about Qingchuan's words. This was indeed something Orochimaru could do. As someone who was once a strong candidate for Hokage, Hiruzen was well aware of Orochimaru's ambition and the increasingly mad look in his eyes after his defeat in the election. He also felt a sense of guilt. So, he kept indulging him, to the point that now, such a talented girl, an Uchiha girl filled with the will of fire, has been brainwashed into this state. Konoha Hospital? No talent to become a ninja? What kind of twisted thoughts have been instilled in her? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few long drags from his pipe, and the surging energy in his chest finally calmed down. I understand your feelings, Shoko. However, Konoha Hospital doesn't lack manpower right now, and if you really want to be a medical ninja, I have a suitable proposal. Hiruzen said, but in his heart, he was already planning how to help this brainwashed girl, like a blank slate, regain the colors of the will of fire. Really? Qingchuan quickly looked up, her eyes filled with hope. Hiruzen sighed inwardly again. Really, I wouldn't lie to a little girl like you. It's just that it might be a bit tough, and you will often have to endure loneliness. Are you sure? Cover face. Chapter 49. I, Shoko codename, T55, the next day. Konoha Umbu. Captain, I heard we're getting a new member soon, and she's a medical ninja? Yes, something like that, but I'm not sure about the details. After a routine surveillance mission, a few Umbu were chatting. I heard she's a girl, and her medical ninjutsu is quite impressive, but she might be a bit young. One Umbu said. Oh, another Umbu perked up? A girl? How young? I'm not too sure, just know that she was specially selected by the Hokage. The Umbu replied. Then her medical ninjutsu must be very powerful. It's not easy to enter Umbu as a medical ninja. Huh, from now on, we won't have to worry so much during missions. Exactly. With a girl around, what is there to worry about? Who panics? Do you panic? Kakashi, sitting to the side, remained silent. It wasn't that he was too unfamiliar with his teammates, but right now his mind was elsewhere. A very young, female medical ninja. In an instant, two faces appeared in his mind. One was Rin, who was forever frozen in memories, long gone. The other was the Uchiha girl he had only met a few times. Shoko. Their first meeting was at the Ninja Academy, where her healing smile once pulled him back from the brink of death. Then in the forest of the Uchiha clan, he intended to thank her, but unexpectedly ran into the old acquaintance, the Root. That was their first meeting. It was then that he witnessed Shoko's medical ninjutsu. After that, they saw each other less often. He was ordered to secretly watch over her for a few days before returning to the front lines. The mist was being unruly again, and recently there was also the cloud. On the surface, Konoha appeared harmonious and peaceful, yet there were daily casualties. Umbu, a place where only masks and code names existed. He did not even know how many times the faces behind those masks had changed. All he knew was that he was still alive, and he had found a glimmer of reason to keep living. Yes, Shoko and Rin really are very similar. Both have outstanding medical ninjutsu talent, and the same smile that seems to heal everything. However, fate does not seem to be very kind to them. Rin left early. The other girl, too, should not be having a good time lately. He never expected that man would truly betray them. Even now, whenever he thinks back to that scene, Kakashi feels a bit of a chill. The pale-faced, blood-stained Orochimaru, with just one look, a look full of disdain. He couldn't even move. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. But that time was when Kakashi felt closest to death. It's hard to imagine just how powerful that man had become. And in his eyes, what kind of existence was he? Just a little brat, perhaps. Then, what about Shoko? As his disciple, what kind of existence was she in his eyes? Kakashi did not know. What he knew was that due to that man's betrayal, Shoko's life would definitely not be easy now. That smile probably wouldn't appear for a while, right? He hoped she could recover quickly. If possible, don't be a ninja. Just live as an ordinary person. Be a good wife and mother, and live a stable life. Kakashi had actually thought about it himself. Throwing away the mask, discarding the forehead protector, retreating to the mountains, and no longer concerning himself with village matters. How easy that would be. But Obito would probably not be happy, right? That I that belonged to Obito should at least be able to see Konoha every day. Knock at this moment. A knock on the door sounded. It was polite, giving the host enough time to react, but he didn't know who was coming. Kakashi thought. Anumbu quickly stepped forward and opened the door. The figure outside the door then appeared. Hello, senor. My name is Uchiha Shoko, codename T, reporting for duty for the first time. Please take care of me. It was a very pleasant, albeit somewhat immature voice. It was a girl, with long black hair tied into a ponytail, looking capable, lively, and with a sweet smile. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. This girl, he knew her. Shoko, why are you here? This wave of shock left the atmosphere in the team a bit awkward. The team members who were about to chat with the newcomer suddenly fell silent. Although Kakashi was not very old, his abilities and reputation were well established, and he was their captain. When the captain had questions, the team members naturally let him ask first. Huh, Kakashi-senpai, you're here too? Qingchuan looked at Kakashi with surprise and asked. I'm the captain of this team, Kakashi reflexively replied. Then, as if he remembered something, his brow furrowed suddenly. You wouldn't be the exceptionally talented medical ninja personally selected by the Hokage, would you? Section 43, of course. Qingchuan nodded decisively, then shyly lowered her head. Talent and all. It's just average, as long as I don't hold everyone back. Looking at the smiling little girl, Kakashi didn't know how to respond and fell silent. Chapter 50, How did Itachi become like this? 1-8, huh? So Haruko, you joined the Umbu? That night, after learning that the blockade of Orochimaru's former residence had been lifted and she could go back to pack her things, Akane was instead met with the news of Qingchuan joining the Umbu. She was completely stunned by this news. Akane graduated at 10, became a Chunin at 12, and executed missions with Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru didn't want his affairs to be known in Konoha. So in Akane's mind, there had always been a restriction on memory blocking. Akane's talent is actually quite good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught Orochimaru's eye in the first place. But as for joining the Umbu now, there is still a bit of a gap. The Umbu is a special operations unit focused on assassination tactics. It is Konoha's first and last line of defense. A mere Chunin like Akane couldn't even dare to think about it. So it's no wonder she was so surprised and happy upon learning that Qingchuan had joined the Umbu. Oh my, from now on, Big Sister will rely on you to support her. Third Hokage also left this place for us to live in. He said it's just for the Umbu to come and do routine inspections. Qingchuan said as she silently pulled out 1,000 cherry blossoms from under the bed. Senior, I have to go execute a mission tomorrow. After finishing tonight, I need to go to the Uchiha clan to report to the clan leader. You should sleep first? Qingchuan's tone was a bit flustered, and her gaze was a little evasive, mainly because Akane now was indeed quite bold. Because the original plan was to tidy up the house. Maybe she sweated a bit, and her outer clothing was lost somewhere. From Qingchuan's angle of vision, she always saw some places where she didn't know how to place her gaze. It gave her a strange feeling. Looking felt impolite, but not looking seemed impolite too. So Qingchuan prepared to grab her sword and run away. Hey! Akane looked at Qingchuan's departing figure with a strange expression. But soon, she glanced at her little Akane and suddenly understood. Little Haruko, it's about time for you to hit puberty, right? Uchiha clanland. Itachi, eat something. Mikoto stood at her son's door, her tone full of heartache. The little Sasuke beside her could already walk on his own. Standing next to his mother, he looked at her, then at his brother's tightly closed door, feeling a bit helpless. Your father still loves you very much. Just apologize to your father. What can't be said well between father and son? Mikoto advised with great effort. Itachi, kneeling in his room, opened his eyes, still filled with pain. Apologize. Did he do something wrong? If he was wrong, then why wouldn't his father answer him directly? He wasn't wrong. It was his father who made a mistake, but was unwilling to admit it and planned to continue making mistakes. Because, in the clan leader's eyes, such mistakes were evidently correct for the Uchiha clan. Itachi understood his father. He truly did. But he also told himself that he could never become a person like his father. Never. Mother, I'm not hungry. You can go back first. His tone softened as Itachi adjusted his emotions, though his voice was a bit hoarse. Brother. Hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke's little face instantly lit up. At night, there's fish to eat. It's so delicious. Sasuke ate 2 fish. Hearing his brother's voice, Itachi's expression clearly became even more conflicted. He had no intention of arguing with his father. He just wanted to express his stance. Not eating was simply because he couldn't. Just thinking about Haruko possibly undergoing a cold interrogation made it impossible for him to eat. Mikoto, Auntie, Tobarama, little Sasuke? At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. It was Qingchuan, who had made her way back to inform Fugaku that she had joined the Umbu. Little Haruko. Seeing the newcomer, Mikoto was filled with joy. The little Sasuke beside her was startled, quickly hiding behind his mother, peeking out to secretly observe. You're back? Are you okay? Mikoto asked with concern, not knowing how to start. She could only express all her worries and care. You've suffered. Little Haruko. Qingchuan smiled sweetly, slightly bowing as a form of greeting. Not all. Third Hokage is a really nice person. By the way, where is Itachi-kun? Mikoto's face suddenly became a bit awkward. He is inside. Creak. At this moment, the wooden door opened. Itachi's somewhat pale face and slightly red eyes appeared. Qingchuan's heart immediately skipped a beat. After half a year, how did Itachi end up like this? You all chat. I'll take my leave. Mikoto said with a sigh of relief, while also taking little Sasuke, who was staring at the older sister, out of the courtyard. In the courtyard, the young man finally met the young girl again. Long time no see, Haruko. Qingchuan responded almost mechanically, then silently lowered her head. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have seen Itachi. But Fugaku was lurking not far away, and avoiding him wasn't an option. Damn it, what'd I do if I panic? In the distance, little Sasuke, who turned back 3 times, finally left the courtyard. He curiously looked at his mother, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Mama, who is that pretty big sister? Woke up late. Let us go. Chapter 51 Uncle will guide your training. 2-8 Itachi-kun. I came this time, actually to say goodbye. In the courtyard, Qingchuan said with a stiff face. Fugaku was nearby, but showed no signs of appearing. Not knowing what he was up to, Qingchuan could only muster the courage to say to Itachi goodbye. Itachi's already pale face turned even whiter. Section 44. Is it really that serious? But what does that man's betrayal have to do with Haruko? Don't worry, Itachi-kun. Ayakawa lifted his head and playfully brushed his mischievous hair. Lord Third is very optimistic about my medical ninjutsu and has already agreed to let me join the Umbu. It just means I might be very busy in the future, and I probably have many chances to return to the clan. Bruce, I might miss your Chunin exam. Sorry, Lord Third, medical ninjutsu, Umbu. So that is how it is. Itachi couldn't help, but let out a sigh of relief, a heavy stone in his heart disappearing. However, after learning this news, Itachi found that he didn't seem to be able to feel happy. But even if I can't be there for your exam, I will cheer for you, Itachi-kun. Ayakawa smiled slightly and encouraged him. Behind that green tea smile, there was a bit of bragging involved. Chunin exam? Hee. I don't need that anymore. After joining the Umbu, the titles of Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin immediately became less important. The system directly sent rewards and refreshed new tasks. Side quest, master bankai, and unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Unique buff, training results 100 when dressed in female clothing, concealing all male characteristics. Unique buff, recovery speed 250 when smiling. Unique buff, healing effects increased by 100. Ayakawa, at the forefront of the version, directly skipped Chunin and became part of the Umbu, and this time the rewards were exceptionally generous. At the very least, during the upcoming puberty, he would need to hide his neck with a headband. Not to mention that almost perverse buff enhancement. It could be said that as long as he wanted, he could train crazily for 24 hours without a break. So Ayakawa smiled happily and sincerely. If this continues. On the day he takes off his skirt, no matter how strong Itachi is, or how ruthless Toko is, he, Uchiha Ayakawa, will be fearless. However, the more sincere Ayakawa's smile was, the more uncomfortable Itachi felt inside. Thank you, Haruko. I will definitely do my best. A plain thank you, a plain promise. Itachi really couldn't feel happy. The distance was getting further and further. Itachi had a sense of illusion. The Haruko in front of him was still the same Haruko from a year ago, silently practicing in the small woods of the clan. Even though he was right beside her, he still couldn't muster the courage to say hello. But if that were the case, it might actually be better. Haruko is now in the Umbu, and he, isn't even a Chunin. No wonder his father would confine him to the house. What could he do to help Haruko? The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Ahem. At this moment, a somewhat authoritative, pretentious cough sounded. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow and looked over, slightly bowing. Clan leader. It was indeed Uchiha Fugaku who appeared. After staring for a long time, he finally showed up. Itachi remained standing still. His father's arrival did not improve his mood in the slightest. Haruko, Lord Third has already informed me about your joining the Umbu. Fugaku glanced at his son, and spoke gently to Ayakawa, still authoritative, but the admiration within was unmistakable, like an elder who was genuinely happy for his junior. Don't have any concerns. Just focus on training in the Umbu. Your uncle and aunt think highly of you. Saying this, Fugaku took out a scroll from his bosom. This is some fire-release ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan. Take it as a gift to celebrate your joining the Umbu. After completing your missions, you can return to the clan. Your uncle will guide your training. Ayakawa looked at the scroll in front of him. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse symbolically, but he still accepted it directly, then smiled sweetly and bowed. Thank you, uncle. Wait, uncle? Ayakawa, who had just scored a free scroll, suddenly felt something was off. But his hands and mouth moved too quickly, and it seemed too late to backtrack. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Fugaku's eyes. Meanwhile, Ayakawa internally cursed but glanced at Itachi again and nodded. Then I'll head home to prepare for tomorrow's mission. Itachi Uchiha. Ayakawa, who only wanted to escape, hurriedly took his leave. Fugaku, isn't worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he left the courtyard stepping lightly, Ayakawa realized too late. He had been so focused on the deliciousness of the scroll that he almost overlooked Fugaku's words. He will guide your training. Isn't this the same as buying him as a spy with the scroll? Although he hadn't said it outright. But after a few sessions of guidance, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Ayakawa chuckled to himself. Fire release? I'm a medical ninja. Watching the girl walk further away. After a long while, it seemed that a certain string in his heart suddenly snapped, and Itachi suddenly knelt down facing his father. Father, it was my fault before. My vision was too short-sighted. Please forgive me, father. Please, father, guide my training. Itachi's voice trembled, yet was incredibly firm. Chapter 52. When the sky falls, it should be Kakashi who carries it. 3-8. The Third Great Ninja War had not yet completely ended. Even if the open war had been declared over, the war behind the scenes never stopped. Kakashi's team took on an A-rank mission. This time, it was from the Mist Village. According to intelligence from the front lines, the Mist Village was suspected of dispatching a large number of ninjas to prepare for an attack on the borders of Konoha. Early morning, after gathering at the Hokage building, Kakashi glanced at the girl beside him, somewhat puzzled. Haruko, you seem very excited? Even with a mask on, Kakashi could clearly sense Haruko's happiness. Aren't you nervous about your first mission? As that man's former disciple, Haruko had basically never left the village since becoming a genin. Her experience with missions was pitifully zero. It's no wonder. That man's purpose back then was probably to hide behind Konoha under the guise of teaching his disciples while conducting those heinous experiments. However, looking at Haruko, she seemed to have no sense of nervousness about executing a mission. On the contrary, she was very excited. Of course, I'm happy to be able to see outside of Konoha. Ayakawa said from the bottom of his heart. This is serious. Since crossing over, he really knew nothing about places outside of Konoha. Section 45. It was just that one time I went out to find Suzy for a solo experience. But that was still within the Leaf Village, hardly counts as the outside world. Besides, wasn't Kakashi-senpai right beside me? What was there to be nervous about? Qingchuan, codenamed Green Tea, said carelessly. At this time, Itachi was still developing, and he had also temporarily distanced himself from the Uchiha clan. If the sky were to fall, it was time for someone else to bear the burden. Joining the Umbu, he certainly didn't plan to just be a medical ninja and wait to die. After all, it takes a huge amount of spiritual pressure to release Sakura's techniques from Shurkai to Bankai, and the only way to increase spiritual pressure, aside from hard training and basic skills like Zanjutsu and Shunpa, was to cut people. The Umbu, going through wind and rain, just happened to cover all of this. The Umbu base had many spacious and private training rooms, enough for Qingchuan to recklessly release his Kido and Bakudo. And the Umbu missions, especially in the current situation, provided plenty of opportunities to cut people, which did not disappoint him. One could say, this wave of joining the Umbu was a huge profit. After listening to Qingchuan's words, Kakashi stopped in his tracks and considered seriously. I can't always protect you, Qingchuan. As a medical ninja, you must always remember, your safety is the most important, got it? As he spoke, the tragic images from his memories flashed briefly again. A hint of pain appeared in Kakashi's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. You must remember that the lives of everyone in the team depend on your medical ninjutsu. Before we die, we will do our best to protect you. And you, if you encounter a situation that cannot be salvaged, do not look back, understand? After saying that, Kakashi sighed and adjusted his mask. With he vanished from sight. If only I could have said this to Rin back then. Maybe Rin wouldn't have had to die. Kakashi's heart was filled with turmoil. He really didn't understand the third Hokage's intention in sending such a girl to his side. Was it a test? But he really didn't have the courage to lose again. Then let's use what we can to protect this girl. Sigh. On the spot, Qingchuan watched Kakashi's departing figure, his expression gradually stiffening. Damn, from Kakashi's tone, it seemed like he wouldn't have a chance to take the stage. What was he going to do? Whoosh. The team was rapidly advancing through the dense forest. Qingchuan was positioned in the middle of the group. In front was Kakashi leading the way, and behind were several sturdy men guarding the retreat. While Qingchuan felt helpless, he also began to grow anxious. Just before the team set off, Kakashi repeated his viewpoint once more. The remaining team members immediately praised him. This left Qingchuan with a headache. Stop. Suddenly, Kakashi in front slammed on the brakes, and the remaining team members stopped in their tracks as well. Qingchuan coldly surveyed the surroundings, feeling a wave of enmity in his heart. There were only 3 people, and from the sensed aura, they seemed no different from cannon fodder ninjas. Although for Qingchuan, even a mosquito leg was still meat. But Kakashi clearly wouldn't give him any opportunity. Quick battle. No survivors. Kakashi directly issued the order. Then, 2 Umbu followed Kakashi in a rush, directly charging at the few missed ninjas. Long swords swiftly cut through the throats of the 3 men, who didn't even have the chance to resist, and their lives faded away. Chidori scattered. Kakashi turned back to take a look, then waved his hand. The Umbu immediately set off again, swiftly cleaning up the scene. The speed and efficiency of their actions made Qingchuan curse inwardly while nearly giving them a thumbs up. This is the Umbu? So damn professional. Chapter 53. Qingchuan, you shouldn't become someone like me. 4-8. The efficiency of the Umbu is beyond doubt, especially Kakashi's team. The distinctive white hair and the famously powerful lightning release meant that assassination rarely appeared in Kakashi's battle plans. It was all about direct confrontation. Then rapidly cleaning up the scene, that was it. Qingchuan was caught off guard for a moment. The 3 corpses had long since disappeared. There, we should go. Kakashi waved his hand, pulling Qingchuan's thoughts back to reality. He hurriedly followed the team. But Qingchuan's small face under the mask was growing increasingly uneasy. This can't go on. Without killing, there would be no proficiency. Then all these training buffs on him would be wasted. Although he still had ample time, that was predicated on his diligent training. Slacking off during this mission would only result in bloodshed by Itachi later. The team progressed a considerable distance. Along the way, after Qingchuan dealt with a few groups of miscellaneous enemies, Kakashi issued a pause command in a relatively good open area. The group of Umbu pulled out their rations and water, removed their masks, and took a short break. Qingchuan was thinking about how to find a chance to deliver a finishing blow to increase his proficiency in bankai. But at that moment, an older Umbu approached Kakashi. Captain, I think next time we encounter a small number of enemies, we should let Qingchuan try. Yes, Captain, another Umbu chimed in. Although she is a medical ninja, she will have to adapt to this life in the Umbu sooner or later. That said, adapting to the Umbu should take some time, right? I think it can't be rushed. Exactly, adapting isn't something that can be done in a day or two. This is a battlefield. It's better to wait until Qingchuan's strength increases before we start fighting. The group of Umbu seemed to have opened up a discussion. They debated whether Qingchuan should take action during missions. Meanwhile, Qingchuan, as the subject of discussion, felt somewhat dazed at the moment. This atmosphere, why did it feel so much like a debate? He wasn't in a fake Umbu, was he? If he remembered correctly, in the original story, Itachi entered the Umbu, gradually gaining recognition through his hard strength. Given his age and the Uchiha surname, Itachi's initial career in the Umbu wasn't so stable. How come here? Even a task experience was back and forth. However, thinking about his current identity as a medical ninja, Qingchuan somewhat understood. Medical ninjas are often the primary targets to be eliminated during missions. The healer goes down first. Similarly, medical ninjas are also the top priority to protect in the team, especially in a battlefield with cold weapons and ninjutsu. The value of a medical ninja is immeasurable. Tsunade, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, is revered wherever she goes, and this is the reason. While her strength is certainly one aspect, what's more important is her title as the Princess of Slugs, said to be able to heal anything. However, the medical ninjas in the Umbu are definitely not just pretty faces who can heal injuries, but cannot kill. Besides knowing medical ninjutsu, if they lack combat ability, they probably wouldn't even be able to leave the Umbu base. Alright, as the debate became increasingly intense, Kakashi shouted coldly, and everyone immediately fell silent. The venue returned to quiet. Regarding this matter, let Haruko decide for herself. Kakashi sighed and said solemnly. Section 46. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all the team members, Kakashi approached Ayakawa and sighed once more. You've heard everyone's opinions, Haruko. Although I don't agree with you experiencing the bloody life of the Umbu at such an early stage, they're not wrong. This is what the Umbu is like. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze fell upon the long sword in Ayakawa's arms. You decide for yourself whether to participate in a fight within your capabilities or choose to learn for a while longer. Your decision will be my decision, and it will also be our collective decision. Don't feel pressured. Kakashi was not entirely sure of the girl's strength. However, there was no doubt that Haruko's talent was undoubtedly strong. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't have sent her to the Umbu. But precisely because of this, Kakashi did not want the girl before him to participate in battle too early. Battle means bloodshed. He could do everything to protect the girl in front of him, but when the girl's hands are stained with the blood of enemies, would that smile still be as radiant? Haruko shouldn't become someone like him. Of course, if Kakashi could see the cherry blossom tree in Orochimaru's courtyard, he probably wouldn't think this way. This year's cherry blossoms were especially beautiful. Green Tea Ayakawa stood up and deeply bowed to everyone. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai and everyone else. I still want to join the fight. That way, I won't hold everyone back. As she spoke, Ayakawa's smile suddenly froze, but quickly returned to normal. Under Kakashi's gradually helpless gaze, Ayakawa began to channel her spiritual energy. The counterattack from a mist was approaching. Chapter 54. Is anyone there? The delivery has arrived. 5-8. There were quite a few people, probably a mid-sized squad. More than 30, which was more than 3 times Kakashi's team. Their strength was not weak either. At least, it was about the same as the average level of the other members in Kakashi's team. Moreover, compared to Kakashi's team, the Mist Squad had several figures with strong auras. Clearly not to be underestimated. But that was about it. The Mist speed was very fast. They were expected to arrive here in less than 10 minutes. Ayakawa maintained her smile as she watched the oblivious team members, but in her heart, she was secretly calculating. In this situation, a tactical retreat was definitely the first option. But her 1,000 cherry blossoms were already eager to move. Running away was definitely not an option. Then let's fight. She would make up for the mosquito legs she had lost earlier. Ayakawa's heart surged with excitement, but her smile remained unchanged, and a bold plan suddenly appeared in her mind. Kakashi-senpai, excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. After greeting Kakashi, Ayakawa hugged her sword and walked towards the Mist Squad. Don't go too far. Kakashi's reminder was only halfway through when Ayakawa had already vanished in an instant. This left Kakashi a bit bewildered, but soon, that bewilderment turned into worry. Captain, although I understand your feelings as someone who has been through this, I still want to remind you. An older Umbu member approached, making a series of exaggerated expressions at Kakashi. Girls need a little space. Space. Kakashi was even more confused. What space? What did I do wrong? Hee. The older Umbu member let out a strange laugh, then bowed to the air while making more exaggerated expressions. Little Haruko is still young. Some things need to be resolved alone. You understand, right? Kakashi. Activating Shuinpa in succession, Ayakawa easily bypassed the members of Kakashi's team who were on guard, then headed back toward the Mist Squad. She stopped at the base of a large tree, calculating the time and distance. The mist was getting closer. 20 seconds, maybe? Almost there. Holding her breath, Ayakawa took a deep breath, adjusting the flow of her spiritual energy. O King, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and restraint. Know not the wall of sinful dreams, only stand upon it. A high-pitched chant, in the most calm tone, burst forth from Ayakawa's lips. 2 fingers pointed forward. Just as the mist was about to reach the designated area, Ayakawa's spiritual energy suddenly surged. Way of Destruction number 33, Blue Firefall. The condensed white explosive flames surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. The explosive flames shattered countless trees. And when they reached the mist's front lines, they instantly unleashed their explosive power, causing the entire forest to tremble. Ayakawa calculated the positions of the surviving mist members. Activating Shuinpa again, a few flashes later, she had already arrived at the location of the remaining mist members. The smile on her face was more radiant than ever. Is anyone there? The delivery has arrived. 1,000 cherry blossoms unsheathed. The small figure, accompanied by a long ponytail, flickered incessantly. The cautious Ayakawa treated every enemy as if they were Orochimaru. Every slash was made with all her strength. Several enemies, caught off guard by the explosion, fell to the ground. The remaining mist members quickly grabbed their weapons. Without much words, they charged towards Ayakawa. This was the battle of ninjas, silent and deadly. Everything unfolded amidst the flash of blades. If it weren't for the huge scorch marks being so eye-catching, this forest would have showcased a spectacular display of ninja sword techniques. It must be said, after nearly a year of close combat with Orochimaru, Ayakawa's current strength was truly not something ordinary fish could compare to. The three tomo glimmered, 1,000 cherry blossoms rose and fell, without any fancy moves, just pure slashing. Coupled with Shuinpa, her body always appeared in the best position. Then, reaping souls. After about less than half a minute, Ayakawa stopped Shuinpa, ceased her slashing, and breathed heavily, calming the turbulent energy within her body and her heart. At this moment, the entire battlefield was already littered with corpses. That was a bit thrilling. The proficiency of her bankai finally increased a little. Ayakawa frowned slightly. They're just a bunch of minions. Damn it. After all that effort, more than 10 souls died under 1,000 cherry blossoms, and it barely increased by less than 0.1. So if I want to complete my bankai, does that mean I have to kill over 10,000 people? The third Hokage didn't seem to have to beat up that many Awagakure ninjas back in the day. Unbelievable. Cough cough. In such a distant place, an attack has begun. I underestimated you, Konoha. At this moment, a faint voice emerged, mixed with constant coughing, catching Ayakawa's attention. A fish that slipped through the net? Ayakawa raised an eyebrow. Section 47. At such a close distance. Soul perception cannot be ignored. It's just that this guy is already on the brink of death, which is why this situation has arisen. Qingchuan raised his 1,000 cherry blossoms and pointed it at the mist ninja. In the next life, please work hard on your training. Just as Qingchuan was about to strike, he suddenly noticed something different about the person's right eye. Chapter 55. Confirmed. The system is really impressive. 6-8. Is your name Qing? The 1,000 cherry blossoms was pressed against the mist ninja's chin, turning his face towards Qingchuan. Looking at this charred face, the two faces gradually merged, especially the eye patch over the right eye, which was particularly obvious. The exhalation was clearly more than the inhalation, and it looked like he was about to collapse. Are you still alive, Mr. Qing? Qingchuan tapped Qing's face with 1,000 cherry blossoms and suddenly felt a bit reluctant to kill this guy. Of course, it couldn't be because they both had Qing in their names. The one who was supposed to kill him was Haruko, and it had nothing to do with Qingchuan. Besides, he wasn't overly compassionate. After all, he was a disciple of Orochimaru, and he still had some professional ethics. The main reason was, ever since he received the latest reward, Qingchuan had actually felt a bit insecure about this new buff. The omnipotent system. Can it really hide all of his male characteristics? Not even his Byakugan? Qingchuan decided to give a try. There was still a certain distance from Kakashi and the others. The noise just now was loud enough that someone from Kakashi's team had already come to investigate. There should be about 2 minutes left. Enough time. He slapped Qing's forehead, and with the healing buff activated, Qing's breath gradually improved. Feeling that it was about time, Qingchuan finally stopped. Hello, Mr. Qing. As Qingchuan spoke, he silently placed 1,000 cherry blossoms against Qing's neck. My stomach hurts a bit. Can you help me take a look? At this moment, Qing, although he was still in excruciating pain, he had barely regained consciousness. When he saw the person in front of him, Qing was a bit dazed. He had already prepared himself for death. Just now, he had even experienced a flashback of his life. There were so many regrets. The fourth Mizuki's stubbornness. The growing dissatisfaction of the new generation of ninjas. Mist Ninja, there were still many hidden dangers that needed his resolution. However, if he died on the battlefield, he wouldn't be considered a coward. Death isn't scary. What is scary is being afraid of death. Qing wasn't afraid of death. But, what is this situation? A little girl's stomach hurts? Looking for him to check. No, there is something wrong. This little girl has a knife, and it's pressed against her own neck. No, this little girl is holding a mask. This outfit is from Konoha's Umbu. No, this little girl just wiped out the Mist Ninja team he led. What exactly are you trying to achieve? With a reluctant roar, the severely injured Qing suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed, being trampled by the enemy with a knife pressed against his neck, and what's more, it's a little girl. This feeling was truly unpleasant. I said my stomach hurts. Help me take a look. Why are you yelling? Qingchuan frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. Can we just talk nicely? Why must it be a fight? Mist Ninja, it seems, has been severely affected by Tsuchikage. Even basic manners are gone. You, in a fit of rage, Qing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. his single eye filled with unwillingness. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why humiliate me like this? Slap. A knife slapped across Qing's face, and Qingchuan's gaze gradually turned cold. This is humiliation. I said, take a look at my stomach, do you understand? Don't you want to go back and check what's wrong with your fourth Mizukage? Kakashi's team is about to arrive. Qingchuan didn't plan to drag this out any longer. Confirming that this guy was Qing made things easier. Just drop some heavy information. Sure enough, Qing's single eye suddenly widened, and his breath quickened. What do you want to say? The girl in front of him was truly incomprehensible. God knows what kind of evil spirit is contained within this cute shell. Qing wanted to die. At least, he wanted to die just a moment ago. But now, when this girl spoke his greatest obsession, he suddenly found. He no longer wanted to die. Look at me with your Byakugan, and I will tell you what happened to me. Seeing that he was hooked, Qingchuan quickly pressed forward. Qing's gaze became conflicted again. The intense pain and fear made him calm down a bit. Although he didn't believe that a little girl from Konoha could know what their mist ninja's biggest problem was, he had to admit that. He had to believe. At least, he had to act like he believed. Otherwise, death would surely await him. After all, only by living could he seek the truth. This eye is my trophy, and activating it requires gathering chakra. Without further ado, Qing prepared to use this excuse to buy some time. All right, gather. Qingchuan directly raised the knife and then stabbed down hard. Oh, my hand slipped. Sorry. Pretending to exaggerate with an apology, Qingchuan's knife was raised again. I slipped my hand. You think I'm joking? Qing's heart cursed, and his mouth blurted out the fastest words he had ever spoken in his life. All right, it's done. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes suddenly bulged, and although Qing was severely injured, he was still able to activate his Byakugan without any problem. Meanwhile, Qingchuan was staring into his eyes, confirming that there was no indication of shock or surprise in his gaze. The knife fell without hesitation, without a hint of doubt. You really looked when I told you to look. How rude. Another bit of proficiency gained. Qingchuan's spiritual energy was activated again. Then in an instant, he disappeared. The remaining 2 updates will be made up tomorrow during the day. Section 48. I specifically took a day off for this, mainly because I overslept today, kneeling on the ground to ask for forgiveness. I was wrong. I shouldn't have boasted. Chapter 56. Take her eyes. Bring them over. Supplement. Whoosh. Kakashi's team advanced rapidly. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared ahead, catching their attention. Everyone felt a weight lift from their hearts, and they hurried to catch up with the figure. Hey, Captain, senior members? Qingchuan looked at the group of Umbu in front of him with shock and exclaimed, You heard it too? What a huge tremor. It scared me. The group exchanged glances. Keep moving, stay hidden. Kakashi shot a cold glance at Qingchuan, but didn't say anything. That look was somewhat strange. Worry, relief, and surprise? The little girl really has some guts, huh? She just went through the brutality of a mission and still dares to run around casually? Luckily, she didn't run far. The team continued forward. Finally, they stopped at the large shard mark. Alert! The team spread out. Kakashi's team maintained a high level of vigilance, advancing while investigating the scene. The horrific sight at the scene made everyone's hearts race. Bodies lay everywhere, shocking to behold. The massive charred mark that ran through the scene was even more terrifying. On both sides of the charred mark lay a large number of bodies, over 30 in total, each with different states of death. This scene, even though Qingchuan participated in the entire process, looking at it again still made him sigh. The power of a fully unleashed ghost path technique is indeed astonishing. The identifiable ones are all mist ninja. Before long, an Umbu reported. There are also some bodies that have lost their characteristics. It's hard to be certain, but they should also be from the mist. Kakashi, who was half squatting next to a body, nodded. Suspected high-level fire release, causing mass casualties, and a team of more than 3 skilled in swordsmanship. Let us consider this mission concluded for now. Record it, and we'll head back to Konoha first. Kakashi commanded, although the ones who died were enemies. Those who killed them might not necessarily be friends of Konoha. At least, being able to kill so many mist ninja in such a short time poses a threat to Konoha as well. Kakashi glanced at the petite figure observing around. She really is bold. Is she not afraid at all? However, in this situation, we must retreat. The enemy may not have gone far, and they don't seem to be heading towards Konoha. But to kill this mini mist ninja in a short time wouldn't take much effort. Probably collected a few bodies that still have some value. Kakashi's team began the return journey. On the other side, Konoha, root base. In the dimly lit corridor, only a single candle flickered, struggling to maintain its light. A shadowy figure stood at the end of the corridor, exuding a terrifying presence. The one-eyed half-mummy leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. The eye under the bandage was a Sharingan with 3 Tomo. For Danzo, Sharingan was something to be used and discarded. Even the Uchiha clan's ocular power would diminish over time, leading to blindness or further evolution. Danzo's understanding of Sharingan was not less than that of the Uchiha clan. In fact, he was very familiar with certain forbidden techniques that came at the cost of Sharingan. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared silently, enough to disturb the already uneasy candlelight. Danzo's cold figure flickered in and out of sight, even more unsettling. The ocular power in this eye is nearly depleted. As Danzo spoke, he removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing an aged Sharingan that had lost its crimson hue. Go find a replacement for this eye. One Root member raised his head, quickly glanced at Danzo, and then lowered it again. The other younger-looking Root member remained silent, waiting for orders. If we're to target the Uchiha, we need precise arrangements. The Root member spoke quickly. The current Uchiha is not easy to handle. Although they have been suppressed to the corners of Konoha, it has made them more united. If a clan member goes missing or has their eyes gouged out in Uchiha territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. We don't necessarily need to target Uchiha clan members. Danzo re-wrapped his bandage, his voice still cold. That one who has no parents or teachers, even killed his own companions, and betrayed Root, Kakashi, also possesses a Sharingan. Taking it would be sufficient for a while. Speaking of Kakashi, Danzo's gaze turned colder, betraying Root and leaking information, allowing his position to return to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, after that, he wasted one of his subordinates for the sake of an Uchiha. New grudges and old ones should be settled together. The subordinate understood. The Root member quickly replied, then added, then, should Uchiha Haruko, under Kakashi, also be included in the action plan? Uchiha Haruko, once a target in a Root capture mission. Also notably, the rare case that caused Root to fail in executing a mission twice. Once due to Kakashi and Shunshin, and once due to Orochimaru. Even Danzo, upon hearing this name, fell silent for a moment, still primarily focused on Hatake Kakashi's eyes. But if she sees too much, then let us take her eyes as well. Leave no survivors. Chapter 57 Temporary Mission, Orochimaru's Base, Supplement, above. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi completed his mission report and situation analysis. The uncertain identity of the third party and the horrific state of the battlefield were all reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was somewhat solemn. As a ninja professor, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. But the problem is not here. The problem is, are these people really friends of Konoha? From a war prophet perspective, yes. The deceased mist ninja is the best proof. But similarly, this is war. Nothing can be trusted except interests. This is the experience Sarutobi Hiruzen gained from a lifetime of battles, a hard rule earned through the blood and lives of countless people. Suspected high-level fire release ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed even tighter. Kakashi next to him was also deep in thought. Third Hokage, is it possible that was the work of the cloud? The simultaneous appearance of both sides with the nature of the cloud. The probability of conflict is not low, Kakashi speculated. Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Now, it's best not to jump to conclusions. Indeed, given the position on the battlefield, it is not surprising for ninjas from the land of clouds to appear. In fact, as the most prosperous nation, the land of fire occupies the richest land and has always been the target of other countries. Section 49. It's not surprising seeing ninjas from any village in the territory. However, in terms of location, the possibility of it being Cloud Village, which is closest to Hidden Mist, is indeed the greatest. The thing is, Konoha really can't afford to make too many enemies right now. Although there have been quite a few skirmishes on the cloud front, they are still within a controllable range. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, maintaining peace is still the best option. After all, Konoha is truly lacking in personnel right now. The fourth Hokage has died in battle. Orochimaru has betrayed us. Konoha is genuinely in a state of transition. Forget it. Since you haven't had any conflicts with the enemy, let's leave it at that for now. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately didn't want to delve deeply into the existence of such a mysterious third party under these circumstances. The Umbu has discovered one of Orochimaru's hideouts, but for safety's sake, I haven't sent anyone to investigate yet. Kakashi, since you're back, I'll leave the investigation of Orochimaru's hideout to you. Upon hearing that man's name, Kakashi's eyes instinctively became vigilant. Yes, that man has not yet been captured and brought back to Konoha. By the way, Doesn't your team still have Orochimaru's former apprentice, Haruko? You should take her along. It will be a good training opportunity for her as well. Plus, there might be unexpected gains. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. Kakashi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse this mission. More precisely, he wanted to refuse the personnel arrangement for this mission. But when he saw the tired look in the third Hokage's eyes. Yes. Little Haruko, Uncle advises you. Next time you mustn't run off like this. Exactly. It's a good thing nothing happened. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. You've seen the captain's face. It's not right, is it? Captain Kakashi reports in the Hokage's office. A group of older men is lecturing the young girl intensely. The operative known as Green Tea Qingchuan is apologizing profusely, acknowledging his mistakes. Sorry for causing trouble to everyone. Green Tea Qingchuan bows again. Sigh. Life is tough. Going out to earn some extra money feels like offending the whole world. Qingchuan smiles while admitting his mistakes, thinking about what excuse to use next time sneak a bite. Soon, Kakashi returned. The Umbu members immediately quieted down and looked at Kakashi. There is no need to go to Miss for now. The Umbu will take over our previous mission. Kakashi scanned the crowd, and his gaze ultimately landed on the girl. The next task is the usual surveillance mission, but Haruko and I are excluded. The third Hokage has other arrangements. Dismissed. The Umbu members dispersed in response. In a not-so-spacious lounge, only Kakashi and Qingchuan remained. Kakashi's gaze was somewhat conflicted. He even felt a bit of regret for not refusing the third Hokage's orders. Orochimaru's hideout is too dangerous. He didn't expect Konoha to be so short on personnel right now, but he wasn't sure if this was the third Hokage's deliberate arrangement. Could it be the third Hokage still does not trust Haruko's innocence? Or is it simply that he wants to sharpen Haruko's skills and help her move past Orochimaru's shadow? Kakashi, who usually does not question the reasons behind missions, rarely felt doubt about the task itself. Kakashi-senpai? At this moment, the girl's voice, filled with curiosity and anticipation, brought Kakashi back to reality. Looking at Haruko in front of him, his gaze gradually regained its determination. It's a hideout of Orochimaru. Lord Third has sent us two to investigate. Kakashi slowly explained the situation of the mission. Upon hearing this, Qingchuan, who initially thought it was some special task, was stunned. Nanny, after organizing his thoughts and taking some time, let us go. Chapter 58. Proficiency is coming 1-5. On the way to Orochimaru's hideout, two figures were rushing quickly. Wait, if you don't want to go in, just stay outside and keep watch for me. If there's any problem, I'll call you. Kakashi glanced at the girl who had been silent the whole way. After much deliberation, he made a decision. It seems that the man's betrayal has affected Haruko more than it appears. After all, both Haruko and Rin have accommodating personalities. They just have a bit of courage, perhaps too much. But since the third Hokage insists on having him take Haruko along, then so be it. Staying outside and not going in still counts as executing the mission. I'll still go in with you, senpai. Qingchuan replied softly. It's a good opportunity to learn more about the experience of executing missions from you. As Qingchuan spoke, his gaze towards Kakashi held a hint of something unusual. It felt like Kakashi was now being treated as two people at once, just back from the front lines of Mist, and in the blink of an eye, he has taken on the task of investigating Orochimaru's abandoned hideout. Konoha is truly short on manpower right now. However, what surprised Qingchuan was that he was included in the mission personnel. What an unexpected disaster. Unable to continue honing his skills by cutting people down, Qingchuan originally planned to train vigorously at the Root training grounds. But unexpectedly, he was pulled over to run errands. Nevertheless, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. If he remembered correctly, there was likely to be an interesting character in this mission with Kakashi. The current Root assassin, Jia, the future worker of Konoha, Yamato. He looks honest and works diligently, especially his 3-room, 1-hall technique, which is a model worker skill. Although he was misled a lot in the beginning by Danzo. However, after Kakashi's persistent persuasion, he resolutely jumped from Root to Umbu. Thus began his legendary life as a worker. Qingchuan was looking forward to meeting this future worker. Kakashi said nothing further. The two quickened their pace, and soon they arrived at their destination. It was the most remote corner nestled among Konoha's many forests. The entrance was blocked by a few large trees, but it had been simply cleared by the Umbu, leaving only a dark hole that looked a bit eerie. Step back a bit, Haruko. Kakashi moved ahead, taking 2 steps forward with a vigilant expression. Qingchuan followed behind Kakashi. However, his gaze gradually became strange. The aura detected by his spirit perception. It seems there is more than just Jia. Under the mask, Qingchuan's lips curled slightly. Proficiency is coming to the door. The two walked cautiously and slowly forward. Just as they entered the cave, not long after, several masked figures indeed appeared at the entrance of the cave, just as Qingchuan had anticipated. Section 50. Although they were wearing standard equipment similar to the Umbu, the colder gaze behind the masks confirmed the identities of the few individuals. Root. Only one of the Root members was of average height, his eyes showing some degree of struggle and confusion. Jia, you go in first. Be careful to let Kakashi and Uchiha Haruko lower their guard. Don't alarm the snake. The leader of the Root commanded. Remember, Kakashi's traitor who killed his companion must be eliminated. Be prepared to act directly if necessary. We will be ready to support you at all times. The voice of that Root member was strong and powerful. Jia's expression gradually became resolute upon hearing the words about killing his companion. Yes, he nodded in response, his figure flickering as he jumped into the cave without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Hokage's office, I heard you discovered a former hideout of Orochimaru. Danzo squinted his single eye and asked in a deep voice. Yes, it should be a research facility left by Orochimaru. I have already sent someone to investigate. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his work and spoke slowly. I see. Danzo felt a slight relief in his heart. Is the person you sent reliable? With Orochimaru's madness, ordinary people may be in danger when exploring his hideout. This somewhat caring tone puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, thinking of Orochimaru's past service en route, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon understood. He is a very reliable subordinate, and there's also a young ninja who I believe could use some training. There shouldn't be any problems. The reliable subordinate referred to was indeed Kakashi, and the young ninja who needed training was undoubtedly Ayakawa. Thinking of their conversation that day, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit of a headache. A good little girl turned into such a state due to brainwashing. The medical ninja. He didn't want to see that highly talented girl, who was determined to become a medical ninja, be ruined by that bastard Orochimaru. Hopefully, this mission would lead to some improvement for her. Konoha really needs people right now. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Danzo, confirming the information was indeed correct, turned around and left with satisfaction. Before leaving, the joy of about to obtain the Sharingan made Danzo not forget to show off a bit. I hope they're safe. Chapter 59. Haruko, Kakashi Senpai. Be careful. 2-5. The decaying stench mixed with the strange smells of various medicines. Walking behind Kakashi, Ayakawa cursed Orochimaru in his heart once again. To be honest, Orochimaru's home was not like this. Before their disguises were completely torn apart, Orochimaru had been doing his best to maintain a cool demeanor. Elegant, powerful, and very caring towards his disciples, providing them with ample living expenses. But in this situation, walking through Orochimaru's experimental base, Ayakawa actually felt an illusion of exposing the true nature of a scumbag. He never expected that man would conduct so many evil experiments behind the scenes. Suddenly, Kakashi, who was walking in front, sighed. He had been paying attention to Haruko's reactions behind him all the way. But what he saw, besides silence, was nothing else. Perhaps Haruko's expression behind the mask was not too pleasant either. Fortunately, the third Hokage noticed in time Kakashi sighed again. But Ayakawa still did not respond. His attention was mostly focused on Jia, who was not far behind, and the group of Root members outside the cave entrance. It wouldn't work to use the excuse of going out to gain experience like last time. However, Ayakawa didn't plan to do that anyway. Kakashi's impression of him was still based on a year ago when he tricked that Root member. And this time, the Root operation was just an opportunity. Ayakawa was preparing to make a show. Kakashi-senpai, we might be being followed. Ayakawa's tone was incredibly serious. Kakashi's expression immediately became serious. Cursing himself for being careless, he instantly heightened his vigilance. He had been too focused on watching Haruko's reactions and made such a low-level mistake. His Sharingan quickly scanned the surroundings, not missing a single corner. Sure enough, in the shadows of a corner, a masked figure slowly emerged. It was Jia, Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Jia, who had been discovered, showed no signs of panic, but instead greeted him straightforwardly. You are Jia? Kakashi quickly recognized that voice. Although he had grown quite a bit taller, that voice and almost unchanged face allowed Kakashi to recognize him at a glance. He had met this boy once before. It wasn't a very friendly encounter. In a battle, the young boy had fallen to the ground after just one exchange. Yet Kakashi chose to let him go due to the wood release on the boy. He never expected that they would meet again here. Kakashi-senpai, be careful. At that moment, the dramatic Ayakawa stepped in front of Kakashi with a stride, his eyes flashing red, filled with coldness, and the long knife in his hand was already drawn. I haven't seen this guy in Ayakawa snorted coldly, full of hostility. Haruko, don't be too nervous. Kakashi looked at the vigilant girl in front of him, feeling warm in his heart, and quickly explained, he is indeed one of my juniors. But he is not a colleague of Jia belongs to Root. Right, Jia? While explaining, Kakashi also confirmed Jia's identity again. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. I am still serving in Root. Jia nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on the girl in front of him. This is Haruko, also one of my juniors. Haruko, put down your knife, he asked one of us. Noticing Jia's gaze, Kakashi quickly introduced Haruko. Meanwhile, he tried to ease Haruko's hostility. But how could the dramatic Ayakawa miss this opportunity to stir trouble? Kakashi-senpai, aren't all Root members bad people? Still gripping the 1,000 cherry blossoms tightly, Ayakawa's hostility showed no signs of diminishing as he coldly said, last time you and Shirta-senpai saved me. I have never forgotten that. This guy has been secretly following us all the way. He must have a problem. Hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Kakashi's eyes. So Haruko had always remembered that incident. It seemed that what happened back then had instilled a high level of vigilance in her towards Root. This was a bad thing. Moreover, looking at the not-so-familiar, even somewhat strange Jia in front of him, Kakashi himself was not completely defenseless either. Jia, what did Danzo-sama send you here for? Kakashi asked. Jia's gaze suddenly became a bit evasive. The hostility from the Root girl made him feel a bit guilty, and the thought of asking her further questions was completely dispelled. In fact, until just before he set off, he still had doubts about what Lord Danzo had said. The Kakashi-senpai in front of him seemed so easygoing. How could he possibly do something like that? How could he personally kill his own comrades? But Elder Danzo couldn't be lying to him. Elder Danzo had dedicated everything to Konoha. How could he fabricate such a lie for the sake of a Sharingan? The confusion in his eyes once again turned into determination. Jia also abandoned the thought of disguise. I am sorry, Kakashi-senpai. With his hands quickly forming seals and chakra being mobilized in an instant, Jia's tone gradually grew cold. The adults wouldn't lie to me, so you can die. Section 51. Would release. The Great Forest Technique. Chapter 60. That smile turns out to be so heavy. 3-5. His confidence was not very strong. It seemed that he was also trying to convince himself. However, when the crazily spreading would release appeared, Kakashi, who was behind Ayakawa, had no time to think too much. Because standing in front was Seiko. Quickly dodge. He pulled the girl in front of him away. And Kakashi, who lost the best opportunity to dodge, was hit by A's Great Force technique. He was directly bound tightly by the vines. At this moment, Ayakawa, who was pushed away by Kakashi, also moved. In midair, Ayakawa rolled, causing his ponytail to sway, and activated his instant step. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and Ayakawa, holding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, had already arrived beside Kakashi. Swish, swish, swish. The blade light flickered. In the blink of an eye, the vines on Kakashi were completely cut off. After finishing all this, Ayakawa stood coolly in front of Kakashi, with the 1,000 cherry blossoms pointing directly at the wood release boy A. Are you okay, Kakashi-senpai? Ayakawa coolly asked. Damn it. Just because of the move he just showed, he didn't believe Kakashi would still have the nerve to let him hide behind. I'm Fine. Kakashi's indifferent voice followed. Ayakawa's little face suddenly darkened. The reason was simple. This voice came from behind A, accompanied by a puff of white smoke behind Ayakawa and the buzzing of Chidori at A's neck. In an instant, the situation reversed, and Kakashi gained an absolute advantage with a wave of operations. When it comes to being cool, Kakashi is serious. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Even though Ayakawa could sense the breath of the soul, he was still astonished by the speed. Similarly, when Kakashi glanced at the position of the girl, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the girl's strength to be quite strong. And those three Tomo. A flash of heartache passed through Kakashi's eyes. He knew the conditions for the evolution of the Sharingan. After that man defected, Seiko, it seemed, was also having a hard time. How heavy must the burdens she bore be behind that ever-present smile? Sighing in his heart, Kakashi's attention returned to A. But the most important thing right now was still A in front of him. Although he had been vigilant in his heart when it really took action, Kakashi still found it hard to believe. Hey, why are you doing this? Sighing in his heart, Kakashi asked a question that he himself found somewhat foolish. Yes, Root. A's arrival and sudden hostility could only be attributed to Danzo's orders. What other possibilities could there be? This was clearly Danzo's instruction. Root, Is it finally going to settle accounts with him? Kakashi thought to himself, glancing again at the knife-wielding girl. This time, his gaze carried a bit of worry. After dealing with him, Root would surely not let Seiko off, right? You have no right to question Root's mission, traitor. A's voice was full of hatred and even disdain. What qualification does someone who killed his comrades have to stay in Konoha? A shouted, revealing the truth that Lord Danzo told him. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Reflexively, he glanced at the girl's position, and the unprepared Ayakawa responded with a confused look. At that time, I had no choice. Believe me, if I could, I would rather it was me who died. Kakashi withdrew his gaze and slowly explained. But who this explanation was really for, only he knew. However, that's none of your business. After finishing his explanation, Kakashi's eyes gradually turned cold. The mission that Danzo gave you. Besides me, who else is there? Is Seiko also on your kill list? This was what Kakashi was most concerned about now. Yes, he still did not intend to kill A. The wood-release ninjutsu on A was one of the very few methods that could control the Nine Tails. It was of great significance to Konoha, but he had to understand Root's goals and mission. He had to know whether Danzo had once again set his sights on Seiko. Although Kakashi was not yet prepared to hear the worst news, at the very least, he could inform the third Hokage, or even the Uchiha clan, asking them to give Seiko the greatest protection. I can't tell you. A's tone was clearly somewhat wavering. He could sense that Kakashi still did not have the intent to kill. At the same time, Kakashi's urgency in his tone was also very apparent. Was it for that girl? If so, perhaps Kakashi-senpai really has his difficulties, right? Confusion returned to A's eyes. Beside him, Ayakawa remained silent. In fact, after Kakashi showcased his operation, he lost his desire to perform. The move he just revealed was just right, worthy of the title of Orochimaru's disciple, and also worthy of his 3 tomo. The key point was, those Root members watching at the cave entrance were getting closer and closer. Chapter 61. I heard someone wants to chop off my head? 4-5. Noticing a gradually becoming confused, Kakashi sighed again in his heart. He withdrew Chidori, preparing to persuade this junior properly. However, at that moment, 2 kunai attached to explosive tags suddenly cut through the air, heading straight for A and Ayakawa. Kakashi, standing behind A, narrowed his eyes and pushed A away, quickly dodging himself. Meanwhile, Ayakawa, who had already noticed that Root had arrived, dodged backward, creating some distance. The next second, boom! 2 explosions almost sounded simultaneously. In this already abandoned experimental base, it immediately caused a tremor. Attack! Amid the chaos, several figures suddenly appeared, heading straight for Ayakawa, completely ignoring A's presence. A, what are you still dazed for? Execute Lord's orders. Kill this traitor who killed his comrades. The Root captain issued orders to A before taking action. However, at this moment, A's confusion only deepened. That kunai was indeed coming for him. Although the effect was excellent, forcing Kakashi-senpai to dodge and having to give up on his restraint over him. Why? Is it like this? A, do you want to defy Lord's orders? Seeing that A remained unmoved, the Root member shouted again, urging him. A wave of inexplicable fear surged into his heart, and A instantly woke up from the dream, looking at Kakashi again. Although there was conflict in his eyes, he steeled his heart and formed hand seals. Section 52. Would release silent kill binding technique. The arm extended again into a vine, moving faster, heading straight towards Kakashi. Just as Kakashi stabilized his position and was about to rush to save Haruko, his expression suddenly sharpened. Yeah, don't make another mistake. A loud shout. But Kakashi's path forward was completely locked by Ja. I'm sorry, Kakashi-senpai. I can't go against the command of my superior. Ja explained nervously while unwillingly blocking Kakashi. In the not-so-spacious experimental base, after the Root's involvement, 2 battlefields had appeared. Ja was constantly obstructing, seemingly wanting to capture Kakashi, his eyes cold and violent, even somewhat ferocious in the faint light of the Root. And that petite figure surrounded by the Root. Ayakawa silently adjusted his mask. He was afraid that the uncontrollable smile on his face would give him away. With his hands tightly gripping the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he appeared to be in a defensive stance. The superior said, leave no survivors. It was still the same Root captain, seeing Ja preparing to make his move, ready for a quick resolution against the little girl. Be careful. Prevent her from self-destructing her eyes. Cut off her head. Just as the Root captain was about to issue orders to take her down, a series of strange sounds came, and the entire laboratory began to shake violently. Oh no! The root captain suddenly realized the problem. The explosive tags might have triggered the restrictions here. Quickly finish this. Attack. Several roots immediately stopped hesitating. However, at that moment, the shaking grew stronger, and suddenly it began to collapse from top to bottom, with massive stones falling one after another. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. However, before he could respond, the entire experimental base seemed to begin to collapse. When the frequency of the tremors reached its peak, countless boulders fell, accompanied by a deafening noise, and that petite figure ultimately disappeared into the dust. Haruko! As the dust settled, Ayakawa still maintained the initial stance with his hands holding the blades. He seemed unmoved, but in reality, in just under 10 seconds, his blade had already swung countless times. The three Magatama targeted every falling stone. Then slash, cut. When the brief collapse ended, around the position where Ayakawa stood, there were only crushed stones. Of course, there were also a few surviving roots. Ayakawa silently turned his head, the crimson under his mask locking onto the fallen stones, then locking onto the remaining roots. I heard, someone wants to take my head with a knife? A playful tone, a playful gaze. The smile under Ayakawa's mask gradually became unrestrained. Several roots exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. To survive, they naturally saw everything Ayakawa had done. Countless falling stones were shattered into pieces under the flash of his blade. The reason they survived was precisely because of Ayakawa's knife. And now, that knife was aimed at them. God knows how terrifying this girl's swordsmanship is. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Watching the confused roots, Ayakawa suddenly lost interest. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hands transformed into an endless sea of flowers, surging forth. 10 seconds later, when the screams ceased, a powerful burst opened a gap from above, and Ayakawa directly returned to the ground. His spiritual perception spread out. Kakashi and Ja's auras were still entangled. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow, quickly used 2 more bursts to erase the traces, then silently walked to the entrance and crouched down. Kakashi-senpai, good luck. Ayakawa encouraged from behind a pile of rubble. Chapter 62. Did I scare the child, stupid? 5-5. The knife was mere millimeters away from Ja's neck. Ja could even feel the sharp blade, causing a prickling pain. He didn't dare to breathe heavily, fearing that one careless move would cut his throat. Just at that moment, the underground research room collapsed. But that Umbu girl was buried under the boulders, and Kakashi-senpai, who went to rescue her, was blocked outside. At that moment, Ja suddenly realized that Kakashi-senpai had changed. His techniques were no longer calm, but became more fierce, attacking recklessly. And after only a few exchanges, he was completely defeated, until the long blade was almost touching his neck. Ja finally realized he had misunderstood Kakashi-senpai, a person who could go crazy to this extent due to the death of a companion. How could he be like what the superior said, to kill his own companion? But the reality happened. Kakashi-senpai admitted it himself. Then what kind of situation was he in at that time? Ja couldn't imagine. Being part of the root, he couldn't understand the bonds between companions. But now, aside from the guilt of misunderstanding Kakashi-senpai, Ja found that he was actually a bit envious. How he wished to have a companion who would be sad for him, just like that girl who mistakenly took him for her brother. You can go now. Suddenly, the long blade left Ja's neck. Kakashi sheathed his sword, raised his head, but his body still trembled. Your wood release is still useful to Konoha. I won't kill you, and that's the only reason. Take care of yourself. After speaking, Kakashi no longer looked at Ja on the ground. He silently walked towards the path blocked by the boulders. Ja watched Kakashi's back, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After much inner turmoil, Ja finally stood up and deeply bowed towards Kakashi's direction. I am sorry, Kakashi-senpai. Endless guilt turned into an apology. Although the senpai might not accept it, what I can do is only this. He couldn't betray the root. From the moment he was taken in by the superior, he was destined to never escape that place. However, just at that moment, a massive creature suddenly appeared, its body surprisingly agile, opening its huge mouth, heading straight for Kakashi. Senpai, Ya shouted in alarm, but it seemed that being lost in sorrow slowed Kakashi's reaction. By the time he turned to look, the snake's mouth was already inches away. Would release. Great force technique. In a critical moment. Section 53. The remaining chakra of a forcefully condensed, transforming his right arm into a vine that moved at incredible speed, finally blocking the snake's head at the last moment. However, the power of the giant snake was clearly beyond what A could contend with in this state. The giant snake struck by the wood release was unharmed. Instead, it became enraged and turned its gaze towards A. Target changed. The giant snake moved its massive body again, incredibly fast, heading straight for the already near-exhausted A. In an instant, Kakashi finally reacted. With his own remaining chakra, he condensed it again, holding his breath and leaping high, heading straight for the giant snake's vital point. Chidori. The indestructible lightning release directly struck the monster's weak spot. Purple blood splattered, accompanied by waves of poisonous smoke, and Kakashi, closest to the giant snake's body, was caught in it. Stumbling, Kakashi fell to the ground. Senior rushed over, holding his breath, and picked Kakashi up, running away frantically. Fortunately, although the laboratory collapsed, this mechanism seemed to have been designed for the destruction of the base from the start, and the collapse did not overly affect the exit. A, carrying Kakashi, sprinted and finally reached the exit against all odds. When he saw the figure crouching at the exit, he almost fainted from fright. At that moment, Ayakawa, holding a knife, looked at the scene in front of him with a strange expression. Kakashi, unconscious and lying on A's back, looked pale and bewildered, while A's heartbeat sounded like a drum. Ayakawa stared at A for a long time, and finally, his gaze fell on the increasingly purple Kakashi. Would release boy, can you return Kakashi-senpai to me? He seems to be running out of time. Ayakawa said, nodding towards A's back. A finally reacted. He hurriedly put Kakashi down, pointed at himself, and then pointed at the hole. Kakashi-senpai. Poison? Ayakawa's expression became even more strange. This has scared the kid stupid? But despite his confusion, Ayakawa's actions did not slow down. He activated healing, pouring spiritual energy into Kakashi's body frantically. Double healing recovery, along with Ayakawa's painstaking training for half a year to earn the title of medical ninja. The purple on Kakashi's face visibly dissipated. Seeing this, it was immediately dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered. The Dark Division girl in front of him, Uchiha Haruko, was actually a disciple of Orochimaru. It seemed reasonable for her to come out alive, right? Moreover, the most crucial point was that this Uchiha Haruko seemed to be a medical ninja too. One miraculous girl. No wonder Kakashi-senpai cared about her so much. Just waiting for her to heal Kakashi-senpai. She would probably turn the knife back on herself, right? A's mind was racing with thoughts. Not long after, when Kakashi's injuries and the toxins in his body finally stabilized, Ayakawa removed his mask, tucking his sweat-soaked hair behind his ears, then turned to would release boy? If you don't mind, I can also treat you? No. Why are you blushing? Chapter 63. The would release little brother recruitment plan under Ayakawa's gaze. A obediently sat down in place. Then please. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow. We're all on the same side. Why be polite? While speaking, his small hand had already rested on A's shoulder. The healing light shone on A. The would release boy enjoyed this warmth, occasionally glancing to the side. So that's it. This girl is the reason Kakashi became like that? I seem to understand something. By the way, what do you plan to do now? While treating A, Ayakawa asked. From the moment A carried Kakashi out, Ayakawa had already determined. The would release boy, A, was about to disappear. In his place would be the diligent worker, Yamato. Ayakawa was quite optimistic about Yamato. Of course, if he could recruit a little brother, that would be even better. I don't know. Let's go back to the route. A's gaze clearly dodged. The mission had failed, and he didn't know how to report back. Under such circumstances, he should have directly taken Kakashi's eyes. Then, kill the girl in front of him? Didn't he know? Anyway, it seemed that all the companions who came with him were gone. Only this girl remained here, and he didn't dare to ask what had happened. If you go back to the route, you should have a hard time explaining, right? Ayakawa said slowly, rolling his eyes. Those from the route told me before they died that you must bring back 3 Sharingan this time, right? A lowered his head and did not answer. Ayakawa raised his eyebrow, deliberately slowing down the healing speed while continuing to coax. How about you take me back to the route? Ayakawa's words were shocking. A immediately raised his head, only to see a small face with a sweet smile. What? You heard me. Ayakawa continued to smile. If you take me back, Danzo-sama 1T make things difficult for you. Moreover, he should continue to make things hard for Kakashi-senpai, right? Kakashi-senpai is a pitiful person. He works hard for Konoha, and I don't want him to be targeted anymore. Take me away, and hopefully, it will end everything. The green tea Ayakawa was back online. Stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. He had never expected that the girl in front of him would say such things. No wonder Kakashi was willing to give everything for her. So that's it. A girl willing to sacrifice herself, just so her companions wouldn't be targeted anymore. Raising his head, he looked again at this miraculous girl named Haruko. A.'s gaze was no longer awkward and confused. He seemed to have understood. Don't worry, Uchiha. Haruko. A's tone was firm, but he didn't know how to address the girl. I will handle things with the adults. Handle? Ayakawa looked at A in confusion. At this point, Danzo-sama definitely let it go. Do you have confidence in convincing Danzo-sama to give up Kakashi-senpai's Sharingan under these circumstances? What a naive would release boy. You probably plan to go back and tell a lie to get through, right? Ayakawa's bright eyes had already seen through everything. A instantly lowered his head again, the momentum he had just built up dissipating. I don't have any confidence, but I want to take you to the root. I also don't want to disappoint Kakashi-senpai again. Section 54. A's tone was filled with entanglement. Qingchuan's gaze gradually stabilized. The return dialogue continued. The atmosphere also became increasingly silent. The scene at this moment was quite peculiar. Kakashi, lying on the ground, still unconscious. The wood-style boy, sitting on the ground, was deep in thought for strategy. The return dialogue was being released, and the smile on his face gradually became more audaciously green tea. How about, you come back to the Umbu with us? Suddenly, Qingchuan made his proposal. In the original work, before A joined the Umbu, there was actually a part where Kakashi called for help. The third Hokage brought a group of Umbu subordinates to the root, confronting the root leader Danzo and fighting over the ownership of the wood-style boy. Qingchuan planned to skip this step and directly coax the wood-style boy back. The idea of recruiting subordinates could be put aside for now. Perhaps he could even earn a great merit, allowing him a few days off to train crazily. It wasn't impossible. Back to the Umbu. I turned his head, and his brain crashed again. How could he go back? He was a member of the root. Betraying the root was no different from death. Wait, I seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became strange. I heard that Senior Kakashi was also from the root before, and when he was assigned a mission he didn't want to do, he wanted to join Lord Hokage. Qingchuan said slowly, his eyes constantly watching the changes in A's expression. This could work. If Senior Kakashi wakes up and finds that you made the same decision as him, he should be very happy, right? Qingchuan tempted. A's gaze began to become extremely conflicted. He was very clear about Kakashi's experience. Wasn't he just the traitor in the mouths of the adults? But why did Kakashi betray? The adults seemed to never clearly state it. Perhaps it was a mission to assassinate a ninja from the same village. O was struggling internally while secretly glancing at the side at Seiko. The scheming Qingchuan immediately returned an encouraging look. After a long time, as Kakashi's breath became more even, A's conflicted heart gradually became a gamble. Forget it. Since this is the decision made by Senior Kakashi, following Senior Kakashi's footsteps should be the right choice. Moreover, Seiko also seemed to hope he would do this, right? Then let's go for it. Seiko, what you said was right. Suddenly stood up, quietly walked to Kakashi's side, and lifted Kakashi onto his shoulder. As long as I go back, no matter what, the adults' pursuit of Kakashi and Seiko will definitely not stop. I hope, when that kind of thing happens again, I can stand by your side. All right. It's exactly 1800 hours. It's been launched. Unknowingly, it has been launched. Everything seems like it was just yesterday, from the first word typed to now, nearing launch. However, the life of a book does not begin with the author's first word of creation, but when the first reader reads it, the content echoes in their mind. Thoughts rise and fall, stirring emotions. That is when it truly comes to life. So when does it die? It is not when the author concludes and stops writing, but when there is no one left to watch, no one knows, and silently, it is as if it has died. Mr. Lu Sun once said, some people, or perhaps, have actually already died. Some people have died, but they're still alive. Dreams give me the motivation to move forward, even in darkness. I can still feel my way forward. But as the data becomes increasingly low and lonely, I become uneasy. I become confused. Is my path correct? Are my dreams and persistence right? But I believe that there will always be a light ahead. I continue to type, to move forward despite difficulties, and slowly reach the stage of launch. Perhaps after the launch, the data will improve, and many people will come to read. I do not seek rewards or anything like that. I just want many readers who will explore the world of stories with me. Can my path continue? Is the dream we persist in correct? After thinking for a long time, I stop halfway through writing my launch remarks. I have been sleepless for many days, and finally, in tossing and turning, I made up my mind to prepare for the launch, to see if many people would support me and want to hear the stories I tell. When creating, time always feels slow, and the increase in word count also feels slow. But before I knew it, so much time had passed, and I had reached the launch. Looking back at the beginning of this book seems like just yesterday. After working a day, carrying my tired body, I continue to type, to conceive, to create. It can be very tiring, but it feels very comfortable, a comfort in my heart. I raise my head to look out at the dark night. Quiet yet very peaceful. Looking at the night, I always think perhaps there are many people like me at this time dragging their tired bodies to create. You might think it's unbelievable, very crazy. But this is a hobby, a passion. It's different from work. It's not like the heavy tasks every day, where you can use experience to reduce working hours, then take out your phone and scroll through short videos while waiting to get off work. It seems that is living for work. Writing is a magical thing. Clearly knowing that I shouldn't type during work hours, violating work discipline. Yet still yearning for that little thrill and excitement to continue typing, but I have to be careful not to type too fast, fearing exposure or drawing attention. But what really gets me addicted are those magical comments from the comment section that I often dare not look at. How to describe it? Beautifully written, imaginative, wildly creative, deeply penetrating. I bow down. I write novels not for money or fame, mainly because I don't have that capability. I can only promote culture and traditional values. This era has allowed novels to develop rapidly. Many people are caught in this vast sea and strive forward. There will always be failures. And some will say it's a waste of time. But I don't think so. This is what youth should do, to sweat, to chase after that distant starlight. Many years later, I may fail, but when I think back to the beginning, it makes me choose again. I will still choose to dive into this sea and struggle. The scenery and experiences along the way are what I don't want to lose, and they're also the most important and precious wealth. Then about updates. There are always big shots who think the updates are slow, but that is actually my limit. Although I have tried to update 10 chapters before, and I was just a little bit shy of achieving it, but in reality, the hidden dangers that arose, I still dare not repeat. Typos, wrong word usage, incorrect tone. Those are secondary. The key is when the brain gradually becomes confused. Forcibly typing leads to nothing but chaos. It's like using the time of 2 chapters to type half a chapter's worth of words. Therefore, doing my best to ensure 5 updates a day and additional updates, slow and steady, is a decision I've thought about for a long time. A guaranteed 5 updates and additional updates. After saying so much, I hope everyone can subscribe. After all, it's not easy for me to write a book. The subscriptions on the first day are related to whether I can get a recommended position. So please support me more. Here, I thank all the reader big shots. P.S. The above is all nonsense, just asking for a first subscription. Thank you. Since the launch was a bit sudden, I have no stockpiled chapters. But tonight, the author will fight until the last bullet, only stopping when the state is exhausted. Let us go. Chapter 64. Obito's return again. First update, subscription requested. Obito, that little Uchiha girl from last time, is in trouble. But it seems she is not in any life-threatening danger. Do you want to go check on her? She is at the Konoha hospital with Kakashi. In a dark corner of the ninja world, White Zetsu shared information with Obito in his strange tone, coming from his special spore clone. In the darkness, a crimson light suddenly appeared. When did this happen? Obito asked in a deep voice coldly. About 2 hours ago, I think. White Zetsu replied after pondering for a moment. When I arrived, they were almost done fighting with the root. That Uchiha girl was treating Kakashi. After that, they went to the Hokage building, and I don't know what happened next. Root, battle, treatment, Hokage building. Obito, accustomed to picking up sensitive words from White Zetsu's strange tone, quickly found the key points. Also, that girl is already part of the Umbu now, and she is Kakashi's subordinate, White Zetsu added. Obito's expression suddenly darkened. That girl has already entered the Umbu. Umbu Danzo, it seems that Konoha has been a bit too comfortable lately. Knowing Konoha's hypocrisy, Obito had already guessed the general course of events. Only when one falls into darkness can they truly see and capture the darkness. Once, he yearned for beauty, naively wanting to obtain everything from everyone to become Hokage. Now it seems so laughable Hokage is just a hypocritical lie. The obsession with power fills the person in that position with hypocrisy. Even that pure and kind person, in the end, under the whirlpool and game of power, can only become a pile of Yellow Earth Section 55. How has Itachi Uchiha been lately? A cold laugh filled with disdain for the hypocrisy within Konoha escaped Obito's lips as he asked. Still, quite diligent, White Zetsu replied. He's about to take the Chunin exams, and he seems quite confident. It's just that his 2 teammates don't seem very capable. Obito, you should help him. Obito shook his head. I've already helped Itachi awaken his Sharingan, the key to darkness. Doing too much will only backfire. However, Obito still stood up, putting on his new mask. Let's go, take a look at Konoha. Konoha Hospital. Kakashi Hatake slowly woke up, greeted by the bright moonlight. Sitting by the window was a girl silently flipping through scrolls. with a blade beside her that she always carried. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the girl's hair. She tucked a strand behind her ear, looking so natural and serene. The quiet girl, the quiet blade. Everything was so beautiful. Kakashi widened his eyes. The last vivid memory he had was seeing the girl buried under rubble. Was it a dream? His injuries had vanished, and he felt no fatigue. It felt as if he had slept soundly until he woke up naturally. Everything was so real that Kakashi couldn't believe it. But he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid. To ruin this fleeting tranquility, just quietly watching was good enough. Suddenly, the girl who was looking at the scroll seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and looked in Kakashi's direction, her face breaking into a smile. Seeing that familiar smile, Kakashi suddenly felt that the unreality didn't matter anymore. "Senpai, you're awake?" Akiyama put down the Uchiha fire-style technique scroll and asked with a smile. Kakashi sat up, stretching his body, feeling a sense of comfort that made him momentarily uncomfortable. "What did I miss?" "Aki, how did you get out?" Kakashi asked in confusion. "I just walked out the same way," Akiyama replied nonchalantly. "After the base collapsed, I ran straight out. Just when I wanted to go back to find you. Katsu carried you out while you were unconscious. I used medical ninjutsu to treat both of you, and then brought you here." Kakashi frowned. He felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. However, no matter what, it was a good thing Aki was alive. "Katsu, right? Where's Katsu?" As memories slowly returned, Kakashi hurriedly asked. "After bringing me out, where did he go?" Akiyama still smiled and pointed in the direction of the Hokage building. "Katsu is no longer the Katsu from Root. I told him that there are no good people in Root, and he should report to Lord Hokage instead. At this time, he should be completing the handover procedures." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Akiyama's sweet smile, he felt only confusion and shock. What was going on? He woke up. Aki was alive, and that Katsu with would release techniques had already become an Umbu? This must be a joke. Katsu might join our little team in the future. Congratulations, Kakashi-senpai. Akiyama added teasingly, noticing Kakashi's bewildered expression. But suddenly, a familiar presence appeared within his soul perception range, causing Akiyama's heart to skip a beat. "Suchi, he's here. What's he doing here?" Akiyama wondered. At this time, he should be checking on Itachi's development. But the key point, what did it mean that he was constantly looking this way? Akiyama glanced silently at Sakura beside her. Damn it, if I look again, I'll be shoving broken paths into Kakashi's eyes every day. In the darkness, Obito looked at the hospital from a distance, seemingly confirming something. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression under his mask softened a bit. "It really looks like it." The space vortex appeared again. Under the night sky, only a complex whisper echoed continuously. Chapter 65, Itachi, she still hasn't come. 2 updates, please subscribe. Morning. Uchiha clan's residence. The clan leader's mansion. The family of 4 was having breakfast peacefully. It looked quite harmonious. Soon, Itachi finished his breakfast. "I'm done eating. Father, mother. I'll be heading out first." Fugaka responded calmly. "Relax, just perform normally. The Chunin exam should pose no difficulty for you." Itachi nodded. "I understand." Before leaving, Itachi glanced at his younger brother. Sasuke was almost 2 years old, still a bit chubby, waving his little hands to cheer him on. "Brother, good luck." Makoto beside him also smiled. "Itachi, I wish you success in your exam." Family blessings were always so warm. With a cheerful heart, Itachi left home, heading straight for the Chunin exam venue. Yes, although he once didn't care about this so-called Chunin title. The strength of a ninja cannot be measured by a title. But he knew, if he wanted to get closer to that girl, he had to do his utmost to strive for a higher position. Becoming a Chunin was just the first step. After today's final round of the Chunin exam, he would be one step closer to that position. "Hey, you look quite energetic." A familiar voice suddenly rang beside Itachi as he walked. Itachi stopped and greeted the voice's owner. "Shursui, no mission today?" Leaning against the wall, Shursui shrugged and pointed at his mask. "How could that be? I'm about to head out. I came here specifically to apologize. I'm afraid I won't be able to cheer for you at your exam." Another apology. Itachi suddenly remembered that not long ago, Akiyama had said the same thing. "I'm already very happy that you could come. No need for that." Then, let me phrase it differently. Shursui walked up to Itachi and patted his shoulder. "I wish you success in becoming a Chunin in advance." After saying that, Shursui's figure vanished. Itachi stood still for a moment. The Umbu really is very busy. I didn't notice it before when I could still train with Akiyama. Section 56. Now, let's calculate. It seems like Waterstop Brother can only spend 3 to 5 days a month with the clan. And Qingzi, Itachi's eyes showed a hint of longing. Since Qingzi entered the Umbu after that night, she hasn't returned. It seems she already knew she wouldn't make it to his Chunin exam. That apology had been given to him long ago. She must be very busy too, right? Ashul. Damn it. Destruction Art 58. Thunderstorm. Inside the Umbu training ground, Ayakawa recklessly unleashed his spiritual energy. The wind howled. After casting a destruction art, Ayakawa immediately drew his sword and began hacking wildly. This was a new routine he developed to maximize his training buff. True, seamless training. Releasing destruction or binding arts consumes spiritual energy, and during the high-speed recovery period, he would hack continuously without gaps. Once his spiritual energy was restored, he would heal himself with a wave of returning art, taking back some health, then continue casting destruction and binding arts, consuming energy, then recovering, and then hacking again. A never-ending cycle. The consequence of doing this is that he risks stunted development. After all, returning art can only repair the muscle strain caused by his training, but it can't replenish substantial energy. But Ayakawa didn't care. If he fainted from hunger, he could just eat 2 meals. If he got so tired he felt like vomiting, he could just catch up on sleep. But if he couldn't master bankai on the night of the clan's annihilation, or if he ended up kneeling like when he first obtained Shurkai, then he would truly have nothing left. This crazy training continued for a full 2 hours, until he was drenched in sweat, almost making his clothes transparent. Only then did Ayakawa collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at the system interface, checking the mastery of bankai. The first set of training, just now, earned him 0.09 proficiency, bringing his total proficiency to 1.73. This was already the result of his consistent training whenever he had the chance, aside from a few relaxed tasks in the Umbu. Really? So slow. Ayakawa couldn't help but complain. Although the proficiency he earned was equivalent to having cut down 10 people, this tortoise-like progress was truly frustrating. After swallowing 2 soldier pills, the overwhelming hunger that was about to consume him gradually faded. Ayakawa struggled to stand up again, gripping his sword, Senbenzakura, with determination in his eyes. I will cut. Whoosh. Another extremely tricky shuriken was launched. From the start of the battle, Itachi hadn't even left his original position. Just that unpredictable shuriken technique had already made his opponent exhausted. The examiner, standing nearby, looked at Itachi with increasingly surprised eyes. Finally, when a shuriken hidden in the shadows flew past another examinee's head, taking a few strands of hair with it, the examiner announced the result that was destined from the start of the exam. The winner, Uchiha Itachi. The examiner raised Itachi's hand. However, Itachi's gaze was still wandering over the audience. Soon it will be the last match. That figure really didn't appear. She must still be on a mission somewhere, right? That's fine. Itachi secretly shook his head. He would share this news with her when she returned. Chapter 66. Deadly Pervert Jiraiya. 3 updates. Please subscribe, huh? You didn't know? Little Itachi has already graduated. He has become a Chunin. Early in the morning, the room was filled with Hondo's incredulous voice. Ayakawa's expression changed repeatedly. The Umbu is too busy, Senior Hondo. Ayakawa forced a smile. He didn't expect Itachi to graduate so much earlier. Ayakawa felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It's ridiculous. Calculating the time, Itachi graduated more than a year ahead of schedule. This made Ayakawa's sense of crisis unprecedentedly high. You deserve to stay in a place like the Umbu. You know, just back from buying breakfast, Hondo had her hands on her hips, looking like a seasoned pro. Don't blame your senior for not reminding you. Some things, once missed, are truly gone. It's still not too late to apologize now, you know? Ayakawa almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. What she said. If he didn't have a knife in his pants, he might really believe it. Does she really think he wants that? Waking up early every day and training like crazy, tired like a dog. If he could miss Itachi and cross over at a different time, he would wish for nothing more. I've already told Itachi in advance. Sighing, Ayakawa said helplessly. He knows I might be absent from his Chunin exam. Huh. Absent is absent, but you're free now. Hondo's brows shot up, her face full of disappointment. Hurry up and buy a gift for him. It's not too late now. Really, why can't you make things easier for adults? Saying this, Hondo angrily patted her chest. This made Ayakawa raise an eyebrow. Not to mention anything else, Hondo's figure definitely lived up to the term adult. Although she couldn't compare to Tsunade's voluptuousness, she was certainly impressive. After spending so many days with her, Ayakawa was no longer the rookie who didn't know where to place his eyes. Pure admiration could always lift his spirits. However, given that there was still a figure standing on his rooftop, who had been following Hondo since she bought breakfast. Ayakawa felt it was necessary to remind her. Senior Hondo, your red bean is showing. Don't change the subject. You'll grow some eventually. Unfazed, Hondo swatted away Ayakawa's good intentions, her gaze full of seriousness. But today, I don't care what mission you have or what arrangements. After eating, hurry up and buy me a gift to apologize. Got it. Were you pointing at? While lecturing her junior, Hondo curiously looked up. However, 2 seconds later, a high-pitched soprano filled the entire room. Qingzi, kill that dead pervert for me. Senior, don't worry. I'll go kill that dead pervert right now. Ayakawa took the opportunity to grab Senbenzakura and dashed out the door, not forgetting to snag a bun on his way out. By the time Hondo reacted, Ayakawa's figure had already disappeared. Don't forget to buy a gift for little Itachi. 5 minutes later, Ayakawa stopped in a small alley, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, and then silently looked at the man in front of him. The man had wild white hair with an oil character on his forehead protector, and red lines running from his eyes down to the middle of his cheeks. He wore a smile on his face, looking very guilty, clearly a good person. Ayakawa slowly put away his handkerchief. That was the birthday gift that Hondo gave him last year. Although he himself doesn't know when his birthday is, he still carries it with him. It can be used to enhance his image. Section 57. You must have heard what the senior sister said, Mr. Pervert. Qingchuan spoke slowly, his eyes full of strangeness. The person in front of him was someone he recognized. All the distinctive features on him were unmistakable. Among the 3 ninjas, there was a bit of yellow. The of Mayaboka Mountain was indeed him. However, that Jiraiya would appear in the village at this time was something Qingchuan never expected. Shouldn't he be on the way to hunt down the good oil? Orochimaru? That. Little girl, please don't misunderstand. Jiraiya scratched his head, then took out a small notebook, looking quite awkward. To be honest, I'm a writer. Necessary material is the source of inspiration for my creations. Today I just happened to pass by, and I absolutely have no bad intentions. I really didn't see anything, I swear. Jiraiya explained frantically, his face almost screaming, I'm a good person. But Qingchuan didn't care. What he cared about was Jiraiya's purpose for returning to Konoha. Senbenzakura slowly unsheathed, and a smile gradually appeared on Qingchuan's face. This was his response buff. Many days of practice had developed his habit of keeping a smile during combat. And now, he was indeed ready to fight. If you have no other reason, then I'm sorry. Mr. Pervert, holding the sword in one hand, he pointed the blade at Jiraiya's increasingly exaggerated face. Got it good. Qingchuan's voice gradually softened. I, as a member of Konoha's Umbu and a temporary external member of Konoha's security department, officially notify you. Go die. With a step of Shuinpa. Qingchuan had already dashed in front of Jiraiya in an instant. The Senbenzakura in his hand struck mercilessly, piercing directly into Jiraiya's big face. Poof! Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya suddenly transformed into a piece of broken wood, a substitution technique, and fled wildly. However, under Qingchuan's sole perception, this substitution technique was destined to delay for only a short time. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Without saying a word, he directly released the initial solution, and a sea of flowers surged toward Jiraiya. As a good junior sister of Akkad, Qingchuan showed no mercy. Mr. Pervert, please cooperate with my work. Chapter 67. But he was peeking at me and senior sister Akkad. For updates, please subscribe. Today in Konoha, the weather was exceptionally clear. Villagers were coming and going on the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. On the rooftops, 2 figures were chasing each other. Little girl. In the midst of his frantic escape, Jiraiya couldn't care less about his image, shouting loudly with a tone full of pleading. I'm really not a bad person. I'm a writer, a very best-selling novelist. Please give me a chance to explain. And behind him, Qingchuan continued to pursue relentlessly. With his Sharingan activated, he continuously released and retrieved the initial solution, chasing Jiraiya with minimal chakra consumption. This was also a result of his training. Seamless attacks. The original intention of this attack method was actually prepared for Tsuchikage. The effect of Kimyui lasts 5 minutes. If his attack range is large enough and the power is sufficient to pose a threat to Tsuchikage, then on the night of the massacre, 1 against 2, perhaps there would be a chance. However, right now he was using this technique purely as a result of long-term training and habit. Mr. Pervert, please speak louder. I can't hear you. Thank you. Even in the role of the pursuer, Qingchuan still maintained his image. This made Jiraiya cry out in agony. Returning to Konoha, including tailing Akkad, he indeed had a purpose. Hunting Orochimaru, but he lost him again. compared to his understanding of Orochimaru. It was clear that Orochimaru had a better grasp of his behavioral patterns. Shaking off his pursuit was simply too easy. The last 2 times he almost caught up were likely because Orochimaru couldn't be bothered or perhaps delayed by his evil research. Jiraiya chuckled self-deprecatingly in his heart. He came back this time because he had no other choice. However, as the author of the tale of the strong will, Orochimaru was not so easily willing to give up. Since he could no longer speculate on Orochimaru's action patterns, he would find someone familiar with Orochimaru. This was the reason Jiraiya returned to Konoha, and the 2 female disciples under Orochimaru naturally became his primary target. However, that careless, well-endowed little girl seemed quite different from Orochimaru. Well, aside from ninjutsu, Jiraiya didn't think this little girl could help him pursue Orochimaru. Other than for material, he had no other thoughts. But the little girl behind him, who was crazily chasing him, was quite different. Clearly such a cute little girl with a sweet smile, and so gentle when she spoke. What the hell? If it weren't for Orochimaru not being here, he would have smashed Orochimaru's head. What do you turn this good little girl into? He didn't believe that such a lovely girl was born to have such a murderous demeanor. Still running, Jiraiya maintained a speed that would allow the girl to catch up while also observing her strength. No doubt, the girl's talent must be quite good. At such a young age, with 3 tomo, it had already proven everything. But for someone at this age to develop the girl's talent to this level, aside from himself and Orochimaru, it was probably only his teacher. Jiraiya was very confident about this. The 2 of them ran from one end of the village to the other, directly reaching the nearby woods at the other end of the village. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many, including Umbu and Konoha Security Department. Finally, Jiraiya stopped in front of a large tree, turned around, and his expression was exaggeratedly terrified. Little girl, listen to this sage. Please stop chasing. I beg you. Jiraiya exaggeratedly pleaded. Surrounded by a sea of flowers, Qingchuan slowly descended, still maintaining his smile. He didn't respond, but he also didn't continue forward. The previous actions had already attracted too many people. Several auras were quickly approaching. Qingchuan decided that it was just as well to watch Jiraiya's performance. He wasn't confident enough to think he could casually hunt Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya was observing him, he was also curious and observing the exaggerated performance style of Jiraiya. Looking at Qingchuan's ambiguous smile, Jiraiya suddenly felt a bit awkward. However, 2 sudden figures arriving also announced that this farcical chase was coming to an end. Haruko, don't be rude. A voice that both Qingchuan and Jiraiya were very familiar with rang out. It was none other than Kakashi Hatake, a pillar of the new generation of ninjas in Konoha. The figure following Kakashi is also recognized by Aoki. In fact, just as he was about to leave, Akane had instructed him to buy a gift to apologize. A chunin from Konoha, the top student of the first year at Konoha Ninja Academy in the last session, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, quickly apologized to this esteemed person, Haruko. This is the hero of Konoha, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi's voice was strict yet helpless, and while speaking, he also bowed to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Itachi, the moment he landed, had already bowed and stood silently behind Kakashi. In terms of etiquette, there's always nothing to criticize. It's just that his gaze can't help but keep glancing at the girl. Section 58, Long time no see. Haruko, it seems you've grown quite a bit. And you're even more beautiful now. Qingchuan pretended to look suspiciously at Kakashi, then at Jiraiya. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand were also put down. Kakashi's reputation still needed to be respected. However, he still leaned closer to Kakashi and Itachi, and his expression became strange. Kakashi-senpai, are you sure this pervert is that adult? He was just peeking at me and Senior Akat. The scheming Qingchuan was back online. Beside him, Itachi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 68. Haruko, this handkerchief is for you. 5 updates, please subscribe. Qingchuan's voice wasn't too loud, but it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Jiraiya's face instantly turned extremely awkward. About this, I think I can explain. After a moment of adjustment, Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious. Look, Green Tea Qingchuan exclaimed at the right moment, making it seem like he wasn't a good person. Jiraiya's face suddenly darkened. Kakashi, on the other hand, helplessly rubbed his forehead. He should already know what was happening. Haruko, there might be a misunderstanding here. Mainly, this adult usually has some special needs. Kakashi, who was preparing to help clarify for Jiraiya, kept confirming with him through eye contact. Seeing this, Jiraiya was overjoyed. Good disciple. This old man didn't spoil you for nothing. Yes, yes. As a well-known best-selling author, I indeed have some special. What? Suddenly feeling something was off, Jiraiya's expression gradually turned bewildered. Qingchuan's gaze grew increasingly disdainful. Meanwhile, Itachi had already furrowed his brows. Special preferences. Peeking at Haruko and Senior Akat, it seems the rumors about this adult are indeed true. Unknowingly, Itachi's eyes had become extremely cold. Jiraiya's brows suddenly furrowed. Huh? Is there killing intent? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several masked figures appeared, tall and disciplined. They were the Umbu directly under the Hokage. Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage requests your presence. The summons from the third Hokage also indirectly confirmed Jiraiya's identity. Jiraiya finally relaxed, even feeling a bit smug. The old man's order is surprisingly pleasant this time. In that case, I'll go see the Hokage. Kakashi, come with me. I've finished the first draft of my new work. Kakashi's eyes immediately lit up, but he noticed that Haruko and Itachi were beside him. He quickly feigned restraint and coughed. So, Haruko, Itachi, I'll be going now. Farewell. Once everyone had completely left, only Qingchuan and Itachi remained. Itachi's gaze was no longer cold, even feeling a bit awkward. It's been a while. Haruko, long time no see. Qingchuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still politely responded, Yes, Itachi-kun, long time no see. I'm really sorry for missing your CHNIN exam. Qingchuan suddenly remembered Akad's request. It seemed he still had to bring a gift today. But the key was that he was empty-handed right now, and going to buy something directly seemed a bit too perfunctory. For a moment, Qingchuan didn't know what to do. It's okay. Itachi quickly replied, I know the Umbu has many tasks. Haruko, you don't need to apologize. The one who should apologize should be me. Itachi's gaze suddenly darkened, and he began to feel uncomfortable. If he could enter the Umbu earlier, he could help Haruko bear some burden, right? Or if he had been more assertive during the graduation exam, perhaps the man would have chosen him instead of her. He often thought about these possibilities every now and then. Unfortunately, there were no possibilities. He flunked the exam, and that man didn't choose him, so he chose Haruko. Thus, after that man defected, just like his father said, Haruko could only help the Uchiha clear their name in this way. As a result, the time they spent together became less and less, and the distance between them seemed to be growing further apart. Itachi-kun, if you don't mind, this handkerchief is for you. At this moment, Qingchuan finally found something that could barely be considered a gift, taking out the handkerchief that Akad had given him. Feeling a bit guilty, this handkerchief was indeed a birthday gift from Akad, but wasn't a real birthday gift. It was just that after Akad returned from a mission, she happened to come across a clearance sale for handkerchiefs by the roadside, all at a bargain price. So, she bought them all, and because Qingchuan initially refused to make him accept it, she named it a birthday handkerchief. He had at least a dozen of such handkerchiefs at home. Moreover, the key point was, he had just wiped his mouth with this handkerchief after breakfast. Although he said it was a feigned gesture, it might not have any bun smell. But giving it as a gift, Qingchuan felt a bit uneasy about it. But he really had nothing else good to give. Apart from the 20 Rio bills in his pocket, there was only the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand. How could he present that? Qingchuan's gaze grew increasingly vague. Itachi was also taken aback. He wasn't new to receiving gifts from girls. Back in school, many female classmates had given him various things, but he had turned them all down. His father had taught him, don't take other people's things. We could buy our own. But this was a gift from Haruko. Moreover, compared to those female classmates, this handkerchief indeed suited Haruko's character very well. Clean, serene. Thank you, Haruko. Receiving the handkerchief with both hands, Itachi sincerely said, I really like it. I will take good care of it. Qingchuan was momentarily stunned. Section 59. If you like it, that's fine. But it's best to wash it. After all, I've used it. Well, it was too rushed. I didn't even know it was on a shelf. I really want to confess 10 times tomorrow, but last time I boasted it didn't work out. I'm not confident. How about I give my all tomorrow? Chapter 69. What's wrong with developing late? One update. Please subscribe. Jiraiya, how long are you planning to stay this time? In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked wearily. The scene resembled that of a father inquiring about his son who has wandered for years, hesitant yet unable to hold back his concern. Just like before, avoiding the old man's question obliquely, Jiraiya's gaze also flickered. More importantly, it's crucial to quickly bring Orochimaru back. Mentioning Orochimaru, the atmosphere in the office suddenly fell into silence. It became quite awkward. Jiraiya noticed the deeper wrinkles on his teacher's face and his completely white hair. For this teacher who was both a mentor and a father figure, Jiraiya felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Old man, you really are getting older year by year, Jiraiya observed, but wouldn't easily voice it. After all, with his personality, it really wasn't suitable for him to stay in Konoha all the time, and the one who should have stayed has inexplicably betrayed us. Jiraiya's gaze was somewhat melancholic. Well, I should hurry and bring that wayward disciple back. Konoha needs to provide an explanation to those wrong families. Sarutobi sighed, then took another puff from his pipe. At this moment, only Jiraiya had the ability and willingness to bring Orochimaru back, even after knowing what Orochimaru had done. By the way, Hiruzen suddenly said, seemingly recalling something. Have you seen Orochimaru's two disciples? What do you think of them? Hiruzen asked. It seemed like two questions, but in reality, it was only one. As soon as Jiraiya entered Konoha, the barrier team had already sensed his presence. And as this jerk's teacher, Sarutobi naturally knew what Jiraiya had been up to. That crystal ball, he had just put away. They are quite good, Jiraiya replied, his expression somewhat strange. That little girl who chased him around half of Konoha is quite something. The smile on her face and the knife in her hand seemed to never drop. Talent, strength, courage, and judgment, all truly commendable. As for that girl named Akkad, her talent is good, but compared to this, her figure would be better. In comparison, that girl who chopped him up several streets clearly learned more from Orochimaru. And how did she introduce herself today? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something. Isn't one of Orochimaru's disciples in the Umbu? Jiraiya suddenly asked. He remembered. Konoha Umbu, also a temporary member of Konoha Security Department. What a self-introduction. With that identity, everyone in Konoha, except for a few old fellows, who could she not catch? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Although she is Orochimaru's disciple, she seems to get along quite well with him. Huh? It's a pity she is a girl. If she develops a bit better. No, I need to send her to Tsunade to learn a thing or two. Such a cute girl. Wasting time on her figure would be a huge loss. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya's thoughts had already jumped hundreds of miles away. You must be talking about that girl from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Haruko. Upon mentioning Uchiha Haruko, Sarutobi's expression also turned strange. The voice of that girl in the office, aspiring to become a medical ninja, seemed to still echo. But in the blink of an eye, she could chase Jiraiya down to cut him. Was it because she was angered by Jiraiya's peeping? This child is actually quite pitiful, Jiraiya. After a moment of hesitation, Sarutobi still said so. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow again. How so? Her personality is not really suitable to be a qualified ninja, especially after being taught by Orochimaru for half a year. Sarutobi replied, his tone gradually growing complex. Orochimaru might have recognized her talent and brainwashed her, making her extremely unconfident about her abilities. As a result, when Orochimaru betrayed us, she was already set on becoming a medical ninja. Medical ninja? Jiraiya I twitched slightly, judging by the old man's tone. He didn't seem to be joking. But the key, what is the difference between this girl and Tsunade? Isn't it just that she has an extra knife and is developing a bit late? But the girl is only 7 or 8 years old. What's wrong with developing late? No, what's wrong with being a medical ninja? Does that hinder her from chopping down 10 streets? It's really not what you think. Jiraiya, observing his disciple's expression, Sarutobi had already seen through everything. This girl also has a strong talent for medical ninjutsu, indeed very similar to Tsunade. But, Sarutobi said, his gaze becoming much more serious. Unlike Tsunade, she comes from the Uchiha clan, and her combat talent is even more outstanding than her medical talent. Orochimaru might just want to take revenge on me and kill a genius. But he only awakened this child's medical talent. Do you understand, Jiraiya? Sarutobi said meaningfully. Jiraiya's expression gradually became serious. It was the first time he saw the old man rate such a young girl so highly. And he also roughly understood the old man's meaning. A genius from the Uchiha clan, from the Hokage's Umbu. Full of political undertones, undoubtedly, this was also the old man's request. Let me think about it, old man. Jiraiya did not rush to agree, nor did he directly refuse. He unusually maintained his composure. After all, although he believed this girl would be helpful in finding Orochimaru, he also had to consider whether to bring the girl into the vortex of Konoha's upper echelons. Chapter 70, Get Lost, or I'll chop you down. 2 updates, please subscribe. Oh ho 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 ho, hiss, yo hey. Lord Jiraiya, what does this spiral mean? Could it be? Kakashi's face was filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. Lord Jiraiya's level has reached this extent. Hiss. Beside him, Jiraiya crossed his arms and watched his junior get lost in the sea of knowledge. A smile similar to that of an uncle appeared on his face. Personally, I still prefer the lotus style. It feels more ceremonial. Jiraiya slowly said, with an air of profundity. A small red booklet. 2 experienced ninjas in the ninja world. Speaking of which, Section 60. While discussing knowledge, Jiraiya suddenly asked Kakashi that, "Little Haruko, is her temper usually like that?" As he spoke, Jiraiya made a chopping gesture. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, recalling the awkward scene from earlier, his expression gradually becoming strange. Haruko's personality has always been gentle. Although there are usually no obstacles in our missions, she mainly focuses on medical ninjutsu. In situations like today, before you arrive, I couldn't even dare to imagine. Kakashi said, his gaze becoming increasingly suspicious. Lord Jiraiya, what exactly did you do? The questioning from his junior made Jiraiya feel a sudden bitterness in his heart. If I say, I didn't have time to do anything, would you believe me? This. Kakashi's gaze was filled with doubt. How could Haruko have ended up like that? Didn't I tell you I didn't have time to do anything? In a fit of annoyance, Jiraiya suddenly gave Kakashi a headbutt. I didn't have time. This sage didn't have time to do anything. I didn't even see anything before I was chased and attacked by that little girl. Goodness, now that he thought about it, Jiraiya still felt a bit scared. Although he had intended to observe the thoughts of Orochimaru's disciple, the sight of her laughing while attacking was not any less than Tsunade, right? Jiraiya stroked his chin, lost in thought. Sorry, teacher Jiraiya. Kakashi covered his head in pain, looking at Jiraiya with a bit of resentment. All right, I really believe you this time. Given Jiraiya's character, although he often did such things, if he said he didn't do it, he didn't do it. Jiraiya was not one to lie. It mainly didn't matter this time. Kakashi. Jiraiya glanced at Kakashi, his tone gradually becoming serious. Tell me about Haruko's past, especially during the time when Orochimaru hadn't defected yet. On the other side, on the bustling streets of Konoha, walking alongside Itachi, the girl's smile remained sweet. The handsome boy and beautiful girl drew many gazes as they walked, but the Uchiha clan emblem they wore deterred most people. No matter how much the floral dress added to Ayakawa's image, just the name Uchiha was enough to make most people hesitate. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village still existed, and it seemed to be growing larger. However, whether it was Ayakawa or Itachi, both had long since gotten used to it. Ayakawa maintained her smile while walking, but her heart was full of turmoil. Itachi's early promotion to Chunin indeed caught her off guard. How long had it been since she joined the Umbu? Even her proficiency with the bankai had only improved a little, and how did Itachi suddenly catch up with her? Ayakawa was already considering Plan B. If things became untenable, perhaps running away directly wouldn't be a bad idea. Surviving the night of the massacre didn't specify where one had to survive, right? If she defected before Itachi, casually slipped into a small village, avoiding Konoha, Itachi, and even Akatsuki, who could do anything about her, just like grinding a dungeon. If she could survive for another 3 to 5 years, wouldn't she be able to fly again when she took off her skirt? While thinking, Ayakawa glanced at Itachi beside her. Currently, Itachi's strength hadn't caught up yet. This option could be set aside for now, but it absolutely could not be discarded. The same old saying, what if? Itachi didn't notice Ayakawa's scheming gaze. His hands stuffed in his pockets tightly gripped the handkerchief. After all, it was a gift from Haruko. Out of courtesy, what should he return? Itachi pondered hard. The two strolled for quite a while, before finally heading towards the clan grounds. Ayakawa, who didn't intend to return to the Uchiha clan grounds, stopped and prepared to say goodbye. However, at that moment, several presences that made him nauseous, but also made him salivate due to familiarity, suddenly appeared. Root. A few members of Root landed directly, eyeing Ayakawa with some vigilance, but the leading squad leader walked straight towards Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, an elder of Konoha's upper echelons, has summoned you. The familiar words made Ayakawa frown immediately. Itachi was taken aback and reflexively glanced at Haruko beside him. But the scene before him made his eyes widen. Haruko's blade was already drawn. Haruko's words were simple and brutal. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Her tone was so cold that Itachi couldn't help but recall the first time they met. Back then, Haruko also turned around and drew her sword immediately. Haruko was indeed still Haruko, extremely calm, without any hesitation. But why draw her sword against someone who also seemed to be from the Umbu? Itachi's gaze was somewhat puzzled. Ayakawa glanced at the suddenly tense members of Root, feeling quite displeased. Were they planning to directly take Itachi away in front of him? Danzo's operations were somewhat incomprehensible. Itachi-kun, you need to be careful of those who like to impersonate the Umbu in the future, Ayakawa said while weighing her knife against the members of Root. also giving Itachi a morale boost. They are from Root, under an old man. These guys are not good people. Chapter 71, Father. How did you know I met Haruko? 3 updates, please subscribe. Itachi's path in the Umbu was led by Danzo. Root and the Umbu originally came from the same source. After the Second Ninja World War, because Hiruzen Sarutobi did not implement policies regarding the Uchiha, Danzo established Root, bearing the name of an Umbu reserve force, carrying Konoha's darkness. Danzo's selection criteria had a fixed set of principles. Talent and strength might be indispensable, but what Danzo needed was only belief. Only when the darkness within one's personality gained Danzo's recognition could one meet his selection criteria. Otherwise, even if guys sought out Danzo after being rejected by the 3rd Hokage to join the Umbu after becoming a Jonin, he would also be ruthlessly rejected by Danzo. The reason being that Guy's darkness was not enough. The few members of Root blocked by Ayakawa exchanged glances, but strangely, they did not dwell on it too much. They merely glared at this girl who could be considered a thorn in their side and left in a huff. This surprised Ayakawa. How could the task-oriented Root suddenly abandon their mission? This also left Itachi beside her somewhat confused. As expected of you, Haruko, even if they are not the 3rd Hokage's Umbu, they are still subordinates of a Konoha elder. Indeed, that Haruko, who draws her knife at the slightest disagreement, hasn't changed at all. Haruko is still the same Haruko. Itachi-kun, you need to be careful when dealing with these guys in the future. As he sheathed his knife, Ayakawa didn't forget to give a few words of advice. Otherwise, it's very easy to get kidnapped. Ayakawa's expression was particularly serious. There's no other choice. The Root has already set its sights on Itachi, and they will definitely not let it go. If it can be delayed for a while, then so be it. Section 61, I understand, Haruko. Itachi answered seriously. Although there were countless questions in his mind, Haruko's words were always trustworthy. What bad intentions could this quiet and straightforward girl have? At dinner time, it was rare for Fugaku to return home early. While eating, he noticed his son's unusual behavior. Itachi occasionally furrowed and relaxed his brow, clearly distracted during dinner. Itachi, what are you thinking about? Is your mother's cooking not to your taste? Using the most serious tone, Fugaku made a joke. As a father, he believed that his every word and action should be as steady as a mountain. Yet, he couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction with his overly excellent son, especially after Itachi officially passed the Chunin exam. Fugaku's mood over the past few days was indescribably joyful. Who wouldn't be happy to have a promising son? Mikoto beside him immediately rolled her eyes. Itachi, snapping back to reality, quickly apologized seriously, not inheriting his father's sense of humor. No, Mother-esque cooking is very delicious. I was just thinking about some things, Itachi said honestly. Did you see Haruko today? How has she been lately? With piercing insight, Fugaku directly asked. She seems to be doing well. She has grown taller and more beautiful, and her skills are impressive too. Huh? Itachi, who was responding reflexively to his father's question, suddenly sensed something was off. His little face flushed slightly, and he looked at his father in disbelief. Father, how did you know I met Haruko? Clearly, his father's omniscience was beyond Itachi's imagination. His father's eyes seemed to see everything. Don't forget what my job is. With such a big commotion, if the Umbu hadn't gone over, the Konoha security department would have stopped it long ago. Fugaku's expression was a bit smug. However, at this age, he appeared quite inscrutable. Seeing his son's increasingly shocked expression, Fugaku, as a father, felt quite pleased. Itachi was indeed surprised. The Konoha security department under his father's jurisdiction was so formidable, it seemed that no matter what major or minor incidents happened in the village, the Konoha security department could arrive at the scene in no time. However, such occurrences happened too frequently, causing people to easily overlook them. Even, some resisted. Sigh. The village and the Uchiha, Itachi thought, his expression gradually becoming troubled. Today, those sudden intruders who were driven away by Haruko resurfaced in his mind. He was now also struggling. There were some questions he was embarrassed to ask Haruko directly. Perhaps, seeking his father's advice would also be a good choice? Stealing a glance at his father, Itachi gradually solidified his resolve. Father, today some elders sent someone to find me. They said I should visit the Root if I have time. After hesitating, Itachi still didn't mention how Haruko had chased those people away with a knife. I haven't replied yet. I want to hear your opinion. Fugaku's eating actions gradually came to a halt. He stared blankly at his son. After a moment, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Root. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hokage's office, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's old partner, Shimura Danzo knew that the closer it got to the end of the workday, the more likely this old partner would be in the office. And Hiruzen did not disappoint him. He was sitting at his desk, correcting documents with his reading glasses on. Hiruzen, there's something I need to tell you. Danzo's single eye lowered slightly, but still locked onto his old partner's eyes. I intend to recommend a candidate for the Umbu to you. Hiruzen's actions came to an abrupt stop as he raised his head, looking at his old partner with some confusion. Who? Uchiha Itachi. That Uchiha clan member who just passed the Chunin exam. Danzo replied. Although he is a bit young, he is already capable of handling Umbu work. Of course, this is just my recommendation. You can choose to ignore it. But if you do, my root will absorb him. Think about it. After Danzo finished speaking, he didn't care about the frown on his old partner's face and directly turned to leave. In the office, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by this operation. Danzo, what are you planning now? Chapter 72 Green Tea Aikawa versus Jiraiya. Aikawa's mood over the past few days hasn't been great. One reason was Danzo seeking out Itachi. The other was that perverted teacher who had entered stealth mode and had been stalking him for days. Jiraiya's purpose for returning to Konoha remained unclear. However, Aikawa felt he had guessed it almost right. Besides, Orochimaru, what other reason could possibly bring this prodigal son back to the village? The key was that this relentless stalking was really making him unhappy. Jiraiya had been avoiding the bathhouse for materials and instead had been peeping from the training field window for 2 days. The true, seamless training method hadn't been used for 2 days either. The techniques of breaking and binding were even rarer and under someone's watch. Aikawa could only practice the Uchiha fire style that Fugaku had given him, aside from basic slashing. However, Aikawa, who was used to wielding the power of the Shinigami, was surprised to discover that his hand speed seemed to be quite fast. Although it couldn't compare to Itachi's full form of 8 seals in 1 second, he could actually manage 3 to 5 seals in 1 second with his half-baked abilities. That was quite amazing. It was also the only source of motivation that kept Aikawa smiling over the past 2 days. This noon, after finishing a morning of training, Aikawa planned to go home for a meal and then take a nap. Although he was a bit reluctant to slow down his training speed, there was nothing he could do now. He decided to treat it as a break for himself. Walking down the street, Aikawa glanced at Jiraiya, who was leaning against the wall in a pose, and comforted himself. He walked straight ahead. Aikawa suppressed the urge to unleash a full-power technique on Jiraiya's face, trying his best to ignore the man's presence. This made Jiraiya, who had been preparing for a chance encounter, feel somewhat awkward. However, awkwardness aside, Jiraiya maintained his usual good demeanor. With a raised eyebrow and a swift movement, he was already beside the little girl. Oh, what a coincidence! Little Haruko, are you going home for a meal? The creepy uncle finally approached the little girl. Aikawa shot a cold glance at Jiraiya. The 1,000 cherry blossoms slowly unsheathed. Jiraiya's expression suddenly froze. Having secretly stalked the little girl for so long, just like Orochimaru back in the day, he also sensed something. The girl's sword has a certain spirit. The old man was not wrong. The girl's talent is indeed outstanding. The 3 tomo and the natural sense of tranquility when holding the sword all confirmed the old man's words. Section 62. Moreover, she is very diligent. Apart from eating and sleeping, she basically spends her entire day practicing. Although it is all very basic training, such perseverance at her age is indeed rare. This little girl has a naturally calm heart. This is the conclusion Jiraiya has come to. However, from that basic training, Jiraiya gradually started to believe what the old man said. This girl has already been brainwashed by Orochimaru. She is currently extremely insecure about herself as a ninja. It seems that the more basic the training, the more it reflects her insecurity. After a lot of random thoughts, Jiraiya looked at the little girl, who had already drawn her knife halfway, and shamelessly played his part again. Let's talk things over, shall we, Xiao Qingzi? Jiraiya was all smiles. I was wrong last time. How about I treat you and your sister to a meal? Consider my apology? How about it? This age rarely invites people to dinner. Jiraiya made a series of exaggerated expressions, clearly skilled at coaxing the little girl. Even the green tea girl, Qingchuan, was almost unable to withstand it. But as Senior Redbean said, Qingchuan hesitated for a moment, her gaze seemingly softening. From now on, if I see you on the street, I'll chop you every time. What to do? Chop you every time. Jiraiya's expression stiffened again. Hearing this from the little girl's mouth, he felt it was completely out of place. That was the most terrifying part. However, according to what most people would do, the normal response would be to bow deeply and say sorry for the interruption, then quickly slip away. But who is Jiraiya? He had been peeping at his female classmates showering since he was 5, and he had endured countless beatings in his career. His skin had become impervious to criticism. Suddenly, Jiraiya straightened his face. Covering his face and tilting his head back, he looked heartbroken. If that's the case, then Xiao Qingzi, go ahead and chop. Chop me 100 or 80 times. As long as your senior red bean can feel better, I don't mind. It's all the mistakes of this sage. Sigh. With a sigh, he looked like a wayward son returning home. Qingchuan felt that she had finally met her match this time. Even if it were him, if it weren't for the fact that he was wearing pants, he would have probably been completely charmed by Jiraiya's performance. Unfortunately, Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru are two different types. Qingchuan finally unleashed her trump card. However, it seems that the deceptive style was still a notch below that of Lord Orochimaru. The three ninjas. After saying that, Qingchuan didn't forget to add a sigh before leaving straight away. On the spot, watching the girl's departing figure, Jiraiya's expression gradually darkened. His plan for today was to get to know this little girl better. To that end, he was prepared to be persistent. But after hearing that sigh, Jiraiya found that he couldn't muster the courage to chase after this young girl. It seems he could only agree with the old man. Orochimaru, you really know how to get people into trouble. After a long time, Jiraiya sighed and disappeared. Chapter 73. Orochimaru's Capture Mission. 5 updates. Please subscribe. The order from the Umbu came early the next morning. Qingchuan received the summons first thing, put on her mask and gear, and set off directly. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, she sensed that Kakashi's presence was not there. Having a rough guess in her heart, Qingchuan walked slowly to the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his gaze gradually becoming kind. This mission is different from the past, and maybe a bit hard for you to accept. So I hope you can be prepared. Yes, Qingchuan replied, a hint of anticipation flashing through her mind. Of course, if it weren't for Jiraiya hiding outside the window, she would probably be even more excited. It's about Orochimaru's mission. Seeing her expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat satisfied and went straight to the point. As an S-rank rogue ninja who has harmed countless families, the village's pursuit of Orochimaru has never ceased. However, Orochimaru's strength and cunning are not something ordinary people can contend with, and coupled with his understanding of Umbu, this mission has never been effectively executed. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, and after confirming that the girl's gaze remained calm, he continued speaking. Now, there is a ninja with strength to rival Orochimaru personally responsible for this mission. I hope you can assist this ninja to expedite the completion of this task. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking, Jiraiya did not hide his entrance, jumping in through the window and making exaggerated faces at Qingchuan. Is there a problem, Qingzi? After finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Qingchuan, who had been relatively calm, couldn't help but curse internally after hearing this. What problem could there be? Not wanting to go. Does that count as a problem? That creepy uncle is watching me all the time on the road. How can I have any personal privacy? Can you help with that? Sarutobi Hiruzen? MMP. Qingchuan lowered her head, appearing to be in deep thought, but in reality, she was afraid her eyes would betray the 1,000 curses in her heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of compassion. Even Jiraiya next to him stopped being playful and quietly watched Qingchuan. It seems that the shadow Orochimaru left on this little girl is truly still there. If you have any concerns, it's better to speak up, Qingzi. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gently again. Jiraiya also became serious beside him. All you need to do is follow me and help me determine the possible escape routes for Orochimaru. Don't worry, little Qingzi, this sage will not let you come to any harm. But the biggest danger is that creepy uncle of yours. Qingchuan silently thought in her heart. If possible, she would definitely want to refuse. Being out and about would certainly bring many inconveniences, and the possibility of exposing that knife would inevitably increase exponentially. Even if Jiraiya had a conscience and didn't intend to harm an 8-year-old girl, the time wasted on this journey was unavoidable. Her training progress would definitely suffer. It's likely that even the most basic chopping practice would be impossible to maintain. If this lasted a year and a half, by the time she returned home, Itachi would probably have opened his manjiki. But the key was, judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, it seemed she had no way to refuse. Capturing Orochimaru was also her teacher's obsession. Qingchuan felt that even if she proposed not to go, the chances of success would still be very slim. At this moment, Qingchuan suddenly thought of the plan B that had appeared in his mind a couple of days ago and had been temporarily set aside. How about just running away? Is there a deadline for the mission, Lord Third Hokage? After thinking for a long time, Qingchuan still asked in a low voice. Running away is indeed a good option. However, escaping right under Jiraiya's nose is quite a challenge. Section 63. Observe first, act cautiously. This was a decision made by Qingchuan after careful consideration. Hearing this, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief. Especially Jiraiya. The scene before them made it seem like the two of them were bullying a little girl. If the girl really refused, he estimated he wouldn't have the heart to force her. As for the deadline, Sarutobi, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment. After confirming with Jiraiya through their eyes, a hint of understanding flashed in his gaze. A month should be enough. Of course, if the situation is special, appropriate delays wouldn't be a problem. After all, it's Orochimaru. Safety comes first. A little over a month. That should be fine. Whether it's running away or doubling down on training after returning, it's about the same. Qingchuan immediately lifted his head, took off his mask, and smiled slightly. Yes, clothes, towels. That should be enough. Remember to get more military rations and explosive tags from Yumbu. If that adult seems off, just blow him up. 30 minutes later, Akidu helped Qingchuan pack his clothes while mumbling. Also, before setting off, remember to tell little Itachi. Almost done packing, Akidu didn't forget to remind him. Qingchuan's face darkened a bit. For the first time, he felt that staying with Orochimaru was a wrong decision. Initially, he just wanted to distance himself from the Uchiha clan, but unexpectedly, Akidu showed up. Dressing up as a girl to fool Itachi was out of necessity, but fooling a bold senior sister like Akidu, that was a problem with his mindset, especially since this senior sister had developed quite well and didn't like to dress properly at home. However, what Akidu said wasn't wrong. As for Itachi, it indeed was time to make some insurance. I got it, Akidu-senpai. I'll go over later, Qingchuan said. 2 hours until 12 o'clock. I'll do my best to write one more chapter. The dream of updating 10 per day is indeed a dream. Chapter 74. Petting Sasuke. 6 updates. Please subscribe. There was still an hour until the agreed time. Qingchuan put on his small backpack and headed straight for the Uchiha clan's residence. However, before he could even reach the Uchiha clan leader's home, he ran into Mikoto, who was out shopping for groceries. Hey, isn't this little Haruko? Long time no see. You've grown into a big girl. Mikoto laughed lightly, joyfully greeting him. If it had been 2 years ago, Qingchuan might have felt a bit flustered. He still remembered that time, meeting the parents, where he could barely move and had specially worn a kimono to cover himself up. But now, things were different. Some things become habitual. It seems there's no difficulty at all. For such small encounters, Qingchuan was quite at ease. Hello, Aunt Mikoto. Qingchuan smiled sweetly, his politeness at full score. In the midst of their conversation, Qingchuan noticed little Sasuke beside him. He immediately squatted down and gave Sasuke's little head a good petting. Sasuke-kun has grown so tall. In a couple of years, you'll almost be as tall as Itachi-kun. Little Sasuke was already over 2 years old. This little guy was the standard timer for the Uchiha massacre countdown. While Qingchuan petted little Sasuke's head, he couldn't help but wish this little guy would never grow up. Sister Haruko, hello. For some reason, little Sasuke suddenly lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. Seeing this, Qingchuan raised an eyebrow and petted with even more enthusiasm. Mikoto was laughing even harder. Seeing a pretty sister, Sasuke is shy, haha. But speaking of which, little Haruko's changes were indeed significant. Mikoto couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the girl before her. It seemed that since the girl had come to say goodbye before joining the Yumbu, she had grown quite a bit taller during their time apart. She was also more poised, exuding a charming aura. Mikoto was pleased to see this. Thankfully, her son had made his move early. This was a perfect inheritance from his father. He had good taste. However, Mikoto also noticed the backpack on Qingchuan's back. Little Haruko, are you planning to go out? This time you came back. It should be to find Itachi, right? The perceptive Mikoto likely guessed the girl's purpose for returning. While feeling more gratified, she also sighed. Poor child. Although she didn't know much about her husband's situation, they spent every day together. And since Mikoto used to be a ninja, she could tell something was off. However, she generally didn't pry into sensitive matters. Supporting her husband's decisions was all she could do. Just then, little Sasuke seemed to have heard something and suddenly wrinkled his cute little nose. Yes, Aunt Mikoto, Qingchuan replied. Is Itachi-kun home? Before I leave, I have some things I want to talk to him about. A hint of understanding flashed in Mikoto's eyes, but it quickly turned into helplessness. I'm sorry, little Haruko. Itachi-kun hasn't been home these past few days. It seems he has some mission and went out. This child, always mysterious, never tells me anything. I'm afraid he might let you down. Qingchuan's heart suddenly sank. He had a bad premonition. Itachi might have already been taken away. I see. Suppressing the urge to curse, Qingchuan replied a bit disappointedly then. I won't disturb you, Aunt. Goodbye. Sasuke-kun, goodbye. Forcing a smile, Qingchuan bid farewell to Mikoto and little Sasuke, leaving with a heavy heart. Damn it. This is great. Not only did he fail to stop Itachi's growth, but he might have also let Itachi be taken away by Danzo ahead of time. But fortunately, the Mist Village was still quite rampant. It probably wouldn't be resolved in a year or two. If the Mist Village doesn't get cleaned up, Shui won't be able to come back. Itachi won't activate the Mangeki. In this way, Qingchuan felt he still had a chance. At least he hoped so. Qingchuan continued walking, and it wasn't until he had walked quite a distance that Mikoto and her son, watching him leave, finally weighed their groceries and prepared to go home. Little Sasuke silently raised his hand. Goodbye, Haruko's sister. Finally, it was time for the damn mission gathering. Section 64 Qingchuan, despite having 1,000 unwilling thoughts, still carried her small backpack and arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Jiraiya had been waiting for a long time. However, when he saw the girl's face devoid of its previous smile, his expression turned somewhat awkward. Don't worry too much about Xiao Qingzi. Once we catch that bastard Orochimaru, this sage will definitely help you vent your frustration. How about that? Jiraiya said with a smile plastered on his face, making a solemn promise. In fact, he was initially very reluctant to bring a girl along. Accustomed to being alone, he didn't want an extra burden. However, capturing Orochimaru was proving to be extremely difficult. After being tricked a few times, Jiraiya finally recognized the reality. That guy knows him too well. Moreover, he is much smarter and his strength is on par. Relying solely on himself to track and fight was probably a lost cause. However, after getting a better understanding of Orochimaru's apprentice, especially after yesterday's conversation, the situation seemed to have subtly changed. The girl's talent and disposition were both excellent. Most importantly, as a Uchiha, her desire to be a medical ninja and her innate tendency to save others were more significant than her talent. This seemed to please the old man quite a bit. Of course, if it weren't for that bastard Orochimaru, it wouldn't be surprising to see another Tsunade-like ninja emerge in Konoha's future. Jiraiya thought to himself. At this moment, the girl, still ignoring him, had already walked quite a distance. Jiraiya's expression stiffened, but in an instant, he replaced it with his signature lecherous smile and chased after her. Xiao Qingzi, slow down. Wait for this sage. Chapter 75, Obito's Arrangement. First update, please subscribe. Host, Uchiha Qingzi. Current world, Naruto world. Current task, survive the night of the massacre. In progress, side task, master bankai and unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Completion, 588. Side task, capture Orochimaru. Use binding technique to immobilize the target. In progress, inherent buff. Training results 100 when dressed as a girl. Masking all male characteristics, inherent buff. Recovery speed 250 when smiling, inherent buff. Healing effect increased by 100. The sunlight was splendid. The uncle and the girl walked along the road, one after the other. After a day and night of rushing, Jiraiya and Qingchuan had left Konoha and arrived at the central area of the Land of Fire. It was quite prosperous, with many things that were absent in Konoha, like the singing and dancing districts and various entertainment venues. Of course, Konoha had some of these things too, but due to the ninja regulations, the scale was definitely not as large as here. The prosperity here lacked some of Konoha's restrictions, giving it a unique charm. Jiraiya was quite familiar with the route, leading Qingchuan directly to the inn where they would be staying that night. Meanwhile, Qingchuan was focused on the system interface, somewhat distracted. The unchanging buffs, a slight increase in the completion of bankai proficiency, and a brand new side task. Capture Orochimaru. This side task felt more like an exam for the binding technique. All she had to do was bind Orochimaru without any other requirements. As for whether Orochimaru would break free or how long it would take him to do so, it didn't matter. The task didn't specify. However, Qingchuan still took it seriously. Considering Orochimaru's formidable escape and survival abilities, she began to filter through binding techniques suitable for him. After all, Orochimaru was an existence that had lived until the time of Boruto. She couldn't be careless. Xiao Qingzi? Just as they arrived at the inn, Jiraiya suddenly straightened his face. After all this traveling, you must be tired. Why don't you rest here for now? Let this sage handle the information gathering. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya's serious demeanor abruptly changed, and he started making faces at the little girl. So, how about being this sage's assistant? It's quite easy, right? Qingchuan narrowed her eyes and glanced at Jiraiya, whose gaze had been stolen by a beautiful woman by the roadside, and his drool was almost overflowing. In her heart, she silently gave a thumbs up. Indeed, it was you, the great Jiraiya. Then I'll trouble you. Lord Jiraiya, she replied lightly. And under the innkeeper's somewhat strange gaze, she quietly went upstairs. That's fine. Chopping the air in the room can also help make up for lost time. Meanwhile, not long after Jiraiya and Qingchuan parted ways, in a dark cave in the land of rain, the sound of dripping water echoed continuously. With the sound of wind, the space gradually distorted and a figure slowly appeared. The purple-haired woman furrowed her brow. Obito, what are you doing here? It was clear that this purple-haired woman was not unfamiliar with the figure that had just appeared, but her eyes still held a hint of vigilance. Obito noticed the woman's wariness but didn't take care. Instead, he slowly looked at the man on the high platform. If you have no objections to Orochimaru joining Akatsuki, then you need to speed up your actions, Obito said coldly, as if hinting, but the tone was closer to an order. In the darkness, the man opened his strange eyes, revealing the purple ripple, coldly staring at this guy who called himself Madara. What do you mean? Do you have any information? Nagato's tone was equally cold, devoid of any emotion. Compared to Konin's wariness, Nagato was clearly more concerned with how to utilize this. Orochimaru might not be able to escape Jiraiya's pursuit this time, Obito said coldly. Jiraiya has made ample preparations this time. He'll probably find Orochimaru in just a few days. So, upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Konin's eyes flickered slightly, but Nagato remained unmoved. If he can't even escape from Jiraiya, then he isn't qualified to join us. Obito seemed to have known the man's response long ago. He wasn't angry, just shrugged, appearing indifferent. Well, whatever. I'm just here to inform you. The decision is yours. After saying that, the vortex opened again, and Obito's figure slowly disappeared. Nagato, what does this Madara mean? After Obito left, Konin asked directly. Is he already daring to intervene in Akatsuki's personnel arrangements? It's fine, Konin. Nagato's voice softened considerably, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Let Zetsu confirm the authenticity of the information. We indeed need to reinforce our personnel now. Meanwhile, back in the Kamui space, Obito's eyes turned disdainful. It's just a tool for collecting tailed beasts, always naively believing that one can control everything, not realizing that it's just a life that has already been arranged. Where are Jiraiya and the others? They should be about there. Next to him, a figure half black and half white, shrouded in a pitcher plant, replied. Our people have already sent the true location of Orochimaru to Jiraiya. However, as the figure spoke, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Do we really need to do this? Even if Jiraiya's disciple finds Orochimaru, the one we should be worried about is Jiraiya, right? With Orochimaru's abilities, even if he can't kill Jiraiya, that little girl. Obito coldly scoffed at the words. Section 65. Just do it. Why so much nonsense? Staring at Nagato, if he really doesn't intend to help Orochimaru escape. Notify me immediately. After saying this, Obito directly threw Ju out of the Kamui space. However, after this, his expression gradually became worried. It would be best if he could listen. Orochimaru. Chapter 76. Jiraiya's bulk purchase of intelligence. Second update. Please subscribe. 2 days later, still in that small tavern. After Jiraiya bid farewell to a heavily made-up woman next to him with a lewd smile, he glanced at the small note in his hand, raising an eyebrow. The woman's name was Shugong, one of the many informants he had over the years. Jiraiya didn't rush to check the intel. Instead, he finished the last sip of sake in his cup before quietly unfolding the small note. There were only a few lines of small text. It was a coordinate located at the border between the land of iron and the land of fire. The land of iron, a country that has remained neutral for years, consisting only of samurai and no ninjas. Its location is quite remote. Even during wartime, it probably wouldn't attract too much attention. Logically speaking, such a coordinate intel that perfectly matches Orochimaru's hiding spot should hold certain value. However, the gradually furrowing brows of Jiraiya showed no signs of happiness. Another land of iron? Muttering in confusion, Jiraiya tucked the small note away and poured another cup of sake. 2 days. In this small tavern, Jiraiya received dozens of pieces of intel about Orochimaru's location from different channels. Some might be a bit vague and not so precise, but all the intel pointed to this same location, the land of iron. This made Jiraiya a bit hesitant to confirm this seemingly obvious intel. He was well aware of Orochimaru's cunning. He always kept a backup plan and would never place himself in the most dangerous position. This time, such an obvious mistake was too unlike Orochimaru's style. Shaking his somewhat tipsy head, Jiraiya paid the bill, including the cost of the drinks and the company of the woman named Shugong. Stumbling out of the tavern, he walked to a corner and suddenly formed hand signs. Poof! After a puff of white smoke, a small toad appeared. Please call Kingsley over here, Jiraiya drunkenly instructed. I seem to have forgotten the direction to the inn, huh? After 2 days of effort, he ended up with this piece of intel that was uncertain if it was real or fake. Jiraiya felt a bit conflicted. On one hand, he believed this was undoubtedly Orochimaru playing tricks on him. How could such an obvious coordinate be so easily found? On the other hand, Jiraiya didn't think Orochimaru could monopolize all of his intel sources. That would be too embarrassing. Feeling displeased, Jiraiya gradually fell into a drunken stupor. Fortunately, he still had Kingsley. Kind, lovely, and a bit pitiful but somewhat violent Kingsley. Her presence could at least help him analyze things and conveniently take him back to the inn. Great. The small toad looked at Jiraiya with disdain, but said nothing, turning and hopping away. Before long, the small toad arrived at the inn. Qingchuan, who was taking a shower, suddenly frowned. In a flash, she got up and put on her clothes, the skirt that had once been clumsy to wear now fitting perfectly in an instant. Without any hesitation, she grabbed a knife and aimed it at the drain. Just as the small toad poked its head out suddenly, a knife wider than its head was directly placed against it. The small toad immediately became alert. Poof! Whether it was from fear or the sound of the summoning being forcibly cancelled as a summoning beast, the small toad almost reflexively released the summoning and vanished back to Mayaboka Mountain. Qingchuan frowned even more. What was it about this Mayaboka Mountain that was so similar to Jiraiya? Damn, could be a female toad. This was too much. Cursing angrily, Qingchuan's expression gradually turned fierce. Damn it. Starting today, the day to take off the skirt has already claimed 2 of the Sannin. To be honest, if it weren't for the sudden side quest, Qingchuan was ready to directly head to Konoha, using Jiraiya's constant peeping while she bathed as an excuse. What face would Sarutobi Hiruzen have to stop her? However, 2 minutes later, as Qingchuan gradually calmed down, she also realized that something was off. She only remembered to sheath her knife, but thinking carefully, Jiraiya should also be looking for her for something? A sneeze. That morning, after spending the night in the cold wind by the roadside, Jiraiya, with a runny nose, finally made his way back to the inn with great difficulty. Seeing the scene, Qingchuan didn't know what to say. In any case, all the intel from the past 2 days was here, pulling out all the various notes and scrolls from his pocket and laying them on the table. Jiraiya looked at Qingchuan with a mournful expression and said in a muffled voice. Qingchuan, as usual, ignored Jiraiya. She sheathed her knife and began to examine the intel carefully. Before long, Qingchuan, who discovered the same problem, also began to frown. Are you sure this ISNT bulk purchased? With a dark expression, Qingchuan suppressed the urge to throw this pile of nearly indistinguishable items at Jiraiya's face and asked. The girl's soul-searching question instantly made Jiraiya feel utterly disheartened. 2 days. What he expended was not just time, but also a lot of energy and vital essence. One remark about bulk purchase seemed to render all his efforts in vain. This is the situation. I can't be sure if Orochimaru has even bribed the exchange office. Jiraiya spread his hands, appearing resigned to fate. Anyway, all the clues point here. Whether we go or not, it depends on you, Kingsley. Qingchuan frowned even more. She knew the name of the exchange office. The intel coming from there should be credible. But unusual circumstances always indicate something wrong. Her instincts told her there was definitely a problem. And it was a big one. But now, it seemed she didn't have time to waste. Staying in the land of fire would only mean continuing what felt like an endless wait. Waiting for Shursui to come back with his eyes gouged out. Waiting for Itachi to evolve into the massacre.Itachi. Waiting for Obito to put a knife to his neck. After a long time, Qingchuan glanced at Jiraiya, who was still wiping his nose, and sighed helplessly. Then let us go. Chapter 77. Are you also eager, Qingzi? Third update, please subscribe. The Land of Iron. Section 66. As a neutral country, the characteristics of the Land of Iron, aside from maintaining a well-preserved samurai tradition, also include its year-round heavy snowfall, making its remote, yet not barren lands a beautiful landscape. In the depths of a snowy mountain, in what was originally an unknown creature's nest, screams mixed with the howling wind constantly created a terrifying atmosphere. Lord Orochimaru, our location has been exposed. A man with his head down and an incredibly fervent expression said with a slight tremor in his voice. How much longer? Orochimaru did not stop his work. He merely furrowed his brow slightly and replied softly. The target seems to have very precise information, coming in a straight line all the way here. I estimate about 2 hours. As the man spoke, his fervor suddenly intensified. However, if you need it, we are willing to do anything to stop them, even if it means death. That's unnecessary. Orochimaru interrupted the passionate believer's fervent speech. You won't be able to stop them, and there are other guests who have already arrived, aren't there? As he spoke, Orochimaru slowly turned around. In front of him stood a man exuding an extremely cold and eerie aura. His ghostly green eyes flickered with violent light, resembling neither a human nor a beast, but more like an evil spirit, dressed in a black robe adorned with red clouds. He had a forehead protector with a slash across it. The man held a bloody, severed head in his hand. Orochimaru found him somewhat familiar. He was likely one of his many followers. Who are you? Why are you here? Where are the others? The fervent believer of Orochimaru suddenly shouted and rushed forward without hesitation. But what awaited him was only a cold flash. Because your subordinate foolishly obstructed me. I lost 3 minutes in bringing you back to the base. After ending the man's life, the figure wiped the blood off his hands and said coldly. Orochimaru cast a glance at the follower who had just reported, but his gaze only lingered on him for a moment before shifting to the man before him. I heard your organization has at least an S-rank rogue ninja background. You certainly didn't disappoint. Orochimaru's voice remained hoarse and playful. Since you were aware, let's not waste my time. The man with ghostly green eyes scanned the surrounding environment with some disgust and spoke in a deep voice. His name was Kakuzu, an elite member of Takigakure, now an S-rank rogue ninja, and one of the members of Akatsuki, responsible for financial matters. The budget for this new recruitment mission is limited, and I still need to kill 2 people on the way to collect the bounty. If you don't provide me with a response within the time frame, I won't mind using your corpse to cover my losses. Kakuzu openly expressed his murderous intent. Orochimaru's eyes also ignited with similar murderous intent. However, this intent was soon replaced by a more intense interest. He knew the identity of the visitor. Akatsuki, a mysterious organization, although not particularly famous. Their style of operating in the shadows was to his liking. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be enough to pique his interest so deeply. An organization made up of rogue ninjas, one that adheres to the tenet of achieving peace through pain, these were not enough for him to abandon his research and submit to them. What he sought was something more mysterious. The existence known only in legends and records, referred to as the Sage's Eye, was his only goal. As for the member before him, who did not hide his murderous intent, Orochimaru did not care. If your loss can be covered with money, then I believe we should have no conflict, Orochimaru said, spreading his hands, appearing unconcerned about the bloodshed around him. Soon, 2 Konoha ninjas will arrive here. I believe one of their corpses can fully compensate for your losses. His name is Jiraiya, a ninja from Konoha. As for the other one, I hope you can leave her to me. But rest assured, her bounty isn't high. Kakuzu squinted his eyes. His murderous intent intensified. But he was also searching his memory for this name. Soon, snippets of information emerged, and that name transformed into a series of astronomical figures. Deal. Kakuzu's eyes grew even greener, but the accompanying killing intent also became increasingly intense. However, if they don't arrive, you should know what your fate will be. Let me remind you, our organization does not interfere in the internal conflicts among its members. Of course. Orochimaru smiled wickedly and turned back to the operating table to continue his research. This fool, if Jiraiya could be killed so easily, he wouldn't have to hide in the Land of Iron. But it was strange. Jiraiya's intelligence-gathering ability seemed to have improved significantly this time. He managed to head straight to his base. Could it be because of that girl? As Orochimaru pondered, his smile widened. If nothing went wrong, it should be because of her. After all, the girl's intuition had been able to see through his heart since their first meeting. Calculating the time, it had been a while since he last saw the girl. It seemed. She was also eager. Haruko. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his cheek. His eyes grew increasingly expectant. Chapter 78. Plans for Aoki River in the future. For updates, please subscribe. Aoki River could already sense that something was off. Jiraiya's intelligence was not wrong. Through soul perception, he had already captured Orochimaru's aura. Everything was going smoothly. If it weren't for the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground and the disgusting aura comparable to Orochimaru's. We need to stay alert, Haruko. It seems someone else might have gotten here before us. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, maintaining his seemingly carefree demeanor. However, the gradually furrowing brows revealed his feigned nonchalance. The intelligence was correct. Orochimaru's base was most likely here. He could sense the aura of his former comrade, but the bodies scattered across the ground. It seemed someone else was also looking for Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression grew more worried. Lord Jiraiya. Suddenly, Aoki Rivers stopped in his tracks and spoke to the figure blocking their path in a strange tone. I think I've found the culprit, Aoki Rivers said as he quickly moved behind Jiraiya. Orochimaru had not arrived yet. He needed to conserve his strength. Moreover, he recognized the person in front of him. He claimed to be someone who could go toe-to-toe with the great pillars. A figure whose financial acumen was unmatched in the ninja world. Kakuzu, mainly because that pair of eyes is too recognizable, and the key is that uniform. Ayakawa doesn't want to provoke. Yes, doesn't want to provoke. On the night of the clan extermination, there seems to be no sign of stopping the momentum for now. On the contrary, with Itachi's early graduation, that day might even come sooner. The battle for the skirt is probably unavoidable. But regardless of whether he can win or not, after taking off the skirt, Ayakawa won't be able to stay in Konoha. Leaving Konoha would also mean automatically bearing the title of a rogue ninja. So joining Akatsuki is probably a done deal. The only difference here is how he gets in. Whether it's through being unable to fight and pitifully begging for shelter in a girl-less outfit, turning from fooling Itachi to fooling all the members of Akatsuki, or confidently joining after proving his strength, occasionally wearing girl-less outfits for training, acting aloof, and slacking off. It all depends on the future, and no matter what. For now, it's very necessary to establish a good relationship with the finance department big shots of Akatsuki in advance. Section 67. You are Jiraiya, right? You white-haired brat. Perhaps the way Ayakawa was hiding gave Kakuzu more confidence. This old rogue ninja, now 80 years old, proudly lifted his head. Brat. Jiraiya was a bit confused, pointing at his own nose, then silently turned to look at Ayakawa. Does this sage really look so young? Ayakawa blinked. Although he really wanted to kick that big face, he decided to hold back since this guy still had to offend Kakuzu on his behalf. Lord Jiraiya, don't you know? Roar. With a strange shout, Jiraiya was almost startled by Ayakawa's response. Meanwhile, Kaku, who was beside them, gradually narrowed his eyes, his aura becoming increasingly dangerous. Just as Jiraiya was showing off, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. His expression changed, and he quickly turned to stand in front of Ayakawa, staring intently at Kakuzu. Kingzi, just hide behind. Watch how this sage beats this old man to a pulp. Jiraiya's tone was filled with confidence. While speaking, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet technique. A blazing wave of fire coalesced into a fire dragon. Charging straight at Kakuzu, the air became several degrees hotter, and the battle was about to erupt, while Ayakawa silently locked onto Orochimaru's presence. I'm gonna take you down, white hair brat. Provoked repeatedly, Kakuzu tore open his clothes, revealing 5 masks. Black threads had already stretched his body, and he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Wind style. Pressure damage. The fierce wind clashed with the waves of fire. The temperature in the space rapidly rose. But that wasn't all. For Jiraiya, who had a high bounty, Kakuzu was determined to succeed, but did not dare to be careless. Seeking flowers, the Earth Grudge fear mode activated. One mask suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu, aimed at Jiraiya, and spewed out fire. The fire style, aided by the wind style, directly suppressed Jiraiya's great fire dragon. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. The strange person in front of him was clearly not something that could be dealt with by conventional means. Without any supporting intelligence, judging by Jiraiya's experience, this battle was unlikely to end easily. Kingzi, you might have to wait a bit longer. Jiraiya suddenly let out a strange shout. Then he leaped suddenly, spinning in midair while his wooden clogs clashed together. By the time he landed, a high-level fire technique was already prepared. Fire style. Great Fire Dragon Technique. A higher grade of fire technique, along with more chakra. Jiraiya, intending to test, faced off against the already prepared Kakuzu, and in the first round, he was slightly at a disadvantage. As the battle intensified, Ayakawa's heart became increasingly conflicted. Orochimaru was right in front of him, but Kakuzu was blocking the way. What to do? Should he offend Kakuzu or complete the side quest for rewards? Both options weighed heavily on Ayakawa's mind. It was undoubtedly a difficult choice for him. He took a full second to make a decision. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. A soft murmur, seemingly apologizing to Kakuzu. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in Ayakawa's hand instantly transformed into countless cherry blossoms. In an instant, a beautiful yet deadly sea of flowers surged towards Kakuzu. Jiraiya beside him immediately felt steadied. He remembered this move. It had chased him through dozens of streets and almost scared him to death. although he had 100 ways to evade or counterattack right now. The perceptive old man in front of him had no chance. Chakra surged, and Jiraiya continued to suppress. I got off work late today. My head is a bit dizzy, so I'm hesitant to write. But tomorrow is a holiday, although I can't guarantee how many updates. I can promise to update from morning to night, sorry. Chapter 79. Can this really be called a medical ninja? Facing the incoming sea of flowers, a flicker of fear suddenly flashed in Kakuzu's emerald eyes. The instinctive reaction from the 5 hearts warned him. This technique he couldn't take. It might cause him a huge loss. The heart mass responsible for wind style immediately changed the direction of the wind release. Without hesitation, Kakuzu directly abandoned the confrontation and began to dodge frantically. Even so, Jiraiya's fire style would inevitably cause him harm. But Kakuzu still chose to do this. With no time to release other ninjutsu, Kakuzu's body, stitched together with black threads, began to twist and turn, moving skillfully and narrowly, avoiding the encirclement of the sea of flowers. Whoosh, the fire style whizzed by. With a cracking sound, not 3 or 5 masks belonging to a specific heart shattered in response. With distance now between them, Kakuzu stood atop a wall, the threads on his body retracting. The Earth Grudge Fear mode was lifted, and he fixed a cold gaze on the girl behind Jiraiya. What is your name? Kakuzu asked coldly. His tone remained icy, as if Jiraiya's fire style had not harmed him at all. Ayakawa, having released his initial form, cursed inwardly. If he wasn't mistaken, Kakuzu was preparing to add his name to the kill list in his heart. Damn it, this is ridiculous. It was clearly Jiraiya who roasted you. Why are you coming after me? Ayakawa silently moved further behind Jiraiya, feeling a continuous stream of enmity in his heart. However, although he didn't know what the corpses on the ground were about, Kakuzu's presence here indicated that Orochimaru was preparing to join Akatsuki. This guy might just be here to cover Orochimaru's retreat. In that case, should he just go all out? Take this guy down, then push it onto Jiraiya, and hurry after Orochimaru? Ayakawa thought, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. Lord Jiraiya, it seems I found this guy's weakness. With a firm resolve in his heart, scheming Ayakawa was online again. Kakuzu, who did not receive a reply from Ayakawa, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had not had Kingzi actively chat with him for a long time, instantly looked delighted, as expected of Kingzi, who could discover materials for this age. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya had been puzzled because his ninjutsu hit but was ineffective, but now he felt steadied inside. Quickly tell this sage. Ayakawa nodded, silently pointing the knife in his hand at the remaining 4 masks on Kakuzu's body. If he guessed correctly, this guy must have just suffered a fatal injury. Ayakawa confidently analyzed, but the reason he could still be so arrogant should also be due to those ugly masks. And those masks, representing different attributes, also represented. Halfway through his words, Kakuzu's expression shifted from confusion to anger and then to terror as a lightning technique suddenly struck towards him. Lightning style. False darkness. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Jiraiya, who had been watching from the corner, reacted faster. A wall of earth rose up, firmly protecting the two. However, at the same time, Section 68 Qingchuan, along with 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand, moved. In an instant, he stepped forward. The Sharingan analyzed the direction of the lightning release, accompanied by the fluttering of his skirt and long hair. He arrived in front of Kakuzu in the blink of an eye. Remember my name. I am. Fuck you. A barely audible murmur escaped Qingchuan's lips, and a smile once again appeared on his face. That smile, which seemed to heal everything, was now filled with killing intent. A cold gleam flashed. Years of decisive hacking honed through countless strikes, along with the 3 masks, caused 1,000 cherry blossoms to crazily slice down in an instant. With murderous intent, Qingchuan had no emotions at this moment. When the last heart, along with Kakuzu's head, fell, the future immortal duo announced their disbandment ahead of time at this moment. Behind the earth wall, Jiraiya poked his head out, looking a bit dazed. It was clear that the girl was very perceptive and acted decisively, embodying the style of the Uchiha clan and the Umbu. At this age, with that sweet little face that could kill, how could you tell me you're a medical ninja? Aspiring to save people, specializing in medical ninjutsu, yet extremely lacking in self-confidence? This little girl chopped off a person's head without even blinking. Oh man, you're really wicked. In his heart, he continuously complained about the Hokage in the office. Jiraiya removed his earth technique and walked up to Qingchuan with a strange expression. He glanced at the round head that hadn't leaked a drop of blood, his eye twitching. As expected, not a normal enemy at all. Jiraiya glanced at the little girl. That smile was still radiant. It seemed chopping off a monster's head was as routine for her as eating breakfast. Suddenly, Jiraiya frowned. The girl in front of him reminded him of someone. Back then, Orochimaru seemed to be just like this. Countless enemies killed, even with their blood staining his face, yet that smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. What did you do to this girl? Orochimaru, a voice of desperate anger echoed in his heart. Jiraiya's fist gradually tightened. Meanwhile, Qingchuan, who had just chopped Kakuzu into pieces, was clearly oblivious to Jiraiya's complex inner thoughts behind him. The soul perception still locked onto that man. Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, we should be able to move on now. Looking ahead at the entrance, Qingchuan softly spoke. Jiraiya nodded with a somewhat complicated expression, his tone no longer indifferent. It was time to teach this bastard a proper lesson. Chapter 80. My daughter wielded a knife. Kakuzu's death was not an accident. The Earth Grudge fear was indeed powerful, and that immortality itself was a manifestation of strength. In his long life, Kakuzu could freely accumulate combat experience and enhance himself. However, the weakness of the Earth Grudge fear, which was almost an obvious target, was equally fatal. It had been too long since he tasted the brink of death. Kakuzu had long lost the crisis response that a human should possess. Moreover, he was facing Qingchuan, who knew all his weaknesses and intended to kill him. Wanting to be accepted by Akatsuki, there would always be someone whispering in the background. Before joining Akatsuki, the Green Tea Qingchuan would not allow anyone to tarnish his image. After dealing with Kakuzu, there were no more obstacles on the way to Orochimaru. The ground was still littered with corpses. There were fewer than before, but it was still chilling. Other than that, everything was so smooth, until Qingchuan saw that cold, sinister figure again. He couldn't believe it, but the soul perception did not lie. Standing in front of him was Orochimaru, the former Cold Lord, now a rogue ninja and forever a scientist. Orochimaru was still engaged in his work. He seemed unsurprised by their arrival and had no defenses. Jiraiya quickly scanned the surroundings, carefully checking for any escape routes Orochimaru might take. At this moment, with his lifelong friend and rival right in front of him, Jiraiya suddenly found an unprecedented calm within himself. Give up resisting, Orochimaru. Jiraiya glanced at the girl beside him, his voice somewhat cold. You should know, I won't give you any chance to escape this time. Saying this, Jiraiya cracked his knuckles, already entering a fighting stance. With the experiences from the previous encounters, he had long given up on the idea of persuasion, just as he did not understand why Orochimaru had become this way. Orochimaru seemed to disdain his persistence. You said that before, Jiraiya. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, finally turning his head. But that snake-like gaze lingered only for a moment on Jiraiya. There was a hint of helplessness, but more so, disgust, and finally, it settled on the girl beside Jiraiya. You're here, Qingchuan. Their gazes met, but in Orochimaru's eyes, he did not see that once endless fervor. There was no intense, perverted gaze and even a hint of relief, like an old father. My daughter has grown up, wielding a big knife and finding her way here. After a long absence, Orochimaru commented, It seems your eyes can see even more than before. He could sense it. The power within the girl had grown immensely since he left. It seemed her training had not lagged behind. Moreover, she could lead this idiot Jiraiya to find this place so quickly. The girl's wisdom truly did not disappoint him. As for that Akatsuki member, he should be dead. In the ninja world, believing in something as ridiculous as money as a faith, such people were a joke in themselves. It's a pity. Although his reincarnation was complete, there were still certain flaws. The rejection between soul and body could not be perfectly resolved. Now possessing the girl's body was indeed a bit of a waste. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Orochimaru felt. Being able to witness the girl's growth before possessing her was indeed a great research, wasn't it? Lord Jiraiya. Qingchuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, and said, looking at Orochimaru, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He truly wanted to chop this thing to pieces. If you have nothing more to say to this guy, then let's get started. Sighing. Just as Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya, Qingchuan also equally ignored Orochimaru, slowly speaking. Some things, if held in for too long, can cause problems. But even if the situation with Kakuzu is easily resolved, Qingchuan doesn't believe that he, along with even Jiraiya, could take this guy down instantly. It's unrealistic. Kakuzu and Orochimaru are not on the same level. If it weren't for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the subsequent side missions from the system before taking off his skirt, Qingchuan really couldn't be bothered to deal with Orochimaru. Section 69. The spiritual power began to mobilize, and with both fingers raised, Jiraiya pointed at Orochimaru. Beside him, Jiraiya, who had been neglected for a long time, also clasped his hands together, with fighting spirit rapidly rising in his eyes. This hero of the ninja world was finally ready to unleash his power without reservation. Little Qingzi, Jiraiya shouted loudly, taking a step forward to stand in front of Qingchuan. We just worked well together, but next, it will be the turn of the great sage of Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya. What did you say? Just as Jiraiya was about to give his self-introduction to build momentum before the battle, he heard a gradually rising voice behind him. It seemed to be reciting poetry, with brilliant literary flair and deep meaning, but it also carried a hint of impatience and cursing, leaving Jiraiya somewhat confused. The thunderous chariot, the gap of the spinning wheel. This object gathers light and divides into 6, with a compressed spiritual power unleashed without reservation, coupled with a not-so-long chant. The highest level of binding technique Qingchuan could currently use was ready. At this moment, it seemed that there was only Jiraiya standing between him and the reward for the side mission. Get out of the way. You're blocking my view. Idiot. Chapter 81. Could the child of prophecy be a girl? Even in this situation, Jiraiya was still taken aback. He couldn't care less about self-introducing as he quickly dodged aside. Behind him, Qingchuan's restless spiritual power finally found an outlet. In an instant, endless spiritual power rapidly gathered, and 6 brilliantly shining pillars of light appeared, directly falling onto Orochimaru, firmly binding him. Binding Technique 61. 6 rods prison of light. This was the highest specification binding technique Qingchuan could use at present. He dared not underestimate Orochimaru. He came in with no reservations. A wave of weakness washed over him as Qingchuan maintained his recovery buff while also examining his masterpiece. Orochimaru seemed to be caught off guard, standing there in shock. Sealing technique. Unable to move, his chakra was blocked. There was no doubt about it. This was a sealing technique, and not just any sealing technique. It didn't reveal a complex structure or require massive support, yet it was so solid. Orochimaru tried to break free, attempting to forcefully use chakra to open the seal. But everything was in vain. No, is an illusion technique? It doesn't seem like it. Confused, Orochimaru muttered to himself, his brows furrowing, but his snake-like eyes gradually lit up. He was certain he was not under an illusion technique. Illusion techniques only make him hallucinate but cannot stop his chakra from flowing. The current Orochimaru had not yet formally stepped into that realm, trading his soul for immortality. Even the strongest illusion techniques, even if they cannot be broken, cannot prevent him from resisting. And now, the only explanation for the sealing technique mostly could not escape the realm of illusion techniques. Or rather, it could not escape the realm of illusion techniques beyond his comprehension. Interesting. Meeting again. Have you gradually gained the strength to rival me? Orochimaru smiled, yet there was no hint of panic. The same question also appeared in Jiraiya's mind. Little Qingzi, you can use sealing techniques? Jiraiya asked in disbelief. His inner shock was no less than Orochimaru's. Medical ninjutsu, unparalleled swordsmanship, and compared to this, seemingly not so extraordinary 3-tomo. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiraiya's mind. The child of prophecy, could it be a girl? You will become an outstanding ninja, then travel the ninja world and take on disciples. One of your disciples will bring change to this world. It's just uncertain whether this change is good or bad. The prediction of the great sage of Mayaboku still echoed in his ears. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, then at the pale-faced but still smiling little girl. His expression grew increasingly strange. This seems not impossible. The great sage of Mayaboku didn't say that the child of prophecy must be a boy, right? The 3-tomo, sealing techniques, swordsmanship, medical ninjutsu, and that character, even he, despite having seen countless women, could not see through. No wonder the great sage of Mayaboku said he didn't know whether the change brought by his disciple would be good or bad. To be honest, he wouldn't be surprised by anything this little girl did. She was so quiet during training, yet could chase him down dozens of streets when wielding a knife. One moment, she was scared and hiding behind him, and the next, she was directly chopping off someone's head. Just now, she even trapped Orochimaru with just a casual flick of her fingers. This little girl, being the child of prophecy, isn't too much, right? The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, Qingchuan's expression grew darker. He was nearly losing control of the recovery buff on his face. In his view, directly in front of him, Orochimaru was sticking out his long tongue, wiping his face with saliva and eagerly staring at him. To the side, a big toad was leering at him with its lewd eyes, swallowing saliva while fixating on him. This was quite frightening. Qingchuan decided to check the side mission rewards to calm himself down. Host, Uchiha Qingzi. Current world, Naruto world. Current task, survive the night of annihilation. In progress, side task, master the bankai and unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Completion, 593. Inherent buff, training results 150 while wearing female clothing. And concealing all male characteristics, inherent buff. Recovery speed 300 while smiling, inherent buff. Healing effect increased by 200, obtained inherent reward. Medium spiritual pressure amplification. Unlock after confirmation. Will increase side mission proficiency by 20. The buff effect has increased again. Medium spiritual pressure. 20 bankai proficiency. Qingchuan's eyes brightened, and his smile became even more radiant. He knew what this meant. Spiritual pressure and spiritual power are standards for measuring the power of Shinigami. The density and pressure of spiritual power are spiritual pressure. However, having strong spiritual pressure does not mean one can control more spiritual power. After all, possessing and manipulating are two different matters. But the strength of spiritual pressure is an indispensable factor for a Shinigami's Zanpakuto Bankai. Without sufficient spiritual power, without enough refined and pressured spiritual power, insufficient spiritual pressure will forever prevent one from fully unleashing their Zanpakuto. This time, the medium spiritual pressure reward was truly a timely help. 20 proficiency. How many people would I have to cut down to achieve that? For a moment, Qingchuan was almost speechless. At this rate, as long as the side mission comes through a couple more times, what are Itachi and Totsuka compared to that? Chapter 82. Totsuka is back again. Perhaps he has adapted to this sealing technique that is half illusion technique. While Jiraiya pondered the gender of the prophesied child and Qingchuan reminisced about the system rewards, Orochimaru's body began to twist slowly. Soon he opened his mouth wide, and then a pale, slimy arm emerged. Following that came his head, torso, and then his entire body. Before long, a refreshed Orochimaru, covered in slime and with a pale complexion, stood once again before Qingchuan and Jiraiya. Orochimaru's body replacement technique, a method that never fails and cures all ailments. Indeed, it wasn't a true sealing technique. Successfully escaping his restraints, Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. You brought me a great gift, Haruko.